Late at night, standing in a high office and looking at the flickering city lights, a man named Gibino was finalizing arrangements on the phone, apologizing for the late hour, confirming the details for tomorrow once again, and only then hanging up. The next day, two colleagues with bright smiles approached him. A young man greeted him cheerfully and said he had heard about Abino's great achievement. Praise continued. One woman added that she heard he had managed the reckless plan of the boss, and even her colleague got interested in this story. Habino waved it off, saying it just happened that way, but inside he was worried and wondered if he had stood out too much. An energetic male colleague invited him for a drink to hear the whole story about how he got the contract. But Habino, looking away, politely declined, explaining that he had to hurry home before the supermarkets closed. Habino thanked them for their hard work and turned away, while the colleagues watched him go, joking that he was probably, as always, heading to work. Habino firmly explained that he had a task he must complete at any cost. As he walked away, a completely different motivation surfaced in his thoughts. He was not the great senpai his colleagues imagined. He simply dreamed of one thing: to be left alone on weekends so he could tend to his mini tomatoes and cress salad on the balcony. He was walking down the street when suddenly the sharp clatter of straps caught his attention. He looked back over his shoulder, and curiosity appeared on his face. Noticing the pause, a colleague asked what was wrong, but Hibino was mesmerized by a strange group led by a dog. He overheard one of the women say that someone was hanging on an iron pole and it was dangerous, and deep anxiety appeared on his face when the colleague suggested changing the route. He stopped abruptly. A sharp anxiety ran through him, and he asked himself what was wrong. His gaze fell on the group led by a guide dog that had stopped at the corner. The colleagues caught up with them and looked worried. A man asked if Abino thought the elderly woman was in trouble, and a woman noted that maybe she just had poor hearing, but Abino seemed to take the dog's stop as a direct calling. Without any warning, he rushed forward, leaving his colleagues stunned. They shouted his name, but he, pointing upwards, responded with a shout: "Dangerous, step back, there is a swinging iron pole." He rushed past an elderly woman who was begging someone invisible, "Please understand," and her desperate words only confused him even more. Reaching the guide dog, he asks aloud whether the animal understood his warning, and with a determined expression realizes he himself must reach safety, so he sets off again. High above, the source of danger becomes terrifyingly clear. A massive iron I-beam, suspended on a crane hook, swings, and an elderly woman stands directly in its path. A shiver runs down Hibino's spine as he realizes she is about to fall, and his colleagues shout for him to move away immediately. A panicked cry from a worker scolding the amateur who was commanding the operation came from the crane. With a deafening crash, the beam struck the asphalt, and Hibino recoiled, barely avoiding the blow, his mind swirling with the thought that he was about to die. Dust begins to settle around him. He lifts his head from where he fell, and his face is full of confusion. He shuddered as a terrible pain passed through his entire body, so strong it seemed as if reality itself was cracking. His mind plunged into chaos and could not form a single coherent thought, and the suffering was so deep that he even wished the iron post had struck him. That would have been mercy compared to this hell. An overwhelming sensation knocked him down, and he fell face first into the dirt. Raising himself on his hands, he noticed that everything around had completely changed. Instead of a city, a dense, unfamiliar forest, and confusion overwhelmed him as he looked around and could not understand where he was or what this place was. He looked down at himself and realized that his clothes now hung loosely and seemed foreign. Despite the dizzying pain, he clenched his fingers into a fist and confirmed that his hands still obeyed him. Then his attention was drawn to a path ahead, where a massive beast with dark fur trudged heavily into the forest thicket. The creature glanced back over its shoulder for a moment and then moved on, the rustle of its steps stirring the underbrush. As soon as he saw that fanged snout, realization struck. It was a bear. Panic seized him, and he instantly fled, stunned by the thought that such a dangerous animal had come so close to the city. Finally, he stopped, nervously glancing toward the trees. A new fear gripped him as he thought about what he would do if the bear returned, because he knew they were scared off by bells and firecrackers, but he had none of those with him. He recalls his grandfather's words, "Do not avert your gaze." Keeping this in mind, he looks into the eyes of the bear with fangs and decides to slowly retreat, while from behind the bushes, a pair of watchful, predatory eyes observe how the confrontation unfolds. His determination shatters into pieces. He trembles and falls to the ground, feeling for the first time the paralyzing grip of true terror, and behind him sits a small white creature with several tails watching. Everything got worse when the bear stood up to its full formidable height, and the boy realized with horror that playing dead was useless. The beast would simply see him as food, so he forced himself to think and look for a way out. But there is no time. The bear lets out a thunderous roar, raises its huge paw to strike down directly on you. In a whirl of white fur, a huge wolf-like beast lunged from the side, intercepting the attack and sinking its fangs deep into the bear's neck. The boy with wide-open eyes froze in shock and watched as his unexpected savior fiercely attacked the terrible bear. As the brutal battle raged, the boy suddenly noticed a new presence at his feet. A small white wolf cub, a perfect miniature of the giant beast, proudly puffed up its chest. He looked in complete amazement, not understanding if it was just a show. The large white wolf continued its fierce attack. Its powerful jaws clenched tightly as it tore apart the much larger bear, overwhelming it with pure fury. The huge beast lunged forward, and its powerful jaws grabbed the tusked bear with deadly force. When the threat was eliminated, it stood over the fallen creature, blood dripping from its jaws, and the boy just froze and watched, completely stunned by this display of power, while nearby the small cub and other forest inhabitants gathered. The small wolf cub was breathing heavily. A silent thought echoed with relief they were helped. The boy felt the same. A wave of calm washed over him as he realized they were finally saved, and the cub recognized its own, the silver wolves. The adrenaline subsided, the boy's strength was exhausted, and he collapsed to the ground. From the nearby bushes appeared a figure in a hood with a staff in hand, muttering that with all this noise you can't even quietly pick berries. In a rural wooden hut near the bed rests a huge white wolf, and when the boy begins to wake up, a wet tongue touches his hand, causing him to make a quiet sound. His eyes meet the calm, piercing gaze of the majestic beast, and hesitating slightly, he slowly reaches out his hand to the magnificent head of the wolf. The man sinks into the thick mane of the creature, and his eyes open wide with genuine surprise. He cannot believe how incredibly soft and fluffy this fur is. He continues to pet the wolf's fur, completely absorbed in the sensation, when nearby a small multi-tailed wolf pup quietly barks. Finally standing up, the boy looks around the unfamiliar wooden room, his bare feet touching the cool floorboards, and he asks aloud where he is and whether this is not a dream. His eyes widen as the weight of the surrounding world falls upon him, and suddenly he is struck by a sharp realization: this is not a dream. He walks to the open door and freezes as if rooted to the spot beyond the threshold. On a snowy clearing, fantastic fluffy creatures of all kinds have gathered. The great wolf, the tusked bear, and many others, all resting peacefully, and among them quietly sits a man in a hood. Stepping out the door and fixing his gaze on that incredible scene, his face lights up with pure admiration. He feels, this is paradise, a sky full of fluffiness. He runs forward with a joyful shout, spreading his arms and hugging the fluffy animals around him. The boy kneels and scratches the big white wolf behind the ear. Pure delight shines on his face, and the wolf gently presses against the touch. Continuing the gentle acquaintance, he strokes another large creature resembling a fox, then extends an open palm to a smaller one resembling a lynx. It cautiously sniffs his hand and softly licks it. A little aside, the man in the hood who brought him here stands with a bundle of firewood on his shoulder and watches intently as everything unfolds. A male voice breaks his attention and greets him good morning, saying he is glad to see the boy so lively, and the surprised boy lifts his head from the animal he is petting. A man takes a step forward with a friendly expression and begins to formally introduce himself, saying that he is finally glad to meet him for real. He gestures toward the simple prepared food, a wooden bucket full of fresh milk. Suddenly, the boy's stomach growled loudly, and the man explained that this place is called the Forest of Death. It is teeming with powerful monsters. He told the boy that he was very lucky, and the boy understood. If these creatures had not intervened, he would surely have died. Then the man with quiet pride introduces his companion, a large white wolf known here as Enro, says that she was the one who saved the boy, and then names himself, Orst Elgrad. He explains to the boy that in this world he would be considered one of the fallen. The boy's eyes widened, and a flash raced through his mind. A burning house, people falling, and that terrible bear from the forest. Seeing the boy's confusion, he assumes his consciousness is still muddled, offers some water, and asks him to sit. The boy, still bewildered, thanks him and admits that his throat is dry. When he takes the offered drink, a wave of panic washes over him, his eyes wide with fear. He wonders to himself who this strange man is, who is unaware of his inner turmoil and even offers some breakfast, saying that now he seems calm. Later that night, the wooden cabin stands peacefully under the starry sky, and outside several magical forest inhabitants, including a tusked bear, have calmly gathered near the cabin and rest in the quiet darkness. In the cabin, the boy dreams of a harsh white world. In the distance, under a pale sky, stands a solitary, elegantly decorated house. The dream dissipated as he began to move. He sat up in bed, wrapped in a blanket. Next to him, the fur of the large white wolf Errol rustled, and the room's door creaked slightly and opened. Errol immediately greets him, gently licking his face. The boy laughs, thanks the great wolf, and then calls the small horned dog Ralph, who joins the joyful greeting. Surrounded by the warmth and tenderness of the two creatures, he lies down again, a deep calm on his face. He dreams that if this is only a dream, he will never wake up. He was sleeping soundly, nestled between the warm bodies of Errol and Ralph, as if he were the very embodiment of peace. Later he sat with Orst Elgrad, who explained, "This world is called Arlentia, and Orst confirmed that magic exists. More precisely, it is mana that lives in all living things." He explained that magic is when you use your own magical power to transform invisible mana into anything you can imagine. The boy, noticing that his face, age, and even hair color had changed, wondered if he had become a completely different person. Orst reasoned that if his body changed upon arrival, it means it transformed to blend into this world and must be able to use its magic. Taking this to heart, the boy thought that if he clearly imagined what he wanted, he could make it happen. Recalling that he had read about status panels in light novels, he suddenly focused and shouted the command status. The table before him slammed, and Horst and Errol looked on in surprise. Immediately after this, he, exhausted, fell onto the bed. Worst sighed and said he was momentarily scared. He thought the boy would really try magic and faint. And the boy, apologizing, felt something growing inside him and wondered if it was his magical power. Later, stroking Errol's little daughter, he listened as Ors explained that this child had become attached to him because she had not yet made a pact with anyone and still had no name. Ralph spoke up, reminding the boy that he was the first to find him when he fell into this world. And the boy, looking surprised, finally remembered his name, Arito. He gets out of bed and suddenly realizes he has not properly thanked him yet. Turning back to the older man, Arito sincerely thanks him, and Orst nods and remarks that traveling between worlds is probably not easy. Orst waved off the thanks, explaining that his interest in the deceased was reason enough. Then he offers the boy to live there for some time, hinting that this way Rito can repay the favor. The boy's face lit up with joy. He exclaimed that he needed no more. Someone chuckled contentedly, and suggested starting with Arito's training to teach him to control his magical power. He must not be allowed to lose consciousness again and make Errol and others worry. He continues inspiredly to talk about the purpose of the training. Orst says that as soon as Arito learns to control his magical power, the boy will be able to make a pact with Errol's daughter. Orito's gaze stops on a small horned creature cuddled nearby, and Or's voice summarizes. The first step is to train his control over magical power. Having laid out the plan, Ors noted that he explained a lot and now Arito has a clear goal of familiar pact. He asked if the boy was okay, and the little creature Ralph responded with an excited bark, wagging his tail cheerfully. Orson allowed marvels at this strange communal life with Errol, Ralph, some couple, and a bunch of magical beasts. As evening falls, he decides to go to the annex, leaving the others in the main cabin. Later, Orito lies in bed, wrapped in the immense warmth and fluffiness of Errol, her baby, and Ralph. The door to the room slightly opens, subdued by coziness and fatigue, and the boy, dozing and unable to think clearly, feels gentle licking from one of the guards nearby. The boy slept soundly, cozily settled in bed, with a small creature named Ralph nestled beside him, and Horst Elgred stood over them thoughtfully, folding his hands before him and wondering what a man like him was doing in this dangerous forest. And even more, he was tormented by the question of who this boy really was. A shadow of sadness flashed across his face. He looked at the sleeping child and quietly asked for forgiveness. Unaware of the man's inner turmoil, the boy slept peacefully, and the little creature pressed against his cheek. The worst, the man's silent apology did not cease, hoping the boy would not think badly of him because of what was about to happen. Outside, the night was quiet. The annex stood silently under a sky studded with stars and a thin crescent moon, keeping the secrets of the night within its walls. A giant beast with tusks breaks through the thickets, its powerful legs raking the ground as it flees through the forest. It continues to flee desperately, a dark, blurred, furry silhouette against the snow, leaving behind a trail of disturbed earth. The beast jumped past, and a many-tailed fox watches from a safe distance, tilting its head with curiosity at the commotion. The source of the commotion is finally revealed. Orst Elgred stands ready. Beside him are Errol and Ralph. Their gazes are fixed on the chaos unfolding. Orito fell to the ground, thrown aside like a fleeing beast. He lifts his head, a mixture of shock and anxiety on his face. Suddenly, the forest bear's attack abruptly stops with a dull rumble. A tripwire is triggered. A small squirrel-like creature pulls the last rope taut. In response, the huge white wolf Errol lets out a fierce guttural roar. The wolf tears at the bonds, his eye wide with panic. Seeing the wolf's aggressive reaction, Horst Elgred desperately shouts his name, trying to calm him. Quickly, he knocks an arrow and aims. The arrow flies toward the now subdued bear, which has frozen and fallen silent amid the rustling leaves. He successfully tamed the forest bear. That is enough for today. He orders the large white wolf Chindi to bring the beast along. The lynx-like creature takes a step and quietly meows. Then the catch of the day turned into a hearty, steaming stew. At the table, Arito's eyes sparkled at the sight of the dish, and he happily exclaimed how delicious it was. Orst gently reminded the boy of the custom before starting to eat. Following his example, he and Arito put their palms together and give thanks for the food. They eat. Worse yet, he admitted that he had learned a lot from Rito. He never thought that a simple cleansing spell on the hands before eating could ease stomach pains, and added that the same principle could be applied in cooking. Later in the pantry, Arito thoughtfully reflects on his new life. Several months have passed since he arrived in this world. Orst has taught him so much, and now he understands it is no wonder that people get tired of constant bread and salted meat. His attention drifts to a shelf with empty jars that anyone can use, and suddenly it dawns on him. In this world, everyone can control their magic from the age of 5 or 6. He sat quietly, immersed in thoughts about his new reality. They said that in this world magic was the only way to survive, but one mistake in controlling power could cost a life, so he was learning from the very basics like a child. Suddenly his concentration was broken by a mundane but urgent thought about the toilet. Calling Orst, he announced that since there was no paper, he would simply use his cleansing magic. Orst Elgrad appeared with a new set of clothes, told the boy that from now on this would be his home, and awkwardly admitted that while he was sleeping he took measurements for clothes. Arito blushed with shame, realizing how much the old man had already seen. He retreated into himself for a moment, enjoying the feeling of achievement. His training in everyday magic had finally borne fruit, and he was able to do more than just a basic cleansing spell. This pleasant feeling reminded him of moments before he fainted. The training gave him another power to create fire, and now he was cooking his food over the crackling flame. He showed Orst another new trick, explained that he could strengthen his body to carry heavy things, and then effortlessly lifted a large sack. Later, when they were washing together, he thought about how well he had been sleeping since he arrived. Orst handed him a dazzlingly clean shirt, praised his work, but warned not to overdo it, and Arito looked admiringly at the result and explained that he simply imagined bleach when casting the cleansing spell on the garden. The discovery filled him with new gratitude for the spell, and as he practiced sending a wave of energy from his hands, he realized how multifaceted his magic was. It allowed him to train even during simple household chores. He stood in the kitchen and reviewed their supplies, bread, flour, and fruit oil, but felt it wouldn't hurt to add some wild vegetables to diversify the food. His thoughts turned to his growing magic. If he learned to control this power, maybe he could even make a contract with Shiro. With this goal, he turned to his companions, said they needed to prepare food for tomorrow, and asked Errol, Ralph, and Shiro to go with him to look for wild greens. Ralph responded with a cheerful bark. The group set off from the house with Rito walking ahead. He smiled and explained that he had noticed a promising place to the north, and although the road was long, he was determined to stock up on provisions. Their journey took them deep into the forest, to a clearing dotted with tall green plants gently swaying in the breeze. But when they arrived, the place turned out to be completely different from what he expected. The entire patch of vegetation was wilted and dead, and Orito stood, unable to believe his eyes. His shoulders dropped as he knelt by the dead plants. A wave of disappointment overwhelmed him. He apologized to the animals for bringing them here in vain, because he realized the cause of the rot was some strange, twisted plant, and it seemed as if they had come for nothing, and the most painful thing now, he would not be able to prepare anything special for his grandfather. At the moment when disappointment engulfed him, he felt a gentle tug on his tunic. Shiro was trying to get his attention. The wolf then jumped up and hurried away, looking back as if mysteriously asking him to follow. In response to the silent invitation, Errol lifted the boy onto his back. Comfortably settled, Arito looked at Ralph and asked where they were being led, aloud wondering if the companions knew another place where wild greens grew. He was carried through the darkness, and a voice echoed in his head, his grandfather's, begging him to listen and reminding him exactly where to go. Orito's eyes widened with surprise and confusion. This voice belonged to his grandfather, who recalled an old lesson. He explained how dangerous the Forest of Death was. To the south loomed a volcano where a dragon lived, and the deeper they went, the stronger the mana became and the more powerful monsters it attracted. 3 days on foot to the north and there would be a village. Although Orito believed in the strength of his companions, his grandfather strictly forbade him ever to step south. Some memory fades and returns him to the present journey through the dense thickets. Finally, the companions set him down in a clearing, and he notices that although many wild plants grow here, the air feels somehow different, strange, and unsettling. Despite the strange feeling, he is grateful for the successful forging and for his friends' help. Realizing that they have been here quite a while, he decides to return and looks at Shiro, admiring how big the wolf has become. As he was about to leave, a sudden chill ran through the trees, an invisible presence made itself known, and Shiro gave a low warning growl. The source of the threat appears. A huge snake head emerges from the treetops. Arito freezes in horror. He is overwhelmed by its incredible size and oppressive magical pressure, while his beast companions do not retreat and growl at the colossal creature. But the snake is not their only enemy. As it looms above, a monstrous armored creature resembling a spider appears on the ground before them. Arito froze, one terrible thought spinning in his head. There are 2 of them. He froze while 2 colossal monsters engaged in confrontation with his animals. A giant snake hissed threateningly, and her large white she-wolf Errol growled lowly, standing between the boy and the threat. She lunged forward, biting her fangs into the thick skin of the snake. The snake instantly retaliated. Its fangs sank into the she-wolf's shoulder, and a fountain of blood burst out as the she-wolf was brutally thrown aside by the force of the blow. He shouted her name in horror, watching her being thrown into the air. Before he could react, a giant spider rustled, its massive form looming over him, ready to strike. The great wolf fell with a crash between him and the arachnid, shielding him again. The hissing sound caught his attention, and he realized with horror that what dripped from her wound was not blood but corrosive acid. She stumbled from the pain, and Ralph rushed forward, unleashing a blast of icy magic that wrapped around the wound and stopped the spread of the acid. The wolf growled from the sudden cold, while the spider-like creature continued its advance. He turned his gaze to another wolf, Shiro, who boldly stood opposite the approaching spider-like creature. Arito shouted at him to stop, begged. "Run, save yourself." The wolf ignored his command and charged headlong at the monstrous arachnid. With a sudden, brutal strike of its claw, the creature threw Shiro far away, severely wounded, and Arito could only stand, pressing his hand to his mouth in shock and despair. The clearing froze in tense silence, the air seeming to lie on the ground, her shoulder bound by ice, and Shiro whimpered. Blood flowed from a deep wound in his side. The comrades were beaten and wounded, and the fight was far from over. Shiro's legs trembled as if about to give way beneath him, but despite the danger, he stood his ground, an unshakable guardian. Seeing the wolf's determination, Arito shouted his name in panic. Crushed by guilt, Arito fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face, sobbing that it was all his fault and asking for forgiveness, while Shiro and Ralph pressed close to him, trying to comfort him. Then a dish was brought, a large plate of rice, topped with a golden brown cutlet fried in deep oil. Grandpa Grimps ate with enthusiasm, exclaiming what an incredible delicacy it was. He asked what the dish was called, and Rito, watching nearby, said it was tonkatsu, a dish fried in deep oil. Picking up a piece of meat, he pays attention to the boy, notices Arito's sadness, and admits, "The forest is really dangerous, but he himself chose to live in it," reminding the boy that he is still just a child. Rito listens, bowing his head, and the grandfather continues, assuring him that he has learned the lesson and just needs to be more careful in the future. Rising with new determination, he sincerely thanks his grandfather for a comfortable life, but says he wants to become strong enough to be independent and choose his own path, and solemnly asks Grandpa to teach him magic and archery. A stern expression freezes on the elf's face, accepts the boy's plea and warns, if he becomes his apprentice, he will teach him without any leniency. He admits that among elves he is an eccentric, but boasts that he has no equal with a bow. And Ralph and they raised their eyes, their faces shining with hope. From that day, the boy's daily life changed forever. He devotes his free time to rigorous training, sitting cross-legged and carefully practicing the basics of controlling magical energy. At noon, he takes a special bow made by Orst Elgrad and shoots under Gramps' watchful eye. And to build endurance, he runs laps around the yard. At night, the training continues helps his grandfather with healing experiments to be able to prepare the perfect medicine for Shiro if the wolf is ever wounded again. And sometimes he sneaks into the forest for ingredients, carefully sticking only to safe places. Observing the boy's progress, Gramps thoughtfully notes that Rito has learned to better control magical power, and decides that it is time to act, leaving Rito puzzled by the mysterious state brand. He gets excited, then explains the process. He orders Arito to gather all his magical power in his right hand, and then, holding this concentration, to touch the one with whom he wants to make a contract and carve their name with his power. He turns to Shiro, and a warm smile plays on his face. He apologizes for making the wolf wait and sincerely thanks him for always being there. Filled with determination, he proclaims that from now on they will be together. When magical energy swirled around his outstretched hand, he began the ritual and solemnly declared that the wolf's new name would be S. When the wolf howled, a mark appeared on his forehead, his tail wagged, and suddenly a voice sounded in the air, naming him by his new name, Snow Tear. Filled with joy, he embraces the she-wolf and exclaims that he can finally hear her voice. The grandfather stands aside, smiling and confirming that the contract has been successfully concluded. He stands with a drawn bow, eyes fixed on the target. At Elfman's signal, he releases an arrow that whistles through the air and with one impossible shot hits two small wooden blocks. The elf, with a knowing smile, says that it seems the riddle has already gotten used to manipulating magical power. He notes the interesting technique it just used, and the boy, laughing, explains that if he just shoots the old way, he won't hit them. He paused for a moment, and his gaze fell on the plate with freshly prepared rolls. Later at the table, Arito says he would rather have tonkatsu, and the elf smiles, teasing him for his passion for fried food. Arito recalls that he has long been able to use the magic of water, fire, and earth, and the wind has finally started to obey, so the elf announces that training is over for today, and Arito eagerly awaits dinner. His thoughts about food are suddenly interrupted by the elf, who announces a shopping trip. Even before Riddle can ask from where, a huge dark bird descends from the sky with a powerful flap of its wings and lands right in front of them. The elf calls its name. Rog. The elf calmly addresses the huge creature, Rock. Please, take us to Ulu village. And Riddle is completely stunned. Thoughts whirl in his head about the incredible size of that bird. He solemnly introduces the creature. This is Rock, the stone bird, and explains that just as Riddle is connected to Snow Deer, Rock is a magical bird with whom he has made a contract. The boy approaches the giant creature without hesitation and says his name. Extending his hand, he touches its leg and marvels at how fluffy its feathers are. The rock bird lowers its head, its huge eye intently watching the small person before it. He looks up in amazement as the elf persistently urges him to climb onto the huge stone bird. The old elf is impatient, wanting to finish shopping before sunset, and Riddle can hardly believe he is being invited along. With one powerful flap of its enormous wings, it takes off into the air, swiftly carrying them over the endless sky. He exclaims, stunned by their incredible height. The elf calmly says that there are no wyverns in the sky today, and this only intensifies his shock. Then the old elf gives practical advice. Close your mouth so you don't bite your tongue. The thrilling flight made his head spin. As soon as they land, he falls to the ground, violently nauseous. The elf watches, calls the spectacle pathetic, but gives him water to regain consciousness. Having regained some composure, Arito followed the elf into the lively village of Ulu. The elf entrusted him with buying ingredients for a fried dish and went to greet the elder, while Arito, left alone, looked around the various stalls in confusion, not knowing where to start. He enters the shop, and the owner, a man with distinct animalistic features, greets him warmly. Startled but focused on the task, Arito says he needs eggs and flour. The owner asks if 10 eggs and a pack of flour will be enough, and Arito gazes enchantedly at his fluffy tail. Ingredients are securely hidden in the bag. He waits outside and wonders what is holding up the old elf. Time seems to drag, and he stands alone in the village square. Later, the fruits of their assignment appear at a plate of perfectly cooked, appetizingly fried delicacies, ready to be. While they were eating, the elf ate extremely quickly, smiling that he loved fried food and had already been to the village of Ulu. Then told Irito that tomorrow at noon they would set off there, and instructed him to gather some silane grass in advance because it was necessary, as soon Irito would have to communicate with other people. The thought of meeting others again fills the boy with familiar anxiety. He remembers measuring his height, a bitter reminder that since coming into this world, his body has not grown at all. He worries that the kind, smiling peasants will start treating him differently if they find out about his unusual condition. He seeks comfort, burying his hands in Shiro's thick fur, and tells her that he is fine. The great wolf simply looks at him with knowing eyes, and Rito catches his breath, feeling a deep, ineffable understanding about his guardian. The next day, together with Shiro and Ralph, he sets off into the forest to carry out his task. Kneeling down by a patch of green grass, he confirms the goal he needs to pull out weeds like. While he was working, suddenly a rustle in the underbrush broke the silence. Shiro instantly raised her head, her face tense, edge felt the approach of danger, and Ralph, frightened, shouted, "Arito." A terrible boar with tusks bursts out of the bushes, its eyes blazing with fury, and it rushes straight at the boy. The monster roars and rushes forward, almost reaching Rito. Shiro throws himself at its feet, a white patch of fur and bared teeth rush to intercept the attack. A terrible blow echoes through the clearing, and in a moment the threat disappears. Arito, safe next to his mother protector, sighs with relief and admires her incredible strength. He smiles, thanks his comrades, and says that the monster meat turned out surprisingly tasty. Then he orders the big wolf Shinda to take the boar carcass home and return, and Shinda readily agrees. Shinda leaves, and Shiro firmly warns that the smell of blood may attract other monsters, so they need to move on. Arito raises his head, and his expression becomes serious from this warning. All his senses instantly became alert. He swiftly drew his bow and aimed. The elf shouted his name, surprised by this sudden movement. Arito explained that he felt someone's gaze and reacted, but now understood that there was no hostility from that side. The source of the gaze turned out to be Chunda. She had already returned from the mission. Seeing the wolf, the elf suggested gathering a few more plants before returning home. A giant bird named Rock Swords flew overhead, and Elfman says that thanks to Rito's efforts they now have a huge supply of silane grass, then thoughtfully adds that it seems Rito always gets help from Rock as well. Suddenly a dazzling light flashed around them, catching the elf and Rito by surprise. They screamed in astonishment, covered their eyes, and asked where this blinding flash came from. The light grew to a blinding glare and engulfed all their senses. High above, the great bird Rock watches what is happening below with its sharp, unwavering gaze. The huge bird descends, landing with a powerful gust of wind. On its back, the male elf notices the clear sky and calm air, glad that he won't get sick, while Arito seems frightened by the sudden arrival. When they settle down, Arito notices a distant gleam in the sky and asks what it is. And the elf just smiles as if he knows everything and says that it seems their guest has already arrived. He doubts Elfman's words, peeking over Roche's shoulder, and in the sky before them soars a slender winged creature. Elfman points to it and asks Arito if he is seeing such a creature for the first time. With a smile, he explained to the boy what kind of creature this was: a wyvern. The wyvern fiercely looks at them, its gaze hostile. It roars a challenge, declaring this place its new territory and warning them not to fly here without permission. It circles in the air like a direct double of their steed, and Arito looks with distrust, realizing that the creature is as huge as a rock. Two giant creatures stand facing each other, the air crackling with aggression. The wyvern growls as if asking if Rock is looking for a fight, and the giant bird responds with a scream, throwing a bold challenge. Finding himself in the middle of the escalating conflict and overwhelmed with panic, Rito asks what they should do. The elf calmly adjusts his glasses, thinks for a moment, and says they have no other choice. He leaned forward, his cloak whipping in the wind, and in a calm but firm voice ordered his bird rock to teach their opponent the basic rule of the sky. The great bird's eye widened, as if it joyfully understood. It felt that its master Horst knew its spirit well. Below, clinging to feathers, Orito could only watch, puzzled and embarrassed. In a quiet village near the watermill, a young beastman driving a cart with his older brother suddenly raises his head, genuine surprise on his face. He pointed a finger at the sky and urgently called his brother to look up. Corning instantly drew the attention not only of his brother. Other villagers also turned around, all raising their eyes upward with curiosity and anxiety. A flash of light streaked across the sky like a star spark. The older beastman's eyes suddenly opened wide as if he recognized that thing. The younger brother asks if it is the same buyer who usually comes to buy their eggs. From another point on the ground, Elfman, Horst, and young Orito also watch the amazing spectacle unfolding in the sky above them. It turns out Lint is two huge creatures colliding in the air: the great stone bird Rock and the terrible wyvern. The wyvern looks on with irritation. It cannot understand how this miserable bird can be so bold and even faster than it, carrying people. Cancel the stone bird. The horse rejoices and smiles, teasing the beast and beckoning it to him, while one question stubbornly sticks in his mind. Why die? The stone rock bird stared at the roaring wyvern, its sharp eyes narrowed in challenge, as the dragon-like monster bared its fangs. The wyvern lunged forward, but whether due to a contemptuous click of the tongue or a sharp turn at Skid's rock, the beast bit into empty air. Someone notices the wyvern's unexpected agility, but Rito does not notice and groans that he can no longer endure such a wild flight. Suddenly, the wyvern breaks off the attack, sharply turns and rushes straight at them, and Horst laughs and teases the creature it has fallen into his trap. The monster rushed past them, unable to change course, and headed straight into the distant, ominous thickets. He shouts after it, declaring that even with its speed it is still much weaker than him and has no choice only to flee to the power of death. Dorito, who felt sick, asks if they should pursue her, and Orst says that the creature just appeared, got involved in the fight and fled, causing a commotion, and it seems he finds it funny. He refuses, says the wyvern has already learned its lesson and it's better to leave it alone. Rockbird seems to agree, acknowledging the truth of his words. The gaze breaks away from the sky and settles on a quiet cluster of ripe dark berries hanging on a leafy branch. Among the dense foliage of the forest of death, a huge stone bird loudly landed on a branch, its wings still fluttering as it settled next to the bunch of dark berries. It lands and lets out a fierce cry, demanding that everything make way. The reason for the commotion becomes clear. The wyvern, fleeing from the open sky, crashes into the forest canopy, breaking trees in its uncontrolled fall. Even when the great beast falls, the stone bird does not calm down. It continues to hurl insults, teasing the wyvern and calling it a dwarf. The wyvern freezes in the clearing, completely broken and motionless in the middle of the split forest. Watching from above, Irito froze from the display of power. He wonders why after the flight he feels so beaten, and even begins to guess whether every bird in this forest is some kind of monster. His thoughts are interrupted by Orst, who calmly reports that they have finally landed. Orito turns to him. Pure surprise is frozen on his face. He entered a small town, stumbling, pale and shaky on his feet. Two beastmen immediately noticed his condition, anxiously offering water. Orito reassured them, saying that everything was fine and that he would visit their shop later, after which he moved on and Orst followed from a distance. He and Orst walked through the quiet town and approached an old man with a long white beard who was sorting fruits. The man looked up and flinched at their appearance. In a simple, worn building, the man says he received a letter for Osama and assures them that the letter is safe. Before taking the letter, Gorst pulls out a large bundle of herbs and says that it is the very Silan the man asked for. The man's eyes widen with joy. He exclaims that now he can prepare many medicines for fever, while Gorst meanwhile turns his attention to Arito. The elder sincerely thanks them, saying how hard it must have been to gather so much. Orst waved it off and said there was no need to worry, it was just a small thank you for taking care of his letters and parcels, and even offered to gather more himself if needed. This is watched closely, and it shifts to Rito. The chief notes that for such a young person to be able to gather saline weed reminds him of what Orst was like in his youth. He smiles warmly and says he looks forward to the boy's future. The horse gently interrupts him, jokingly saying that talks about the past will only make the leader older. He extends the letter he was holding, and the leader apologizes for his mumbling while the woman behind him patiently urges him to return. The conversation awakens a memory. The younger orc in glasses froze over what looks like photographs and thinks to himself that his body of the fallen cannot mature. He does not know how to return to his world, and even if he could, he no longer has family there. The memory fades as the chief offers them fresh meat from his farm, immersed in gloomy thoughts or looking at the fruit and thinking about what to do next. He gestures toward their home and says to Rito that they have gathered a pile of meat and fruits. Then he turns to the boy and hands him this folded document. He says simply. Arito takes the letter, thinking it is for Orst, and encouragingly asks, "Isn't this for you, Grandpa?" nudging him to open it. Unfolding the paper, he even gaped in surprise. It had a name written on it, Rido, Elgard, and he puzzled over whether he now had two documents. Ors begins to explain. The document is from his native Ellenford city where he has many connections, so asking for such a thing was quite simple. And he adds that although Ellenford was founded by elves, it is now a diverse country where humans, beastfolk, and fairies live. He admits that Rido might not fully understand this because here, where they are now, mostly humans live. In Ellenford, different peoples coexist side by side, and children from unions between different species are often seen. This revelation leaves Rido speechless. Looking directly at the boy, he confidently says that he believes the name Elgard will be very useful to him in the future. Then he nudges Arido toward another document and says that just in case he made two copies. Holding these papers, Arido suddenly realizes the true reason for Orst's action sit was all because Orst was afraid. Arido could not mature because he was fallen. He watched as Azur finished writing the document. The pen smoothly glided in his hand. The old elf then handed him the second copy if he wanted to take it. The document, as Orst explained, was for his adoption. Arido quietly confirmed, clutching the papers, that he understood. The mentor continued in a soft voice, saying that he already considers Arido his son, no, his own grandson. The boy's eyes widened, a wave of emotion overwhelmed him, and he quietly whispered, "Grandpa." Soon in their house, on the table where the documents were already prepared, lay writing materials. Worst looked over the completed documents with satisfaction and told Arido that he had done well. Then he turned his head and called someone named Purin to come over. When the matters were settled, he ordered the boy to run errands and return quickly. Arido gladly agreed, promised Orsu that he could be relied upon, and rushed into the yard, while Ralph fussed nearby. He paused for a moment, returned with a bright, sincere smile and thanked the old elf once more, while Worst watched him with that quiet, calm satisfaction on his face. A small wooden house stood quietly under the wide open sky, becoming a cozy refuge for the newly formed family. Returning, Orido encounters a wildly joyful Shiro, who howls with happiness. He exclaims that he has returned to her, and she seems to want to go to the village of Ula as well, but Orido gently explains that she cannot and wishes she were a little smaller. He appears together with his comrades, and Orst, standing and waiting, warmly greets them. Above them, a huge stone bird circles, preparing to descend. Orc's gaze slid to the winged creature, and he asked Arido if he had also made a contract with the bird. As if in response, the stone bird sharply descended and gently landed on Orc's outstretched hand. When the bird settled, Shiro approached and relayed a message. Her master had seen Orido using wind magic during forest travels and considered it a weak performance, but in the end offered. If Orido bows and asks for training, the master might consider teaching him. Of course, this proposal intrigued him. Orido seemed to understand the gratitude addressed to Errol and assured that he would pass on the message. When the time was right, then he remarked on what an interesting bird it was, and the creature on his hand cawed loudly. The large rock bird perched nearby broke the silence with a sharp tone, addressing a lynx-like creature. He noticed how others pretend to be majestic, then shifted his attention to Rido and remarked that the boy looked too relaxed, and mockingly questioned whether Or's pupil had been taught at all. In response to the bird's contemptuous tone, Lynx creature's face twisted with rage. Its fangs bared, it hissed, asking if Rockbird was humiliating Or's teaching method. Nearby, Orido and Shiro watched the tense exchange, while Or looked on from a short distance. It said that it could also use wind magic, as if emphasizing its skill. The stone bird simply looked down, its face unreadable, but it seemed unimpressed. The great bird continued, saying it could not tolerate Arito's talent remaining underdeveloped. It declared that under its wing it would teach the boy so that he would be on par with all other creatures, and made it clear. The decision was now up to Arito. Hearing the proposal, Rido fell silent. His eyes widened as he tried to comprehend what the powerful being had just said. The thoughts were brief. He bowed deeply and, filled with excitement, gladly declared that he certainly accepted, impatiently asking if Rockbird would stay with him and Minori. Rockbird acknowledged his enthusiasm but set a condition. It would allow Rido to make a contract with it only if the boy was ready from now on to follow its instructions. The terms were announced a step forward. It reminded Arido that this would be his second time creating such a bond, encouraged him, and said he could do it himself. Arido raised his eyes and his face filled with new resolve. He extended his hand and placed it on the giant bird creature. Under the gazes of Orst and Shiro, he completed the contract and named his new mentor Adoro. The newly christened Adoro snorted sharply, as if agreeing with the name for the time being. Then the stone bird sternly warned, promised to train the boy harshly, and ordered him to be ready. When the contract was made, Orst clapped his hands and announced that it was time to eat. Arido's stern face melted into delight, and he exclaimed that he would immediately prepare tonkatsu. Seeing his enthusiasm, Shiro quickly offered to help him with the preparation. When the two set off, Shiro insisted on carrying the plates or simply looked at them gently. He muttered that now that they were busy, he could speak freely. The words were addressed to Adaro, who was seated nearby, silent and watchful. When twilight finally fell, the Enigma stood together with Shiro and the lynx-like creature by the wooden fence, gazing into the quiet landscape. Night fully descended, wrapping the small homestead in darkness and silence, while the people within settled down to rest. Under the light of the full moon, the small horned owlet sits on a branch, and Adiro, the majestic rock bird, glides through the night sky. Rido bursts into the homestead, Orst warmly greets him, and the boy proudly announces that together with others they defeated the eight-legged monster, and now he can handle the weaker monsters himself. While Orst smiles and examines a piece of thread probable loot from the battle. Later in the kitchen, Rido stirs a pot over the fire with concentration, and from the neighboring doorway Gorst looks at him thoughtfully, resting his hand on the frame. As soon as the boy began to eat the dish he had prepared himself, Orst approached the table to speak with him. He sits next to Rido and Shiro and says that 2 years have already passed since the boy arrived. Orst reassures him, compared to an ordinary person he is already quite strong and can fend off monsters. Arito shrugged, not hiding doubts about his own abilities and sincerely giving credit to Snow and Adoro for their help. Shiro disagreed and reminded that he himself had significantly helped Orst with research on magical instruments and new medicines. Hearing this, Orst softened into a knowing smile and nodded, as if to say there was no other way. But Arito suddenly raised his gaze with a flash of anxiety. He felt that something had changed in the old elf's intentions. His anxiety was justified. Gorst stood up and nudged him toward the door. Rido protested, saying he had just started eating, but Gorst cheerfully said the food would taste even better after a little warm-up. Just beyond the door, the huge figure of Adero patiently waits. He soared through the sky on the back of the majestic stone bird Adero, and behind, calmly settled, sat the horses. While they were flying, Ors casually noticed that Arito was probably disappointed when their duel was interrupted recently. And for such a young boy, he was too timid. Arito barely muttered no out of fear. His objection was blown away by the wind, and he suddenly found himself rapidly falling through the air. During the fall, fragmented memories of his past life flashed through his mind, people and places he barely recognized. The fall ended not with an explosion, but with a gentle landing in the middle of a field of flowers. For days he looked up at the sky and wondered aloud if this beautiful garden hinted that he had just crossed the river Styx into the afterlife, while nearby Shira watched him with curiosity. Before he could think any deeper, the massive head of Adero lowered to his level. The great bird asked if he really remembered nothing. The bird's question pulled him out of his dreams. He stood up, grabbed his head, and admitted that he was still completely confused. He tried to piece together the events in his memory, the memories slowly returning. He recalled it was lunchtime, and Grandpa Orst took him for a ride on a stone. And then the last piece of the memory slammed into place. High above the ground, or this memory rudely pushed him off the back of the huge bird. He clenches his fist. The memory of the fall finally cleared up, and with new determination he looks at the device in his hand and accepts the situation. The signal reaches Orsham, where the elf is sprawled out resting. And Adero, settled nearby, looks at the magical screen showing Arito's image and wonders what kind of device the boy has in his hands. A flash of memory returns like a riddle. How they tried to wake the sleeping elf before the journey, shaking him and shouting to wake up. His brief disappointment passes when Or's voice finally comes through the communication device they assembled together. And the elf notes that establishing contact took longer than he expected. Making sure Ors is still within the device's range, Arito instantly asks him where he is now and if he is near the village of Ulu. In response, the orc unfolds the map and shows that the village Ulu is to the northwest, beyond the Forest of Death, and calmly explains that since Arito had no intention of setting out on the road, he decided to push him. The words reach Arito, and he finally understands the true meaning of being pushed. Orst continues and reassures. He will not be left without help, because he has already entrusted supplies to Adoro and Snow. As if on command, Shiro approached, carrying a pouch in her mouth. Orst explained its contents: a map, a presentation letter for an acquaintance, and a list of herbs to collect. And suddenly it dawned on Arito. This was his first assignment. He watched as the huge stone bird Adero soared into the sky. Or's voice ordered the bird to survey the surroundings and simultaneously commanded Shiro, the white wolf, to follow Arito. The wolf barked in agreement. He backed him up for the journey. Vorst explained that he had also prepared some gold, and also if any Rito got into trouble, he had a letter of introduction that he could use. He was touched by the elf's care. Arito realized that despite the solitary life in the dangerous forest, the grandfather had prepared so much just for him. With renewed determination, he accepted his path. His first question was where to go. Orst explained that there was a road nearby and advised the Rito to first get used to this new world. According to the map, if he headed northwest, he would eventually reach a place called Urin City in the country of Abulia. He pointed to the capital Ruslan, which lay far to the north of Uron, or hinted that the capital's library could become a very valuable source of information for him. Arito caught these details, and his mind raced with thoughts about all the possibilities the capital might hold. Having received instructions, he turned to Orst, sincerely thanked his guardian, promised to follow the directions, and announced that he was setting out. Vorst watched him go, a gentle smile playing on his face. He wished the boy a safe journey and added that he should return from time to time with souvenirs, and Shiro stood guard nearby. Having received the final instructions, Arito nodded and agreed. He knelt in the grass, unfolded the map given to him by Orst, and Shiro stood patiently nearby. He turned to his companion, apologized for the delay, and explained that they would set out for the city as soon as they were fully ready. Shiro, full of energy, could not wait and asked what they would start with. Having decided to check the supplies, Arito opened the sack given by Orst and was stunned. Inside there was much more than its size suggested: bread, meat, a magic crystal, various medicines, ingredients, and even a soft futon. He looked admiringly at the universal magic bag, a prototype filled with Orst's magic, and Shiro, no less impressed, noted the incredible amount of things. His gaze fell on special medicines made from herbs gathered in the forest of death. A serious expression appeared on his face. He realized that the bag itself was also a secret to be guarded, and the thought that someone might learn about its properties scared him even more than the forbidden potions inside. He carefully fastened the bag. His fingers lightly touched the wax-sealed letter of introduction, which Orsted had also entrusted to him. Having finished preparations, he stood ready. Shiro offered to give him a ride, insisting she could run at full speed even with him on her back, but Arito politely declined, thanked her, and explained that they needed to avoid unnecessary attention, instead saying he had another task for her. At his request, Shiro's body began to shrink until she became the size of a much smaller wolf. She looked around in surprise and noted how large Arito and the grass around now seemed, and Arito, filled with joy, picked her up in an embrace and praised her for the successful transformation. He pressed her to himself, a blush spreading across his cheeks as he tried to justify his action and repeated to himself that he did it to avoid attracting attention, although he had to admit there was no one nearby to see them. Shiro simply looked at him, tilting her head sideways. He called his feathered friend Audi, who was hovering above. The huge bird responded it had found the way and noticed 3 people to the northwest. Processing this new information, he walked alongside Shiro and realized Audi must know their destination after all. Yiren was also moving in that direction, so he decided they should go there first. The thought made him pause, touching his chin. He realized that besides the inhabitants of the Forest of Death and the village of Ulu, this would be his first meeting with other people. And a flash of curiosity crossed his face as he imagined what they might be like. He voiced aloud the hope that they might be a family of travelers, possibly a source of information about the surrounding lands. Nearby, Shiro asked if, as he thought, people outside were very different, and Arito could only honestly admit that he had no idea about that at all. Suddenly, Eddie's voice interrupted and gave a description: a man, a woman, and a child. Then the bird added a strange remark that they looked odd, and these words momentarily struck Arito until he remembered his companion's avian nature and understood that his odd might differ from his own. In a sunlit clearing deep in the forest stands a lonely wooden cabin, a peaceful, remote dwelling. Orst was sitting at the table when Errol quietly entered the room. The great wolf gently reminded that Arito was no longer here. Orst quietly acknowledged this, and Errol said he would return soon, leaving him to his solitary thoughts. From his table, holding a large brush and comb, he smiles gently and says, "Here I go." From the side, he kneels before Errol, apologizes for his weight, and says he first had to groom all the other creatures. Nearby, a bear, a horned creature, and a small dog stand, their fur shining, and they too are on their knees. Later, during dinner with grilled meat and tonkatsu, Errol notices that since the children left, Or's life has become rough again. And Ors agrees, admitting that cooking is a complete hassle and that mystery was truly incredible. Thoughts again drift to the boy. He remembers how Arito was saved by air and snow and brought to their home. Over his long life, Ors understands. Arito was the first fallen he had ever met, and turned out to be more amazing in many ways than Ors himself. He combs Errol's flawless fur. The wolf asks if he is lonely or changes the subject, but memories of the mystery arise in his mind: how the boy's knowledge from another world was useful, how he got along with monsters, and yet how he still worried about his future as a fallen. He recalled his last words to the boy: "No one can solve such anxiety for you, only you can." So he advised Arito to set out and see the world with his own eyes, watching as the youth set off on the road. Under the sky where 2 pale moons shone, the journey continued across endless plains. Later, Arito and his companions made camp. Spreading his arms wide, he thanked a small nearby stream and his wolf Snow for the gathered branches for the fire. Resting by the dying fire, he remembered how good it had been, and quietly hoped they would do it again someday. He noticed that several days had passed since they left the plane, and decided it was better to tidy up a bit before moving on, barely tensing his muscles to get to work. He was used to living outdoors, setting up a simple tent, magically cleaning clothes, and lighting a new fire. Looking at the sky, he felt the day would be sunny, and remembered how Snow and Adi helped him safely walk the road to the town until a man in armor called him by name. Startled, he rarely looked back, but his attention was instantly drawn forward. He sensed a commotion on the road ahead. To see better, he asked his companion bird Audi to fly up and look from above. The big bird agreed and took off, and at that moment one Rito was looking ahead. Unease was growing within him. He crept to the edge of the grassy hillock. his eyes widening with anxiety as the spectacle unfolded below. No, feeling danger, they suggested looking for another way, but Orito's face froze with determination. He grabbed the companion's fur and said, "No, let's go there." He approaches the source of the commotion, ears catching the rustle of movements and voices filled with irritation. Someone is swearing because they cannot find what they were looking for among the scattered things. The voices belong to a man and a woman kneeling by a small, motionless child. The man, despairingly running his hand through his hair, loudly asks what they should do now. The woman, tending to the child, says that she also did not bring any medicine. Their desperate conversation is cut off when suddenly a mystery appears in the snow. The man and woman scream in horror, alarmed by its appearance. Holding a staff, the boy calmly asks if something is wrong. He looks anxiously while the woman tells about their trouble. The child has a fever and cannot move, and the woman sadly says they did not bring medicine and were unprepared. The small family is stuck on the roadside, their sick child lying motionless, while Rito and his companions Snow and the big stone bird Audi watch from afar. Arito gently asked the child's name, and the mother with a worried face replied that her name is Chico. The mother quietly praises Chico for enduring the painful fever, sees a chance to help. Arito turns to the father and asks permission to use his cleansing skill on the girl, and the surprised man only stammers a whispered consent. He extends his hand over the child's soft light begins to flow from his palm as he prepares the spell. He recalls Or's lesson from the clinic in the village of Ulu. In such cases, the cleansing skill can be used instead of medicine. He focused and pronounced the spell, imagining harmful bacteria disappearing. Almost immediately, the child's breathing calmed and the fever began to subside from her cheeks, and the mother, holding her close, whispered with relief that she already looks better. He sighed deeply with relief his skill had worked, and just in case, he offered the family medicine for the fever. The father froze in surprise at the sudden turn of events when a single feather softly landed on the surface of the nearby stream, and the wind rustled in the trees. He remarked in amazement how strange it was that someone so young, yet looking older and traveling with two familiars, appeared so suddenly. To avoid causing a commotion in the town, he advised Rito to register the companions. The man sympathetically suggested that living in a place with a high density of magic, like the forest, must have been difficult, but it still embarrassed Rito. As a sign of gratitude, the family shared lunch, ladling warm stew into a bowl. The young girl, who was already recovering, ate the food her mother gave her, looking at her. The father addressed Rito and noted that she seemed much better now. The night passed quietly and a new day came. The next morning the family was immensely grateful. The father explained that Arito had saved them and handed him a pouch with payment for the medicine, and Arito, stunned, insisted that he had done nothing special to deserve it. He politely declined the money, explaining that he had already learned so much from this person that he could not accept anything more. The man Cells watched, anxiety on his face as he posed a riddle. The man firmly shook his hand and pushed the money into his palm, saying that money must flow, and that Arito would definitely need it for a year-long trip to the city, adding that many times this money would be a great help, just as Arito's help had been for them. Having resolved the matter, they said goodbye. The family waved farewell, the man hoped that Rito's kindness would be passed on, and the young girl waved cheerfully and energetically. He watched them walk away, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. He thought about their kindness. Continuing on his way, he walked alongside Shiro, noticed that Audi had flown ahead again, and told his companion that for now there would be two of them. From the height, Audi circles above the village, which is cozily nestled in the landscape. Looking down, Arito realizes this is the first village on his path, and it is slightly larger than his native Ulu. He and Shiro enter the village, walking along the main path. He politely greets a couple of villagers and looks around, loudly asking if there is a shop nearby. The search leads him to a shop, where he is greeted by a musty shopkeeper. Arito's attention is immediately drawn to unfamiliar vegetables on the counter, ones he has never seen at home. The shopkeeper, noticing his travel backpack, asks if he has come to sell medicines and herbs. The merchant carefully examines the items Arito presents. Arito says he gathered them in the forest behind the house and is not concerned about the price at all. The merchant, stunned, asks if Arito is mistaken, but the boy looks embarrassed by such a question. He presses further, doubting the extraordinary quality of those herbs, and asks where they are from, saying he can only offer an ordinary price. When Arito asks for explanations, the shopkeeper warns that with such high-quality goods he might get into trouble if he encounters larger groups of people. He assumes that Rito is probably from the village and gives him friendly advice. The seller says that because of the excellent quality of the goods he will still earn well, and as a sign of goodwill, he smilingly offers Rito to take additional vegetables from the stock, up to 2 pieces of each kind. Overflowing with joy, Arito sincerely and warmly thanks the man, and when the boy leaves the shop together with Shiro, the shopkeeper looks with a worried expression, silently hoping that no one will deceive the naive youth. He finally meets Shiro, who is patiently waiting outside. Arito sighs with relief, confesses to her how nervous he was but happy the first deal succeeded. Later, standing next to Adoro, the large bird asks if he is now going to stay at the inn, since they are already in a human settlement. Arito falls silent, then says he still needs to do one more thing before they reach their final destination Secha. Under the starry sky in a quiet camp by the light of a single lantern, the little white wolf pup Shiro sleeps soundly and dreams of tasty, slightly roasted meat. Suddenly, Arito's voice pierced the silence. He announced that the work was done, called Snow and Audi, and the mustached shopkeeper only thought in surprise. What is going on here in the middle of the night? Oro, the stone bird, sits next to Shiro and examines the elegant new bracelet on his claw. He immediately feels that Orito has filled it with magic. Shiro explained to the seller that he heard from some sellson that a sign was needed for the registration of a familiar, so he made it. Then returned to his friends, apologized, and said he believed the registration would only benefit him, so he asked them to help. Adoro reassured him that everything was fine, and Shiro meanwhile decided that the cuff looked very cool. He asks Adoro if it can become smaller like snow that melts. Adoro explains that the cuff is made to change its size along with wear. Answer: Adoro suddenly and rapidly shrinks. The bird wonders why it should become smaller still, but agrees, compressing to a tiny size, and asks if this is effective. Rido explains his train of thought. He asked Adoro to become smaller so they would not attract unwanted attention. He admits that, if possible, he wants to remain unnoticed. Tiny Adoro settled on Shiro's back and grumbled about why Arito cares what others say. When Arito wished them good night and headed to his tent, the bird let out an indignant sound. He flew through the sky. Behind him rose a powerful gust of wind that swept over the plains below. A sharp gust of wind knocked Rido off his feet, and he cried out fearfully. Nearby, Adoro softly landed near the remains of a small fire. Rising, he noticed how strong the wind was and that Adoro seemed to barely manage, but still could not help admiring the strength of this creature. So Arito, seeing a chance, decided to train his body to feel the wind and announced that he would go ahead. He turned to the other companion and called Shiro. She readily confirmed that she was ready. Pushing off, he dashed forward and took off running. He rushed forward. Shiro and Adoro ran alongside on the sides, and during the run a new thought arose in his mind. This load, this speed surprisingly brought pleasure. A wide smile blossomed on his face as he gave in to the feeling, enjoyed the wind rushing past him. Pure joy. Although he mentally decided to stay away from the main road. Looking at him, Shiro suddenly realized. They were running together like this for the first time, and her thoughts returned to that first meeting. She remembered how warm Arito seemed to her then, and now everything fell into place. It was because of this that she felt so warm next to him. She suddenly shouted stop, warning Rido that a carriage was standing right in their path. He stopped, stunned by this warning. He immediately caught the chance and suggested meeting the owner to exchange information. But Adorot, circling in the sky, brought grim news. The carriage was surrounded, and Orito's face tightened with anxiety. He asked for clarification, a drop of sweat gleaming on his forehead. From above, Adaro explained that the horse was frightened, and this hinted at a humanoid monster. Thoughts swarmed in his head. He asked if there was anyone else nearby, but Adaro confirmed he saw only one carriage, and it became clear. It was under attack. Without hesitation, he made a decision. All right, let's go, Snow, he shouted. Shiro barked in agreement, and they both rushed forward to help. The attackers were a horde of piercingly screeching goblins, swarming the lonely carriage, raising primitive weapons. When the goblins advanced, the coachman barely restrained the frightened horse and lamented his fate in the middle of the empty road. At that moment of despair, Orito and Shiro rushed into the very heart of chaos. Dorito's blade sliced through the air and felled one of the monsters. A strong jerk of the carriage threw the driver to the ground. And from under the covered wagon, a young girl looked on in horror and called for her father. She sits frozen with fear, watching as a hideous goblin, panting heavily, crawls toward her from the remains of the carriage. She trembles, begging it to stay away, while its threatening silhouette draws closer. Elsewhere, Orito gets to his feet, his face hardening. Hearing the question if he was done, he confidently tells himself that with 2 comrades it will be no trouble to defeat these monsters. He returns to his comrades and says that their priority is to save people. Then he lays out the plan for Adoro and Snow, who listen with bated breath. Saying that he trusts them, he gave the order to move out, and he and Snow rushed forward together. His eyes widen with vigilance as he sees a carriage under attack in the distance. He knows the moment has come. He sees humanoid monsters falling on the victims. Confident in their combined strength, he tells Snow to leave it to him, assuring that they will stick to the plan, then shouts, Adderall. He asks Adderot to deal with any goblins that might slip through, and the large bird confirms this. Adderot swiftly swoops down from above, while Snow bursts into the fight with a fierce roar, catching the goblins completely by surprise. As the coordinated attack begins, a goblin with a spear nervously raises his head, startled by the loud noise of wings overhead. The carriage he was attacking suddenly shakes violently, trapping a young girl inside. The source of the sound turns out to be Adero. He screams in desperation, sharply turns, and barely dodges an arrow shot by another goblin. Before the goblin can reload, the arrow whistles through the air and strikes him, knocking him down. From afar, Arito lowers his bow, wipes sweat from his forehead, and breathes a sigh of relief watching the last attacker fall. He surveys the now quiet battlefield where Shiro stands among the fallen goblins, and the White Wolf says that the fight is over. When the threat receded, Vinek and his daughter approached Rito. Their faces showed both relief and admiration. The man sincerely thanked him, marveling at the strength of Rito's two familiars and the generosity that allowed spending such expensive herbs to save them, then cautiously asked who he was, while Rito meanwhile noticed his companion and inquired if Shiro was all right. The wolf nodded, indicating he was fine and ready to move on, and seeing that everyone was safe, the man solemnly introduced himself as Teadley, named his daughter Mari, and thanked Arito again, explaining that thanks to him they could now safely set out for Secha. Noticing that Arito was also heading there, Teadley offered him a seat in their carriage. Arito agreed to the offer. Their carriage rattled along the road, Adaro flew nearby lightly and gracefully, and Mari could not hide her surprise. She noticed that although he could travel much faster alone, he chose to ride with them, then asked if this was his first journey and if he was traveling alone. He confirmed that this was the case, and the interested Mari asked how he earns a living. Arito smiled and explained that he gathers herbs and makes medicine from them, which is why he set out on a journey to Sechai. He sits in a rattling carriage and listens as Mari explains the purpose of the trip. She hopes to sell some of her medicines in the town to replenish their travel funds. Her words momentarily confuse him. Mari thoughtfully adds a warning. If he has the same intentions, then without Planche everything could end very badly for him. Then she offers a way out, saying that she and her father can help him. She looked forward to the front of the carriage, seeking her father's agreement. The unexpected offer of help completely confuses him. He only utters a sound of misunderstanding. In the local shop, the Beastman owner, weighing goods, starts a conversation and says he hasn't seen Riddle for a long time, asking if that guy hasn't gone on a long journey for one of the Orserins. The little Beastman looked up at Orst and anxiously asked if Arito would ever return to the village of Ulu. Orst reassured him that Arito would definitely return as soon as he finished his business. Meanwhile, the shop owner said he was going to the pantry for flour and would be back soon. No rush, he smiled at the shopkeeper. I'll walk around and look around for a while. The shopkeeper, noticing that Orst was busy, invited him to visit again, and when Orst moved forward, children in the lively market cheerfully called him by name. He strolls through the city square, all decorated with festive flags. Orst looks up and thinks to himself that the harvest festival is probably approaching. His thoughts were interrupted when a little beastman caught up a child who thanked him for waiting, and Orst simply waved goodbye and said they would see each other later. It becomes clear why Or has been in such a good mood lately. He recently received a letter from Rito confirming that the boy is doing well on the road, and the great bird sweetly soars in the sky, a messenger and companion. There were even recipes for a tasty soup that Arito cooked during camping, and Orst says that is why he summoned Adoro so quickly. Arito will soon arrive at his first destination, Yirin City, and Orst urgently needs to gather ingredients. His facial expression hardened with determination. He knows that in that year in that city there is a library, and within its walls there must be information about the fallen. He watched as the great bird flew away, hoping that Arito would find the information he was looking for. Another thought flashed through his mind. He decided to challenge himself and prepare soup from dried meat, because he was curious whether it was really as tasty as they said. Meanwhile, Arito's journey led him to a place that left him speechless for a moment, his eyes wide with amazement. Before him rose the enormous city walls, and the gates teemed with travelers, merchants, and carts. The air buzzed with countless voices. He made his way through the crowd, and finally noticed the end of the long queue winding toward the entrance. When he sat down, someone asked if he was impressed by what he saw, but his gaze fell on a tiny destitute child sitting alone on the dusty ground. The question was asked by the coachman Tabli. He said to Rito that they were standing in line for inspection before entering Sechu. It is the second largest city in Nabilia, second only to the capital. He reassured the boy, telling him to just follow them and everything would be fine. He explained in detail why this city was so important, emphasizing the presence of the Lord's personal army. He added that a large number of soldiers were also needed because of the dangerous lands to the south, the Forest of Death, and the Dragon Mountains. The conversation suddenly broke off because the city guard began directing traffic near the gates. He waved his hand to have their carriage moved forward and called another person for inspection. Arito stands before the captain of the city guard and extends his identification, explaining that he came to sell herbs and medicines and to obtain a qualification, while the captain looks at him from below with a sharp, watchful gaze, silently asking why such a young boy would have familiars. As soon as Arito begins to explain that they are his, a stocky mustached guard nearby shouts for someone to stop. The guard's command was directed at a completely different commotion, and another guard sharply scolded a group of sick, destitute people and demanded why they had returned, because they were told they were not wanted here. One of them, coughing weakly, insisted that they had just arrived. He does not calm down, pokes one of the refugees and shouts that the vagabond had already tried to enter earlier. The guard says he has records of that case. Supposedly, the person went to other places, found no work anywhere, and now has returned, while the one pointed at, stammering, denies it. The first guard turns his attention to Arito and says that not everyone who wants to enter the city is a good person. Then he looks into his eyes and asks what kind of person he is. Before the answer, the crowd erupted in a scream. Another guard shouted to the captain that among them is a person from Nabilia's wanted posters. The mustached guard sighed under his breath. It is their job to protect laws that people hate, and almost no one thanks them for it. The captain sharply demands to see what the wanted person is hiding. His face twisted with rage, the captain shouted to seize that individual and take him to the office, then instantly turned to Rito, who was looking with wide-open eyes, and sharply asked about the two creatures standing behind him. He calmly replied that they are his familiars, pointed to them. Both had collars and shackles, and assured the captain that they are very obedient. He stands before the captain of the guard, who says that the familiars are indeed as described. The captain asks if they are registered. Arito admits they are not, and the captain strongly advises him to do so. The captain glanced at the boy's documents and froze. The ID was issued in Aridana, a city far to the north, the complete opposite of the south from which, according to Arito, he supposedly came. He read the purpose of the visit: to sell herbs and medicines. Raising his eyes from the document, his eyes narrow with suspicion, and he sharply asks if this enigma has a guild card. The subordinate guard raised an eyebrow in surprise, recognizing the name Aridana. Arito calmly explains that Aridana is his grandfather's hometown, the one who adopted him. He adds that he was too young when he left Aridana, so he has no real memories of it. Instead, he quietly lived all his life near a place known as the Forest of Death. He explains that his two companions are the children of his grandfather's familiars, and they have always been together. He tells the captain that Yirn is the first city with a guild he has ever visited, so he has not yet registered. The captain's stern face softens. He says the story sounds plausible and apologizes for the doubts. Orders Rito to go to the trade guild, register his familiars, and find work, then get a card that must be shown to the guards. Another guard smiles, asks the boy not to cause trouble. He would not want to catch someone so young, and calls the next in line. When the interrogation ended, the guard said that the entrance cost 1 silver coin. Arito placed it on the counter, heard a simple thank you in response, and understood that he was officially welcomed in the city. He heard someone calling him and turned around. Mari was waving her hand joyfully. She and her father Tadley were standing near the carriage and calling him to come over, while Shiro was just watching. The street around them turned into a river of bustle. The murmur of countless people filled the air as they moved among tall, unfamiliar buildings under lush lanterns. He froze, completely stunned. It was a huge city, much bigger than he could imagine. The sheer number of people and the scale of the buildings left him speechless, and beside him was Mari with eyes wide open in admiration. His father Tadley explained that since it was already afternoon, the streets were teeming with people who were either shopping or returning from work, and added that for those who came here for the first time, it must be a stunning sight. He waved his hand toward the majestic structures and explained that such large buildings were mostly concentrated in this district, while the residential quarters were much simpler. Mari smiled with relief. The mystery had safely passed through the gates, and she said it happened thanks to her and her father. They even allowed Snow to ride in the carriage, although he was not on the lists. Headley, however, returned with a serious expression and insisted that they should be the ones thanked. After all, he was the one who saved them. He led them to a large building with a dignified appearance. Tadley explained that he was a guild member and had to appear behind the counter. Then he formally declared his intention. They wanted Arito to go with them to the merchant guild. As they entered, he warned Arito that the people here were strict and that he would explain everything briefly. He listened as Tadley explained the full scale of the merchant guild's activities. It was not just a market. The guild controlled all trade goods and traders and even acted as a mediator. Tadley said that since they arrived by carriage, they would use the back door, not the usual front entrance where pedestrians typically enter. The man added that if any mystery was going to sell their herbs and medicines, the guild would guarantee a fair deal. The boy's eyes widened slightly, and he absorbed this advice. He announced their arrival, pointing forward with his hand. "All right, we are here," he said, and advised Arito to save all questions until he finished the registration. And with that, he pushed the heavy door. Its sound echoed down the corridor as it swung inward. The door opened, revealing before him a huge, noisy hall teeming with people. Arito froze, momentarily stunned by the sheer number of people and the constant hum of voices. They stepped into the crowded space, a whirlpool of events, where merchants of all kinds gathered to trade, negotiate, and exchange news. He sharply pointed to the surrounding crowd, explaining that these were all merchants. In this noisy hall, they exchanged information, each trying to gain an advantage while revealing as little as possible. He looked seriously at the puzzle and said a simple but important truth. Lying leads to a complete loss of trust, because, he concluded, for a merchant information is one of the most valuable assets. It seemed to him that the noise and smells in the gilded hall simply overwhelmed. The cacophony hurt his ears and painfully reminded him of his former life as an office worker. All of this made him dizzy. His companions Shiro and Adoro trembled and scratched themselves, equally confused, while Tadley remained focused. He understood that gaining trust was vital, pointed to the reception desk and asked to wait a little longer. While Tadley led them forward, they approached the counter where a young woman with light hair pulled back greeted them with a friendly smile. She politely inquired about the nature of their business today. The receptionist then asked Tadley if he had brought a guild card, and he confirmed this, introducing himself as the one who traveled to the southeast and stating that he came to submit a report. He placed the card on the counter before her, and Arito silently watched, understanding that the guild would compare it with their records to verify its authenticity before officially entering the data, and the person behind the desk took the card and began processing. Behind the guild counter, the female receptionist listened to the coachman's report. After hearing about this terrible incident, she asked for details, and a man named Tadley unfolded a map and, pointing to a section of forest east of the village of Olden, explained that on the way back they were attacked by 5 goblins along with his daughter. She confirms that he was traveling with his daughter, and Tadley says there were only 2 of them and falls silent for a moment. He waved his hand toward the boy standing nearby and explained that the puzzle came and saved them. A man's finger traces a path on the map, precisely marking the ambush location, while the enigma listens attentively. The receptionist asks in surprise how he managed it, then asks for his name and he simply replies, "This is an enigma." He explains, although he is not yet an adult, he has familiars so he set out to help. Behind him, the snow-white familiar wolf Shiro Wobbly makes his way through the crowded hall. They move away from the counter. Tadley watches Arito and Shiro and tells his daughter how small and weak they are. And at that moment Shiro falls with a soft thud, and Arito looks down and notices a collar on the creature. The coachman continues telling, confessing that near the forest he lives with his grandfather, some mysterious person, and that this person came to the city for the first time. He continued speaking for the boy, explaining to the people at the guild reception that Rito wants to register with the merchant guild and also register his familiars. Nearby, his daughter Marie confirmed his words. During the request, the receptionist's gaze changed and thoughtfully stopped on the enigma. He was addressed directly, asked if he was sure he would join the trade guild. Arito confirmed without hesitation, and added that his grandfather is an apothecary. The receptionist turned to Tadley, and noticing that they lived near the Death Forest, a place even the subjugation guilds avoid, smiled, and added that the guild would gladly buy anything they agree to sell from there. Tadley inquired if there was an inn that would allow Orito's familiars to stay in the same room, assuring that they are calm and obedient, and added that Orito knows how to cleanse. The receptionist readily agreed, and Marie looked down at Shiro, who appeared nearby, and remarked how fluffy he was, like an ordinary city dog. At the table, she handed over a recommendation letter for the tavern, explained that herbs and medicines would be kept until Rito's next visit, showing him a sample of Silane herb and fever medicine, then leaned down and encouragingly patted Shiro on the head. Outside, his companions gathered around him, and Arito quietly recalled the events of the day. He realized that he was gradually getting used to everything, and his thoughts involuntarily returned to the story about the attack on Tadley's carriage. He continued the conversation with the guild receptionist, with a slight blush on his cheeks, while she confirmed the final details of his registration. When they finished their business near the Great Hall of the Guild, she sincerely thanked him and said that thanks to his cooperation, the report submission went smoothly. He returned to Tadley and his family, declined the praise, and insisted that he was the one who should be thankful for the help with guild registration and familiar arrangements. Tadley smiled warmly, said that this was how they thanked for the rescue, and announced that it was time to return to the carriage. Waving goodbye, Tadley wished him luck and expressed faith that they would meet again, since now both were merchants. Arito agreed and responded with mutual wishes as the family walked away. After their departure, his attention was drawn to the familiars. Shiro, irritated, scratched the ground and telepathically complained about the continuous chatter, saying he could no longer endure it, while Arito seemed accustomed to the city noise and asked if everything was all right with the snow and sound, noting that it must have been difficult for them. In response, the large bird Adoro took off into the sky and announced that now that the familiar registration was complete, he would do as he pleased. He asked Shiro to call him telepathically if needed and added that the int should have windows. They watched as he became a silhouette against the evening sky. Orito wondered how Adoro could fly so skillfully at night, even despite the city lights, while Shiro silently observed his departure. Alone on the street, Arito knelt before Shiro and offered to bring him into order before the entrance. Placing his hands over the wolf, he awakened in him the ability to cleanse. Shiro's fur shone with bright light, and when everything was done, he glanced at the letter of introduction in his hand and felt that the end was very near. He reached out to the counter and lightly touched the small bell. Its clear chime spread throughout the quiet establishment. The sound summoned an elderly woman from behind. She raised her head, smiled homely, and asked if he was a new client. He showed the letter of introduction from the merchant guild, and the innkeeper scrutinized him and his companion. The boy was calm and the creature's fur was clean. She asked how long they planned to stay. He answered 5 days. For lodging they asked 2 silver and 5 copper, and for food 8 iron per portion. Arito agreed to the terms and confirmed that he would take dinner that evening. When all the arrangements were settled, the hostess handed him the key, showed him the corner room on the 2nd floor, pointed out where the dining room was, and warmly reminded him to return the key before leaving. He listened to her and opened the door to his room to his surprise. It turned out to be much larger than he had imagined. Inside, he put down his things and hugged the small, fluffy sheep. Shiro immediately recognized her. Then Arito placed a bowl of food on the floor for his wolf companion, who, seeing the meat, rejoiced and barked, and he promised the sheep that he would scratch her when he returned, asking Shiro to wait patiently. Leaving his companions in the room, he headed to the dining room. The noise of conversations grew louder as he approached, and he realized it was already late, and his thoughts turned to the promised meat stew with bread. When he entered the noisy hall, a young employee immediately approached him. Arito explained that he was a guest who had already ordered food, and she kindly invited him to take any free seat. You come across the sea amid the noisy dining hall. The air thickens with the chatter of other visitors and the clatter of cutlery as he settles in. Soon, an elderly cook brings him a steaming bowl of stew and several side dishes, thanking him for his patience. He takes the first spoonful of stew and immediately feels that it is bland. He instantly understands. The ingredients here are clearly less infused with magic than in the Forest of Death. Despite its simplicity, the taste of salt comforts and soothes his thoughts. The meat and vegetables are so well stewed that the dish feels like real homemade food, and he really likes its deep flavor, even without pepper. While he was savoring the food, a loud bang came from another table. A large man with a mohawk slammed his fist on the table and angrily demanded where his sake was. His companion agreed and grumbled that he also had not been served the ordered food. The man with the mohawk shifted his aggression to the employee and demanded whether she had even heard their order. Arito glanced at the commotion. He returned to his food, trying not to notice the fuss, while other visitors whispered that the troublemakers had messed up again, probably angry after failing a mission in the Conquest Guild, and someone even suggested calling the soldiers. When 2 soldiers finished milking and left, the young waitress timidly approached the noisy table and shyly said that she did not remember them ordering anything. One of the men with long dark hair and a mustache leaned forward. The chair creaked. He looked at her fiercely and demanded to know if she was implying that they, the customers, were to blame. He roughly grabs the young employee, ignoring her protests, while trying with his companions to make her drink with them. Other visitors in the crowded hall either ignore the commotion or watch with anxiety. When the tension in the hall increased, a young traveler who entered the dining room stumbled. Heavy luggage knocked him off his feet, and his foot accidentally caught the chair of one of the thugs, sending him backward. A loud crash rolled through the establishment and scared 2 guards who were just about to enter. The fallen hooligan, like a bull turned upside down, looks up angrily from the floor and contemptuously asks what the traveler is doing, mocking. Is some country bumpkin going to join the Guild of Subjugation in such a flimsy leather armor? The traveler quickly raises his hands, trying to defuse the situation. Says he has no intention of joining the Guild of Subjugation, explains that he is only an apprentice in the Merchant Guild, and apologizes he simply lost his balance because of the too heavy luggage. His explanation is interrupted by a chime. The tavern doors swung wide open, and 2 guards entered, followed by an old man in a cloak who was attracted by the noise. As soon as the guards appeared, the ruffians instantly quieted down. They nervously glanced at each other, and feared that the newcomers had seen their previous attacks on the staff. One of the guards, as if not noticing the tension, addresses the staff. Says that 2 from their company are enough. They will not stay overnight, but would like to order food. He scratched his head, a tired expression on his face. He and his companion passed by the angry thugs, who could only click their tongues angrily, and the young traveler watched them go with eyes wide open from anxiety. However, the bald guard stopped, turned back, and lightly touched the traveler's shoulder. The boy flinched from surprise, while the other 2 went to look for a table, and the old man called out that he was hungry. Before the guard could say a word, the young employee rushed to the traveler. On her face were both anxiety and relief. She sincerely thanked him for saving her, and Coke, who gratefully stood in the kitchen doorway, shared this feeling. The traveler, a little embarrassed, replied that the food was delicious, and he was just glad he hadn't caused any trouble. She looked at him and suddenly realized that she herself wanted to remain unnoticed. Then she was struck by how unnatural it was for a boy to be here alone, especially at such a late hour. Deciding to leave quietly, the traveler headed to his room, but a sharp call interrupted him. The bald guard shouted, "Hey boy." He turned around and saw the watchman, his partner, and the old man sitting at a table with a full meal. Nearby was an elf with long blonde hair, who looked at him calmly and inquisitively. At the table, the muscular guard enthusiastically praises the young traveler for his previous performance, calling him brilliant. His elven companion agrees, says it's a pity the boy doesn't join the Tamers Guild, and adds that if he does it daily, he'll get used to carrying heavy loads. He considers their words, admits they are right, and thanks them for the advice. The polite conversation was interrupted by a sudden, sharp creak of a chair nearby, and his expression instantly changed to quiet alertness. As the boy leaves, the guards watch him go. The muscular one looks puzzled, and the elf smiles and says how interesting he is. He didn't even raise an eyebrow upon seeing an elf like her. He leaves the table and heads to the stairs, and the innkeeper watches closely and realizes this boy is definitely not an ordinary child. He passes by and she quietly whispers, "Thank you." He climbs the stairs, lost in thoughts about his journey. Finally, he reached the first stop, the restroom, and although much has already happened, he feels a premonition that much good awaits him here. Under the glow of the full moon, rockbird Adoro soars over the quiet, sleeping town, and its huge wings cast a shadow on the roofs below for a moment. It gently lands on the windowsill and looks down at the street. Adiro came because Arito said it was time to eat, but the boy was nowhere to be found, and it wonders where he could have gone. Arito turns away from the window and warmly greets Adoro, says he used wind magic to get and read a letter from his grandfather, and asks if Adoro closed the window himself. He continues reading the letter. In it, the grandfather writes that he received 7 acquaintance letters and, based on them, believes that there is a person in this country whom Riddle can visit. She lives in the forest north of the capital, strange but not evil, and the grandfather earnestly asks Riddle to visit this person if he finds himself in trouble. Raising his eyes, Arito confirmed to Adoro that he had already eaten, and noted, "Although it is nice to have homemade food, the taste was rather bland, almost like in a hospital, especially compared to what they ate in the forest of death." He nibbled a little food. Adiro asked what his plans were for tomorrow. Advised them to visit the merchant guild, that noisy building, and perhaps find useful things at the city market. Garrido, settling on the bed with Shiro and Ralph, thinks over the plan. Since registration has already passed, he and Shiro can visit the guild themselves, and also says there is one thing he wants to check, but he will not rush. They plan to stay in the city for 5 nights. Settling in his room for the night, he lay down in bed, and Shiro was troubled by the thought, why doesn't Adaro stay with him? The giant bird on the table nearby yawned widely, said it liked the street, and announced that it was leaving. The bird flapped its wings and flew away. Arito wished it good night, and Shiro echoed the same words. Just then the door slammed, leaving them to rest. Silence fell in the room. A sign hung on the door indicating that the residents had already settled in for the night. The warning came quickly, and Arito, already in his cloak, stretched and smiled, noting how well he had slept, a rarity compared to life in the previous world. He told Shiro it was still early, but he decided to set out anyway. When they descended the stairs, the landlady greeted them warmly. Arito replied, and she, seeing that they set out so early, inquired if they were looking for shops, especially herbs, saying that at this time only the stalls on the square were open, but one could still walk to the trading district to the south. Heeding her advice, they stepped onto the cobbled street, and in the distance a bell rang. Arito decided to start the search from the trading district. The square was already coming to life. Townspeople wandered among the stalls, and the clatter of a horse-drawn cart echoed across it. Merchants were busy arranging their goods for the morning hustle. One man was pouring drinks for the first customers, and nearby a young beast-like girl carefully prepared food at a family stall. He steps onto the crowded market square, and his eyes widen with genuine amazement at the scale of the bustling scene unfolding ahead. His gaze runs over the diverse crowd. He notices a woman with feline features and a stocky bearded man with pointed ears, and realizes many more different races coexist here than he had ever imagined. Looking at the tall buildings stretching along the square, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he confirmed to himself, this really is one of the largest cities in this world, as he had been told. Suddenly Yaw's stomach growled loudly, and Shiro looked up at him, tilting his head as if asking if he was hungry, then nodded in agreement. And so they find a stall offering a generous breakfast plate, bread, eggs, and a warm drink. Taking his dish, he couldn't take his eyes off the meat kebabs sizzling at the same kiosk. They looked too appetizing to pass by, so he took one to Shiro's delight. He did not waste time. He enjoyed biting into a large piece of juicy grilled meat. Finding a free spot on a nearby bench, he and Shiro settled down to eat. Just as he took a sip of his drink, an elderly woman with a gentle face approached and politely asked if she could take a sip from his drink. He listens attentively to the elderly woman, who advises that the trading district in the south is becoming increasingly crowded and the shops there will probably open soon. After finishing eating, he thanks her for this information. He and Shiro, accompanied by a woman in a dark cloak and a young girl, set off into the bustling city streets, alongside the sound of horse-drawn cartwheels. Leading them forward, he decides that their first stop is the place he was told about, the trading district for common people. He enters one of the shops. The bell suddenly rings upon his arrival. Shiro patiently waits outside while he greets the seller and asks permission to look around, and the man smiles warmly and tells him not to hurry. As his gaze runs over the shelves, his eyes suddenly widen in confusion and surprise. He notices that the shop only has simple medicines, the selection much poorer than he had imagined, and aloud asks if those jars on the counter are just spices. Leaving the shop, he notices that this is already the third one he has visited, and they are all no different. For a moment he wonders if it is difficult for them to supply the necessary goods, but something suggests that this is not the case. Suddenly, everything becomes clear, recalls Horst's warning. The elf said that local medicines are made from herbs from the forest of death, and that their open sale could cause a great uproar. No, he understands everything. He remembers countless lessons from his grandfather, and finally realizes how valuable the knowledge passed on to him was. Breaking away from his thoughts, he looks up and sees Shiro approaching and asking if he has finished with the shops. Arito confirms that he has and suggests they return for now. He suddenly recalls the visit to the pharmacy. Interested in the density of magical power in the goods, he was impressed by how weak they were. Formal magic assessments were rare, but even without them one could notice the overall effectiveness of the medicines. Difference between strong and weak was obvious. Suddenly he understands. Those medicines in the shop were exactly the same as the simple doses he made in practice. Just as this thought settles, Shiro persistently nudges him. A gloomy expression appeared on his face as he pondered the consequences this could become a problem. Shiro broke his concentration by calling him and rubbing against his leg to get attention. Orito's thoughts were still on the ingredients. Ordinary psyllian herb might be available, but a new worry arose. Just yesterday he had given the guild one of his powerful antipyretics as a sample. He knelt down and hugged the lupin creature with a grateful smile, thanked Shiro, and admitted that her affection made him feel much better. Shiro responded with a joyful why. As they walked down the busy, crowded street, his thoughts turned to money. He was already thinking that he somehow had to prepare the money for his journey himself. But the current situation presented a new, unforeseen obstacle. He is walking the city streets when his companion Snow suddenly stops, ears perked up. A low growl comes from her chest, and he turns to the white wolf, asking what happened. The wolf does not give a clear answer, only looks around awkwardly. Arito realized that he felt it too, a strange sensation as if someone was watching him. He thinks it might just be the attention attracted by Snow as a familiar, but still, there remains a feeling of strange, strong trembling. Shaking off the anxiety, he moved on and soon found himself in front of the facade of the grand, ornate guild of the city's merchants. He freezes at the entrance, looks up at the huge building, and does not know what is even worth selling here. For a moment he wishes his grandfather were nearby to give him a hint. Upon entering, he approaches the counter where a young woman with her hair tied in a ponytail warmly and professionally greets him. She recognizes him from yesterday, greets him kindly, and thanks him for registering, and Arito glances around the crowded hall and, despite the tightness, notices with relief that Snow seems to be managing amid the bustle. The receptionist asks if he came to sell goods. He confirms, and she adds that she also has a question for him. He asked which herbs and medicines are currently in demand, and the receptionist instantly replied enthusiastically, "We will buy anything." She said that the psyllian herb and the potion he brought yesterday were of incredible quality, a rarity for goods from there near the Forest of Death, and then impatiently inquired whether he would sell the guild all the medicines and psyllian he could find, leaving Rito stunned and speechless. He explains to the impatient receptionist that on the way he sold part of the goods in the village, so almost nothing was left, but also offers other herbs he gathered, not only those from the vicinity of the Forest of Death. And the receptionist immediately agrees to buy them too. Then he realizes that this guild really takes everything that can be obtained. She then asks if it is his first time in the town of Urin. He confirms yes, and a slight surprise still plays on his face. She inquired whether he was impressed by the tall buildings and the crowd of people, and he, looking around the noisy guild hall with Shiro at his feet, honestly admitted that yes, he was surprised. The receptionist explains, "There are so many people that the demand for medicine is much greater than the supply. Imagine countless hands reaching for a single vial." Her gaze becomes serious, and she insists, that is exactly why they would be saved if he sold as many of them as possible. She sincerely clasps her hands and pleads they need at least some medicine that he is willing to share. Shiro raises his eyes to him, and Arito feels the full weight of the shortage in the town. After thinking a little, he quietly says that he understands. Having made a decision, he agreed to the sale. The receptionist, sighing with relief, asked him to lay out his goods in a private room and wait, saying she would call the person responsible for medicinal herbs to meet with him. He breathed out with relief, glad to be in a quiet room away from the noisy foyer, and nearby Shiro sat calmly, as if also pleased with this silence. Deciding to start, he knelt down and began unpacking the bag, rummaging through its contents while Shiro watched attentively. He carefully laid out several packets of herbs on the table, thinking that those he gathered on the way looked like market ones, and added a few from the vicinity of the Forest of Death, confident that they were suitable too. He laid out several bottles of medicine in front of him, a remedy for fever, antibiotic ointment, painkillers, and even an antidote, things he had never seen in local shops. When he laid out his last belongings, the door opened and a finely dressed man with a monocle entered, thanked the boy for his patience, and introduced himself as the one in charge here. Arito confirmed that the impressive collection on the table was all he could offer, and the man's eye instantly twitched with surprise. He could not believe his eyes as his gaze ran over the numerous packets of herbs and dozens of bottles of medicine. Then he looked at the young boy. Was he really sure he wanted to sell all this? He resolutely answered, yes, though he fervently wanted to do everything properly, then offered to explain what each herb and each remedy was for. The appraiser, still stunned by such a mountain of items, gladly agreed and asked, please continue. In the guild, Arito stands before the appraiser, Shiro beside him, and on the table between them are his collected materials laid out. He explains that he wants to sell them to earn money for purchases. The appraiser, adjusting his monocle, says the inspection will take some time and advises Rito to look around the shop and visit the merchant guild. He has many goods, and guild members get a discount. Advice: Rito and Shiro walk through the vestibule, and the boy quietly turns over in his mind the surprised look of the official natural sand and wonders if he has overdone it again. He pushes the door open with a creak, deciding not to dwell on this and to switch focus. A huge store opens up, packed with an incredible amount of goods. Arito is stunned by this abundance and notices that customers approach sellers to discuss exactly what they want to buy. His eyes widen with amazement as he surveys the inventory. Weapons, armor, tools, herbs, stones, wood for oars, and even materials from monsters, everything is here. This guy enters another section of the store and is surprised to see that they even sell ready-made food, fresh produce, and fish here. Looking at the merchant's bags and his purchases, Arito suddenly quietly realized he had never seen rice here. There is no miso or soy sauce either. These familiar products cannot be found anywhere. He left the merchant's shop, and plans for the next steps were already spinning in his head. The seller politely said goodbye, and he, realizing he now better understood the local prices, decided to buy tools and materials on his next visit. Having completed the task, he returned to the appraiser's office, and Shiro faithfully walked beside him. He informed the man, who was sitting and thoughtfully examining a pile of herbs and potions spread out on the table before him, of his arrival. The appraiser greeted him with a smile and said he had come exactly on time. Lifting one of the small vials for inspection, he showed that inside were medicines made from herbs from the infamous Forest of Death, and for a moment he wondered if magic had been used to preserve them. He hesitantly agreed with the man's assessment, explaining that some items he had made himself and others were the work of his grandfather. The confirmation struck the appraiser with incredible force. He lunged forward, grabbed the boy by the shoulders, and pure astonishment froze on his face. He enthusiastically praised their incredible skill, marveling that such talented craftsmen, pharmacists of a rare caliber, lived in quiet obscurity. The appraiser leaned closer, his pressure increasing, and he suggested that it would be wonderful if Rito, the apprentice, stayed in the city of Urin. Sensing that the man was getting too close, Shiro quietly growled. Everyone froze at the unexpected proposal. Arito shouted the appraiser's name, Nashila. Realizing his overly direct manner, Nashil immediately apologized and asked the boy to wait, promising to help with anything needed, while Shiro remained wary and did not believe that the man was safe. This persistent attempt to lure him suddenly triggered a memory from the past. Colleagues from another company praised his work and tried to entice him with promises of better pay. And comparing that case with the present one, he decided that although Nashil was too enthusiastic, he probably had no ill intent. He politely declined the appraiser's offer, explaining that although he was glad to hear it, he was still in training, and clarified that he was in the city only on his master's orders, sincerely hoping that Nastia would understand. The appraiser sighed in disappointment, reviewed the inspection records, and enthusiastically noted the amazing variety and high quality of the medicines and the incredible magical saturation of the herbs from the outskirts of the Forest of Death. He said it was a pity, but it seemed he agreed with the boy's decision. His expression suddenly changed, and he earnestly asked the boy to visit again, adding that he had included a bonus in the payment and that there were many things here that any pharmacist would dream of. Arito took the pouch of money and thanked the appraiser, and was amazed by its weight. There was much more than he expected, enough to leave some after the journey, so he promised to return as soon as he could. As he was about to leave, the appraiser asked if he had found what he was looking for at the market, and Arito explained that although he had bought a few things, he had not found a tool for grinding. Nastil took the opportunity and offered to help by introducing him to a specialized store. He agrees and decides to visit the specialty store the next day. Nastil hands him a letter of introduction to give at the reception, and Arito understands that the appraiser meant their previous conversation and feels that the gesture of that man, possibly caused by pity, helped a lot. Leaving the building, he walks through the city streets, Shiro beside him. He looks up and sees the sky reddening. Evening is approaching. He looks down at the letter of introduction in his hand. Now it is clear where to go tomorrow. He was leaving the guild, still staggering after the meeting. He only showed Nastil the sand things, but the generosity of that man deeply impressed him, and Arito was tormented by the thought of whether it was really worth accepting so much, as if a reproach whispered in his head that he could be wrong. Suddenly his anxious thoughts are interrupted by Shiro. The wolf jumps at him excitedly, calls him by name and full of energy asks where they will go next, pulling Rito out of his reflections. He smiles, his mood lifts. Arito explains that while they are nearby, they first need to buy dinner at the square, and then he suggests brushing Shiro's fur. When they return, the wolf responds with a loud yes. Laughing, he urges Shiro to hurry to the square so he can clean him later. Shiro lets out a joyful squeak, and they rush forward together in an instant. Their path led to a noisy market square, and Arito looked around, noticing that people with familiars were also walking around, in particular a man with a horned creature resembling a horse. Arito approaches one of the food stalls. Shiro patiently stands nearby. He points to what he wants, buys it, and the seller names the price 3 silver coins. As they were about to leave, Shiro suddenly froze. The wolf confirmed that the purchases were made and it was time to return, but anxiously added that he felt it again, the same feeling as if someone was watching them. Arito sat down, looked around, but admitted he felt nothing. An unspeakable warning hangs in the air as night falls on the city. A lonely lantern barely illuminates the quiet, empty street. Returning to the room, Arito began brushing Shiro's thick white coat and asked if she liked the food from the market. She honestly admitted she did not. Compared to the meal in the Death Forest, human dishes were too poor in mana. He moves on to combing under her front paw, smiling to himself. Simply combing her brings him warmth and satisfaction, a true feeling of fulfillment. While working, he asks Shiro how she feels, noticing that she looked worried all day. She confirms and says she felt some strange gaze on her, and Arito thinks that probably just many people in the town were looking at her. He finishes combing and asks if she felt any hostility in the gaze. Shiro says no, and when the work is done, Arito quietly remarks on how amazingly soft the fur is. He held her tightly against himself, burying his face in her neck. Shiro notices that he has become fluffier, and Riddle whispered that her fur is warm and ticklish. He shifts his gaze to Adoro, who is settled nearby. Arito thanks the bird for its care, but Adoro explains that he was worried not about him but about Shiro. Understanding this, Arito promises to be careful, and Shiro smiles contentedly. Having settled the day's affairs, Adoro approached the open window. The little bird advised Arito to go to bed earlier because of tomorrow's tasks, wished him good night, and flew into the moonlit sky. Heeding the advice, Arito and Shiro settle in for the night and fall asleep sweetly together in their bed. The next morning, Arito and Shiro stand in a bustling city square. The cobblestone streets teem with life, and tall wooden frame houses tower on the sides. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a street stall with fish skewers. He gladly ran up to the seller, exclaimed that he would try this for the first time in this world, asked for one, although he found out it was more expensive than me. He sits on the bench, biting into fried dried fish, and nostalgically says how this taste takes him back to the past. Shiro asks if they will walk around the city, and Arito confirms that they will first go to the tool store and then decide what to do next. While he was pondering their plans, suddenly he was struck by a thought. He remembered the conversation with Tadley and realized that there was a place somewhere he had once noticed, and it was worth checking. He draws a map of the city in his mind, sees it divided into 4 parts: the commercial, noble, residential, and artisan quarters, remembers the farm by the wall and the slums beyond it, but his heart pulls him northward toward Ruslan, and he feels he must check it out. Having his goal in mind, he decided to stop by the bookstore after the tool shop and remembered that the shop Nastiel talked about should be right behind the main street. Following the clues, his eyes fall on a hanging signboard, studded with pictograms of tools: a hammer, pliers, and other smith's implements. He approaches the building and notices that the tool shop turned out to be smaller than he had imagined. He enters the cluttered tool shop. The bell at the entrance rings. Glancing at piles of chaotic equipment, he called out that he brought a letter of introduction. From behind the counter, a rough-looking gnome turned to him. Seeing the child, he greeted dryly and briefly asked what he wanted, and Rito mentally noted the shopkeeper's race. He explains that when he asked the trade guild about equipment for preparing medicines, they directed him here. The gnome listens attentively, correctly guessing that the boy is a pharmacist in training, and asks to see the letter of recommendation. The seller takes the letter and immediately recognizes the sender. Clear, he grumbles, from Nastiel. He pauses for a moment, realizing that a recommendation for Nastiel means the boy's skills must be genuine. His gaze sharpens, and he asks what exact items the enigma created. In response, the dwarf presents a tray filled to the brim with exquisitely made apothecary tools: a mortar and pestle, a glass jar, and various other utensils for preparing mixtures. Arito lifts the mortar, eyes wide with admiration. He marvels at the craftsmanship when he realizes it is made entirely of glass. The dwarf names the price 3 gold coins, a considerable sum. Unfazed, Arito's face blooms with a broad, determined smile. He picks up the tools and says he wants to buy the set. He watches as the dwarf seller, laughing heartily, completes their deal. The dwarf clearly delights in the boy's knowledge. The dwarf firmly slapped him on the back, impressed by his refined taste, and told the boy that if he ever needed anything else, he could come at any time. He walks away from the shop with a satisfied smile, rejoicing in the wonderful purchase he just made. Behind him, the dwarf craftsman waves at him friendly from the doorstep. He continues on with his wolf Snow. When suddenly a tingling runs across his skin and makes him stop, he realizes he is being watched. He turns his head and sees a young woman with animal ears, looking at him with wide, surprised eyes. It seems she recognized him and quietly murmured that this is already the third time their paths have crossed. Frightened, he jerked back when she suddenly shouted, pointing directly at him. Her attention immediately shifted to his companion, her eyes widened in recognition of the wolf, and she asks if it is not the legendary Fenrir. The woman shouted his name Arito, and he quickly tried to calm the growling Snow, assuring the anxious wolf that everything was fine. He looks back at the woman with a worried expression and quietly asks Snow if something happened to her yesterday. The wolf seems to confirm the suspicion, and Rito is left to ponder, overwhelmed with anxiety. He looked closely at the girl before him, noticeable ears and a fluffy tail softly wagging. She turned out to be a werebeast, just like the one who ran the bakery in the village of Ulu. Her cheerful questions continued, her voice ringing. She leaned forward with a wide smile and asked, "Yes, yes," and this burst of emotion began to attract curious glances from passers-by. When the rustle and whisper of the gathered crowd reached his ears, his eyes widened with alarm. The situation was quickly getting worse. His gaze fell on the Snow, and he was struck by an even more troubling thought. The girl not only knew them, she knew what Snow was. She knew that he was Fenrir. Panic began to creep in as the crowd grew, all eyes fixed on his companion. A child pointed and shouted about the big dog, but the father made her be quiet. Confused, Arito imagined what his grandfather would have done if he were here. The thought of the mentor seemed to give him resilience. He stood firm, his face hardened with determination. He needed to quickly calm the situation. A drop of sweat trickled down his temple. He breathed in quietly and gathered his courage to do what he had to. An arrow with a broad, shovel-shaped tip flies through the air and hits a huge wolf with dark fur. The creature emits a guttural roar at the moment of impact. He watches the scene unfold and shouts a name that seems to him Chindi, confident that it will direct the events. But Shiro, standing closer to the target, calls back that it is not over yet. The arrow, though powerful, only slid off the tough hide of the dark wolf, scattering sparks. The beast is completely unmoved by the attack, its gaze hardened. Shiro playfully rolls on the ground nearby. Orson inspects his bow and notices that the bowstring seems slightly loosened. Shiro smiles and says that Orson almost always notices such details. A pause, a thought that suddenly struck him as he considered it. He recalled that Rito was quite skilled at tuning the bowstring. Adiro asks if Ors is worried. Ors thinks that it is probably a paternal instinct, but reassures himself that Adiro and Erol's daughter from Orito. Still, he admits that lately he has been losing concentration and he needs to be more careful with that. He dives into memories of that boy, remembers how quickly he learned to wield the bow and magic, how he could invent unusual uses for ordinary things. He recalls how proudly he brought a bar of soap he made himself, proving that teaching him was truly worthwhile. A gentle smile touches his lips. He feels that under Rito's guidance his childhood heart seems to have come alive. Nearby, Shiro thinks about something completely different, tonight's dinner. In the letter, Arito wrote how he watched his Shiro playing with some dark wolf cub. He thoughtfully recalled the three, Arito and his companions, and noted that the boys, judging by recent correspondence, are quite sociable. Meanwhile, in a distant town, Arito was also on the mind of a young werewolf with red hair. She sighed, trying not to show how much she missed his cooking, and behind her stood a larger werewolf with a stern face, who noticed that Arito really mentioned a new combination of dishes in the letter. Her dreamy thoughts were suddenly cut off when her gaze fell on a woman in a light cloak. She suspected that this was the same one who had watched the Snow yesterday, and considering the topic too delicate for a crowded street, approached and took her by the elbow. The woman in the cloak did not respond, so the beast woman began to press her, asking why she was silent, and then whether she was someone's magical assistant. Their tense exchange was suddenly interrupted by Arito. He decisively addressed the beast girl and said that it was enough. When he stood between them, Shiro rushed forward with a protective growl, warning her to step back, and Arito quickly placed a calming hand on his companion and ordered Snow to calm down. A heavy silence fell. The beast woman finally quieted, turned around, and led the woman in the cloak away, while Rito and the still tense Shiro stood and watched them go. As soon as they had moved a little away, she suddenly stopped and grabbed the woman by the collar. Her face became serious, and she insisted that the frightened woman follow her. Two silhouettes were making their way through the open fields spread out before the city entrance, heading to a more secluded place. She glances back, leading the cloaked woman away from the main street in search of a more private place. Having reached a secluded, empty patch of land, Orito doubts whether this is really their destination. Shiro looks around the empty surroundings just as confusedly, and the beast girl confirms that this is the place. He turns his attention to her and sharply demands to know who she is and what she wants from him. She, stunned, blurts out that her name is Haldina. She explains this reverence. The wolf beast people worship someone named Finrasama, and with a worshipful gleam in her eyes as Haldana strokes Shiro's fur, she admits that for her people the dream is to one day touch Finrose's fur, because from the great wolf came incredible dignity and pride. The revelation strikes like a riddle, sudden and merciless. He slowly realizes with growing horror. If every beast person from the wolf tribe feels the same, the news of Snow's existence could cause enormous chaos. An image flashes in his mind of an angry crowd rushing at his companion while Shiro stands nearby, her face unreadable. The panic inside him is interrupted by Haldana's pleas. She asks to be allowed to touch the great wolf even for a second. And Arito mentally sighs with relief that they move to a more private place before this conversation. He catches her sincere expression and understands that she came to them without hostile intentions. However, he tightens the front edge of his cloak, deeply troubled by the consequences of her words. His mind races through possible outcomes. If rumors spread about who Snow is, he envisions a terrible scene: numerous beast people of the wolf tribe, their faces lost in shadow, desperately reaching out. He does not know how many of them live in urine, but the very thought terrifies him. At first, he addresses the beast girl Haldana, then turns his attention to his companion and asks Shiro to listen carefully as well. He looks deeply into her eyes, acknowledges that he understands her position, but earnestly asks her to listen to him first. He explains their situation. They are travelers who trade in the towns they visit, and if personal information about him and Shiro spreads, it will create difficulties for them and may even put them in danger. He explains that although Shiro is almost a goddess to her people, the curiosity of others could unintentionally harm the little wolves. It seems Shiro felt these words. He raises his gaze and looks thoughtfully, while Arito's face shows heavy anxiety for his companion's safety. When the full seriousness of the situation became clear, he directly asked Haldana, "Please, do not tell anyone about us." Haldana agrees, saying that in her opinion, everything is fine. Beside him, Shiro seems to confirm that the girl has no hostile intentions, but Arito still quietly doubts whether she will truly keep her word. As they walk away, he thinks that his explanation should be enough to keep them safe, but a backup plan is already forming in his mind. If his trust is betrayed, they will have to leave the city immediately. They reflected on the tasks completed during the day. At least they managed to register with the trade guild and complete the entry of Snow into the familiars register, while nearby stood the beast girl Haldana, stammering in despair. Her apology escaped her lips, her voice muffled by remorse. She explained that she felt she was not only obstructing him but possibly putting him in danger. When Rito began to respond, she could only painfully whisper, "Sorry." He knelt down to meet Shiro's gaze but spoke to Haldana. He put forward one condition: her silence. If she promised not to say a word to anyone, he would pretend nothing had happened. Frightened, Haldana exclaimed, "Fin Risama." Sorry, realizing how serious what she had seen was. Arito conveyed a message from the she-wolf. Shiro allows her to touch him, and Haldana's eyes widened, tears welled up in them. She looked from the boy to the divine being. She stretched out a trembling hand and gently ran her palm over Shiro's soft fur. A wave of pure relief and joy washed over her, and she quietly sighed with satisfaction. When the matter was settled, Arito announced that they urgently needed to leave. Haldana, with a sincere expression on her face, warmly thanked and solemnly promised not to tell anyone about it. Then Arito turned to his companion and solemnly greeted Shiro, who was by his side again. As they walked away, he thought that although everything ended peacefully, now they would have to be more careful. The silence was broken by Shiro, who asked where they were going, and Arito, after a moment's thought, suggested stopping by the weapons shop in the Eastern Craft Quarter. Their path led through the city streets to a sturdy, solid-looking building in the Craft Quarter. Its upper windows were like watchful eyes. He entered the weapons shop, and his eyes ran over the impressive variety of armaments. Racks of swords stood ready, nearby sturdy shields and a wide selection of bows. The shopkeeper, a burly man with spiky red hair, reassured Haldana that everything was fine and there was no need to hurry. Arito, standing nearby, quietly expressed thanks, and Haldana, initially looking down, raised her eyes and met his gaze. A subdued tension appeared on her face. Her persistent gaze caught him by surprise, and he only met it with a flash of astonishment on his face, while she seemed to find determination within herself. With newfound purpose, she turned her gaze to the displayed armor, but her attention began to waver. The seller leaned on the counter and looked at her with a sly smile, commenting on her zeal, while Arito observed this exchange with a thoughtful expression. Haldana approached the counter and clearly asked for arrows for 10 quivers. The seller, who had been calm until then, suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if she really intended to use them all for training. She barely held herself under the weight of the tied arrows. She took them. The seller warned her to be careful and said they were heavy, and Arito, seeing her effort, asked if everything was all right and sincerely thanked her. The memory of Orst surged. He was told that arrows and leather armor made from monster materials were a completely different, higher quality than ordinary weapons, and looking at the materials and workmanship, he finally understood that the bow Orst made for him was a real special piece of equipment. He recalled the recent battle and rejoiced with relief. He managed to retrieve that special arrow with which he hit the goblins. Holding it in his hand, he performed a cleansing ritual and decided that from now on he would use only ordinary arrows in his bow. Next to him, Shiro patiently waited while he finished his business. After finishing matters at the weapons shop, the group moved down the street, and Shiro, hopping beside him, asked where they were going next. He stopped, raised his gaze to the luxuriously decorated shop window, and pondered the question. Having made a decision, he went inside, and a man with a noticeable scar above his eye warmly greeted him, welcoming him to Rune's magical tools shop and inviting him to look around. His gaze fell on various magical devices arranged around, a lamp powered by a glowing crystal, and a device that could continuously supply water. The shopkeeper, noticing that he did not look away, asked if he was attracted to magical crystals. Hearing a brief nod in response, he explained that the crystals on the counter were currently quite small and he had very few of them. Arito explained that he just noticed some tools worked thanks to them, and the seller, impressed by this, praised him, saying he had a sharp eye. He listens as shopkeeper Rune says, "If a monster lives long enough, a magical crystal can grow in its body. Therefore, magical tools made from such crystals are always scarce." His attention was instantly drawn to one item on the counter, and he asked what it was, and Rune explained that it was a simple rice cooker for the camp, powered by magical crystals. After completing the purchase, the shopkeeper smiles warmly and thanks him, and the bell on the door rings the moment he leaves. Outside, he joins Haldane and Shiro again. She notices how happy he is, and he says with a smile that he just bought something very good. Walking through the eastern quarter known as the Craftsman's District, he thinks that although it is interesting to see so many tools, he still hasn't found a bookstore. Breaking through the crowd on the busy street, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was Orst, an elderly elf who waved and called them over. The man gestured forward and caught Arito's gaze. Arito looked after him and surprise flashed across his face. He raises his eyes and sees a spacious open square surrounded by buildings. He realizes this must be the central square and wonders mentally how easy it is to miss something right under your nose. He found himself in front of a majestic building. When the heavy doors creaked open, an elderly man with kind eyes appeared and warmly invited him into the central bookstore yarn. Before stepping further, he addressed the owner and explained that the White Wolf Shiro is an acquaintance and will behave, then asked Shiro to wait by the entrance because the smell of paper seemed to bring back memories. The owner assured that there would be no problems as long as Shiro stayed outside the main shelves, then asked if Arito was looking for a specific book. The boy replied that he just wanted to browse. He then clarified what exactly interested him and asked if there were books about the Forest of Death. The owner froze, repeating the names thoughtfully. He sadly explained that, unfortunately, almost nothing is known about that place. Even the most skilled from the Guild of Conquest, as he said, could only explore the outer edges, and this news clearly surprised Arito. The owner continued, saying that some city cyclopedias might hide fragments of information. He told Arito that the books were arranged by genres and asked to be informed if something caught his attention. Arito thanked him and was allowed to look through other books as well. With this, he moved between the rows, his gaze sliding over the tall shelves filled with countless volumes. Finally, he got a book about the first king of Nabilia and realized so little information only confirmed that few entered the Forest of Death. And as he passed volumes about politics and research, the shopkeeper quietly watched him from afar. He reviewed a stack of 3 selected books, felt their wonderful content, and noticed the obvious work put into their creation, so he decided that this was enough for now. Bringing the purchases to the counter, the bookstore owner asked if he had already decided. Arito confirmed. Then he inquired if he would like to make books himself, and Arito agreed. After receiving payment, the owner said he would wait for his arrival, but Arito asked permission to return the next day because he still wanted to review more books. Leaving the shop and stepping back onto the city street, he thought that he had stayed there much longer than he intended. Although the purchase was expensive, he felt it was worth it. He counted the expenses once more and realized that the money from selling medicine was not enough. Eventually, he had to take part of the money from his grandfather, but he did not regret it. He believed the books were worth it. His thoughts were interrupted when he finally met Snow. He seemed to ask if he was finished. Arito smiled, apologized for making the wolf wait, and offered to buy dinner before returning to the end. Later that night, already in their room, it was time for the usual ritual to brush teeth. Preparing, he again ran through his 3rd day in the city of Urine in his mind. So much had happened, he bought a lot, and most importantly, got several new books. He ran the brush through Snow's thick white fur. A satisfied sigh escaped from his lips, and he thought that his life had truly come true. He lay comfortably next to Shiro, looking at one of his new books whose cover was made of leather, and he admired the craftsmanship with enthusiasm, wondering if each was handmade, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips as he relaxed. Finally, his eyelids became heavy. With a quiet sigh, he snuggled up to the sleeping Shiro, and the warmth of the creatures softly lulled him. Dream, that night possibly prompted by new books, he dreamed a strange dream. The dream began in absolute darkness. He was confused, called Shiro, and suddenly panic surged. Had he ended up in another world again? When dim light illuminated the space, he saw Shiro, but his companion was small like a puppy. This sight clarified everything. It had to be a dream. The dream landscape changed, revealing a wide, wild land. Before him stood a majestic bearded figure wearing a crown. The man spoke to the gathered crowd that here they would build a city, and announced that their first task was to clear the area of monsters, then a battle would follow. Arito listened as the royal figure laid out his vision, to make the kingdom even grander than the one in the north. He ordered people to develop practical magic to create water, kindle fire, tame the wind, and make the land fertile, and insisted on finding a more efficient way to use magical particles. Arito realized he was witnessing a premonition, a memory of a great beginning. The last moments of his dream burst forth in a whirl of images showing the rich culture of those growing up in the kingdom. He saw an extraordinarily detailed picture of a city, impressive in its precision down to the veins on a leaf. And the visions also highlighted local flora, pointing to gilly herb and Cillian herb. Then he finally understood how this kingdom grew into what it had become. The vision showed a society where everyone tried and helped others, building a common future together. As the dream faded, Arito opened his eyes. He lay thoughtfully, images of cooperation still glowing in his mind, and Shiro gently laid her head on his shoulder. In the quiet hours, the spacious city dozes under a pale sky, its numerous roofs, and the central clock tower are silent and still. The winged creature Adero descends with a soft flap of wings and gracefully perches on a street lamp outside the window, where a small figure is visible. Again into the sky, a sudden whistle flew by, attracting the attention of a young guard below, who, frightened, looked up. He asked aloud what he had just seen, but his companion waved it off, emphasizing that it was already late, and suggested he probably just confused a bat with something else. He stands his ground, certain he saw a bird flying by when an anxious colleague approaches and asks if he is too tired, and another guard advises him to rest a bit. Two guards walk away along the cobblestone street. Elsewhere, the entire scene turns out to be a dream. Arito, a young boy, stirs in his sleep, pressed deep into the soft white fur of Shiro, and mumbles about his futon, wanting to nap a little longer and struggling with the desire to wake up. The dream fades, and instead a simple picture appears: feet walking along a paved road. In a cozy, well-arranged bookstore, the elderly owner warmly greets young Arito, and he politely responds. He holds one of the store's volumes and gazes at the printed letters, thinking that, as is proper in this world, books are a treasure created thanks to various advanced technologies. This instantly reminded him of his old studies of the history of paper and printing, but the mystery remains. Despite all the books he has read, he has never come across the name of the first inventor. He closes the book with a quiet click. His thoughts get stuck on the missing information. The owner, noticing his pensiveness, pulls a small lever on the counter. The man places a warm cup on the table, thanks Arito, and praises him for careful handling of the books. Then he suggests why there is a gap in history, saying that lost links could have been the result of a fall. Arito takes the drink and explains that in his region there were many scientific books, and he is happy to be able to read so many different books here. Although buying them all is beyond his means, many of them interested him. Hearing this, the owner appreciated the boy's enthusiasm and said that if even Rito is impressed by this collection, then the capital's library is a completely different level, so he should visit it. The boy's eyes lit up at this hint. It turned out he was already planning to head to the capital next, and the owner accepted one gold coin and politely advised Rito to visit the library as soon as he had the chance. He froze in the bookstore doorway and awkwardly apologized to the owner for staying so long, and the elderly man just waved his hand and said, "Don't mind it." The owner sincerely thanked the boy for the visit and warmly invited him to return next time he was in the city. Later, in his room, he clasped his hands and immersed himself in memories of the time in the city. 5 days had passed since their arrival in Urin, and he confirmed to himself that they would leave the morning after tomorrow. The innkeeper, seeing him pack his things, became worried. She asked if he was sure about his plans and reminded him that just days ago he had encountered a strange person. He gently ran his hand over Shiro's fur and reassured the woman, "I believe everything will be fine with us, but we must be careful, especially because of the hybrid beast of the wolf tribe." Agreeing with his determination, she quietly wished him a safe journey. Looking out the window, she noticed the sky was cloudy, but she did not think it would rain, as rain was rare in these parts. The next day, walking through the elite district with Shiro, he stopped before the grandeur of the master's estate, and with a heavy sense of finality realized he would have to say goodbye to the year and to tomorrow. His thoughts drifted to the people he had met. The Tedley family who gave him a ride in their cart, and the members of the Tamers Guild he spoke with in the inn's dining hall, and he carried these memories with him as he prepared to depart. He remembered everyone he had met: Nash Geel and others from the Merchants Guild, the dwarf craftsman, the owner of the magical item, and the kind man from the bookstore. Running through the streets, he suddenly noticed movement. His thoughts instantly interrupted, his head sharply raised, and cold anxiety overwhelmed him as a wolf-like beastman appeared in the distance. He decided to dismiss the feeling and took one last look at the northern district. He thought they would return immediately after checking the stalls. His companion's ear twitched and immediately caught his attention. He asked Shiro what had happened, wondering if she had fallen down the stairs again, but she, shaking her head, insisted it was nothing. Arito accepted her answer, exhaled with relief, and decided it was his imagination. Unnoticed by them, a figure in a cloak watched from a nearby roof, then turned away. Later in their room at the tavern, he performed a cleansing ritual, whispered one word cleanse, and a soft light burst from his hands, spreading throughout the room. When the room was cleansed, he folded his hands in a gesture of gratitude and thanked her for sheltering them for the past 6 days. Settling on a small table, Adoro looked at him and asked whom he was addressing. He explained to the confused bird that since they remained in the room, it was proper to show gratitude, and with a barely noticeable smile, added that it was a habit from his previous life. He confirmed the plan with Adoro, who had just landed nearby. As soon as they were outside the city, their journey to the capital was to begin. He specified that they would use the gate on the opposite side from where they entered and added that he had been there before. Adoro flew up and announced that he would fly ahead to scout. The bird warned that the gates were always crowded but believed they would manage to pass by noon, and below near the doors, Burrito and Shiro were ready. Before setting off, Arito checked out of the inn, returned the key and sincerely thanked the staff for their hospitality. The host wished him a safe journey and invited him to return, and the other employees echoed this wish. On the city streets, the morning was bustling. People hurried around market stalls and shops, and a horse-drawn cart made its way through the crowd. In the middle of the crowd, Arito bought provisions for the road. The seller handed him 10 skewers with freshly packed meat, and Arito pointed to a basket with large round loaves and asked for bread with dried fruits. Reviewing the supplies, Shiro noticed a pile of meat, and Arito explained that since they were unfamiliar with the food at their destination, it was better to be prepared. And he added that he liked the local spices and intended to coat the products with spells to preserve them for several days. While taking a break to eat, Arito said they were ready to depart. He had also bought vegetables and dried fish, and Shiro could not calm down, eagerly wanting to run free as soon as they left the city walls, and Arito listened thoughtfully. Shiro's face lit up with anticipation. It willingly agreed. As soon as they left the city and were far from prying eyes, they would run together again, filled with the power of wind magic. She remained calm, but Mari leaned in and whispered a warning to Arito. Someone was watching him, and the boy glanced in that direction with a flash of anxiety on his face as the words reached him. His gaze fell on a group of adventurers in the dining hall. A stocky man with spiky hair, an elf, and a young traveler all looked in his direction. The tall man simply smiled a warm, disarming smile. Unexpected kindness caught Arito off guard, and he quickly bowed his head. Noticing the sudden change in his behavior, Shiro nudged him with her nose and anxiously asked if something was wrong or if he felt unwell. But Arito quickly brushed off her concerns, insisting it was nothing, and stroked her fur. In his soul, however, their thoughts went different ways. Arito found himself feeling affection for the tall adventurer, while Shiro simply enjoyed the pleasant sensation of her master's touch. Later, standing in line, Arito again noticed the same group. The man from the dining hall immediately caught his eye, tall, as if grown among others, and Arito began to doubt whether their frequent meetings were really just coincidence. He was not alone. Beside him stood the elf, the young traveler, a mysterious figure in a hood with a staff, and a little girl with long hair, and he extended an open, inviting hand forward. The guard at the city gates calls the next in line and says that travelers most often enter the capital through these gates. Nearby, Arito with Shiro wonders if others in line are also heading to the capital, and his voice burns with excitement at the thought that he can finally go outside. When his turn comes, the guard gestures him forward. Arito approaches with Shiro and Adoro and pulls out the Merchant Guild card and the familiar registration card for inspection. The guard reviews the documents and notices that Arito is not from the Conquest Guild. Arito confirms that he is a merchant but also an alchemist's apprentice, which sometimes requires him to go into the forest, and the guard seems to understand everything, noting that the boy has probably learned to defend himself. His gaze lingered on the name and the registration card. A spark of recognition flashed in his eyes. He lifts his gaze and addresses the boy directly. "Understood," he says. "So you are the very same Arito-kun?" Arito froze, surprised that he was recognized. The guard explained what he heard about him from his boss, who mentioned a boy who came to the city with 2 familiars. And while he was speaking, his bald collie with a mustache was intently watching a puzzle nearby. The profile of another guard suddenly triggered a memory in Arito. He sharply realized that this was the same man who intervened and saved him during a fight in the dining hall. Meanwhile, the first guard continued to say that his boss praised Arito as if he were his own son, adding that few officers praise someone so highly, so he was impressed that the boy, though young and with 2 familiars, caused no problems. Shiro tilted his head, listening with interest. Realizing he had delayed them, the guard apologized for the long conversation and waved his hand, letting them pass through the gate. Tadley thanked him, and the guard immediately called the next in line. He still waved cheerfully, wished them a safe journey, and called them to return to the city soon, smiling to himself and thinking that his boss would definitely be pleased. Walking away from the gates, Arito glanced back one last time. He turned forward again, and the wheels of the cart rattled along the road. When the city was left behind, Tadley pointed down the long road and said it led straight to the capital, noting that the number of shops along the way had increased, and a similar market stood at another city gate. Suddenly, their path was blocked by two small, ragged children who demanded alms, assuming the travelers were rich. Startled, Tadley shooed them away, telling them not to bother those who were about to set off, and one child replied that he was scary, while some Rido looked on in surprise. He looked around a noisy market with tents spread out right behind the city walls. Arito realized this was a completely different world compared to the orderly city center, and that with Tadley nearby it was much easier for them to pass. Around them, merchants loudly shouted their goods. Suddenly, the crowd pushed and shoved him. People around shouted to make way, and Arito, unprepared for this, was stunned to find himself under the chaotic pressure of bodies. The crowd pressed on him from all sides, the road was too narrow for such a crowd, and cries broke out in the air. Someone feared they would be crushed, someone pushed forward, wanting to reach the capital as soon as possible, and nearby Tadley tried to calm the agitated Mari, persuading her not to panic. When chaos was raging around, Shiro lightly nudged him, hinting that now, since they were outside the gates, it was worth running. But Arito shook his head and dismissed the idea. He looked back at the noisy area and, watching Adoro rise into the air with a powerful whistle, decided to go ahead alone. Arito explained to Shiro that there were still too many people around and decided it was better to wait until the crowd thinned a bit before moving on. Having made the decision, the group moved away from the chaos of the gates, and the sound of their cart echoed along the stone path. They came upon a clearing, and Rito glanced at the open road ahead. Relief washed over him. They let out a happy shout, realizing that the forest nearby would be empty. Shiro seemed to agree and added that they could run a bit, and if lucky even gather some herbs along the way. His enthusiasm was contagious. Mari exclaimed that they would join, rejoicing at the wide open space. Tadley hurried after them cautiously, reminding Arito that it was dangerous and not to run alone. Along the quiet sunlit path bordering the dense forest, the air seemed still and empty. The scene changes. A young woman with pointed ears tells Rito that they had long been away from people, then sharply warns someone is approaching. Before he can react, a large man bursts into view with a thunderous shout and the boy flinches. She responds to the sudden intrusion, moves with incredible speed and pounces on Rito, pressing him down with a strong big thumb. The force of her movement knocked them both to the ground, and she pinned the bewildered boy beneath her. Holding him down, the burly man approached and winked friendly, asking if they remembered him and his companion from the dining hall. While the woman seemed like a mystery, her face softened, and she asked if he was okay. Watching from afar, Shiro assesses the situation. He decides the newcomers are not hostile, but secretly notes that Rito probably needs to work on becoming stronger. On the path, she shyly apologized for her overly noisy companion, introduced herself Lena Lee Tiana, and asked to be called simply Lena. Their introduction made the big man realize that he himself had not properly introduced himself yet, so with a broad smile he said, "My name is Gary." He raises his hands in an apologetic gesture and tells Arito that he is sorry for the sudden approach. Lin only reproaches him for scaring the boy and notes that he looks frightened, and Arito, suddenly confused, can only stammer in response. Her gaze narrows on the boy, one thought devours her, she was so close. She explains to Arito, recalling their first meeting. She knew he guessed that she was an elf, but instead of staring like most, he remained calm. It was this unusual restraint, she admits, that sparked her curiosity. He lets her words go over his head, surprisingly understanding that she means their brief meeting in the dining hall. As he begins to speak, another figure in a hood quietly appears nearby. The man slightly throws back his hood, says his name is Neuro, and adds that he is responsible for reconnaissance in their group. He greeted the scout and noticed that Neuro looked like a werewolf. Shiro silently observed the newcomer with quiet curiosity. Neuro gestured to call another companion, but did not finish speaking. Arito froze in surprise and noticed that this fourth traveler was a child. A slender figure in a hood stepped out from behind. She throws back her hood, and before them appears the face of a young girl. She calls herself Miliana and asks to be called simply Mia. She was about the same height as the Enigma herself, he noticed, as the huge stone bird perched nearby and spread its wings. As soon as they set off, Guard looked around and said that although he did not feel hostile intentions, he would stay close just in case. Rockbeard Adi flapped his wings and settled on Arito's shoulder, while Neuro quietly admired the beauty of Lena Lee. Gratitude for the warrior's reliability sounded in his chest, and he realized he needed to pull himself together. Nearby, Miliana quietly snorted as if not impressed at all. His thoughts were interrupted when Neuro returned to him, and confirmed that Arito's familiar was indeed the source of what troubled him. The scout's remark reminded him how he was pushed away just when he wanted to ask. Arito was watching the group from afar and understood they did not seem dangerous, but the unpleasant feeling did not leave. Suddenly, a woman in glasses ran up to him with excitement and asked if his familiar was the great Fenrir, and Shiro responded to her enthusiasm with a cold look. Meanwhile, Lena Lee consulted with her companions. She noticed that the situation changed near Audi and admitted that she was not entirely a stranger to the people they were observing, although she reluctantly went into details. The unexpected attention and tense atmosphere made him feel cramped. so he loudly suggested going somewhere to rest instead of talking in the middle of the road. And to himself, he saw this as a chance to find the right moment and quietly disappear. Even before he could come up with a plan, Lenali readily agreed and pointed to a nearby clearing, saying that the open space looked good and would not let them separate, leaving the enigma momentarily stunned by her proposal. A quiet moment comes, the group settles down and a gentle breeze rustles the grass. Having found a comfortable place to rest in the grassy clearing, Lena Lee sits down and begins to explain their situation. She clarifies that they actually met Rido while waiting in a long line near the city gates. Greed excitedly interrupts, exclaiming that their eyes met, but Nero immediately hushes him and asks not to interrupt. He stood confused. He thought everyone was heading straight to the capital. Feeling his embarrassment, Nero directly asked why he thought they called him specifically. Before Rido could answer, Malna intervened and explained that it was Gorit's idea. The great warrior noticed him near the gates and insisted on talking. Guard jumps up with a smile and says that Rido's bold actions in Ian's dining hall were by no means childish. They were incredibly refreshing to see. And besides, the boy has two familiars. He leans forward, saying intently that he cannot help but be interested in a person who can act so boldly and at the same time not raise a fuss in the city. While Arido stammers and blushes from embarrassment, Nero tries to pull the warrior back, and he, leaning forward, suppresses a cough, amused by the scene. His noisy approach was interrupted by Lena Li Tian. She stood between him and Arido, shouted greed, showing that the boy clearly felt unwell, and then turned to Arido with an apology and assured him that they had no suspicions. Arido still managed a small, reassuring smile. He admitted that Guard really surprised him, but insisted that he was fine and thanked Lena Li for her concern. In the background, Nero approached Guard and explained that his attempt to lighten the mood failed because of his intimidating size. Lena Li smiled understandingly and also apologized, admitting that it was she who sparked Gorid's curiosity and pushed him toward such an overly zealous acquaintance. When the person spoke, Shiro, lying nearby, tilted his head and quietly made an inquisitive sound. His confusion went unnoticed when Miliana told Lena Li that Arido was quite an interesting child, and Lena Li agreed, adding that he seemed more reliable than his young age suggested. She continued, noting that he seemed to be on a completely different level compared to other children his age. Lena Li was especially impressed that he did not react at all upon seeing that she was an elf. The conversation about him prompted Miliana to address Arido directly. She caught his attention, and when he turned to respond, he noticed that the girl who spoke to him was about his age. Meanwhile, Shiro quietly lay in the tall grass, his gaze focused and alert. While Shiro rested nearby, the conversation turned to Arido's bow, and she, leaning forward, asked if it was made by elves because his lack of surprise upon meeting an elf led her to think that he might already have an elven acquaintance. She thought for a long time about whether he knew someone. Her thought was abruptly interrupted by a powerful sneeze nearby. The voice was hoarse. He wiped his nose, brushing off Shiro's concern about a possible cold, and said it was just dust. Then he entered his storeroom and confessed to Shiro. He wasn't worried about the bow, which was like new, but the mystery really troubled him. As he examined the collection of crossbows hanging on the wall, the door clicked and Haldana entered the room. At the door, Shiro's stomach growled loudly, and he asked Or why he was hiding the weapons, saying there was no point in showing off. His companion's hunger reminded Orstov that it was already time for lunch, and a smile blossomed on his face as he announced he would try a new recipe from Rido, which involved a ball match. From the bushes, Shiro overheard a conversation about a powerful magical attack that apparently shattered the target to pieces and made the monsters flee. Her ears twitched, she raised her head and sniffed the air. A faint buzzing and rustling in the nearby bushes caught her attention. The source of the sound was Rido, who was telling a new acquaintance about his bow. He believed that since she was also an elf, she would probably feel its properties just as she felt his arrows, and added that the bow felt like an extension of his own body. She, an elf named Lena Li, nodded in agreement and advised him not to bring such a refined weapon into the city, warning that anyone with a keen eye would immediately recognize its incredible quality, since elven bows are made specifically for their owners. She continued her analysis and enthusiastically noted how balanced his group was. A bird for reconnaissance, another familiar as the main attacker, and he himself like a mystery, providing long-range support. Together, they were a truly formidable force, and she even said he could find success in the Conquest Guild. His companion Nero asked in amazement how Orido could be just an alchemy apprentice and at the same time command two familiars. Orido explained that he had learned alchemy only to defend himself when gathering herbs in the forest, and this revelation simply stunned Nero. He later said that he himself had planned to look for herbs in the forest. He values company but will have to turn off the main road. Lena Lee smiled and called it a lucky coincidence, explaining that their squad also regularly goes into the forest for medicinal herbs. The great warrior Grid picked up on this and added that it would be wonderful to have a reliable young man like him nearby, while Rido just froze, staring wide-eyed at such an unexpected invitation. He shuddered when Guard slapped him on the back and loudly said, "Alright, let's go," for which Lena Lee sharply scolded him, and seeing the host's unease, Shiro asked if he was worried about attacking the group, but Arito quickly waved it off, though he thought to himself that cooperation with him might not be bad. Lena Lee, on the other hand, decided to postpone this matter. With a gesture of her hand or by touching her forehead, she hinted that it was better to first see how everything would develop. The group sets off along the path. Adoro watches them with an interested tilt of his head, while Rito and Shiro walk behind the four adventurers. He gathers his willpower, deciding that he is ready for whatever comes next. As they walk, Grid solemnly introduces himself as the leader of the Emerald Sword, a special class squad from the Conquest Guild, and Arito politely responds and asks to be considered. The newly assembled group plunges deeper into the forest, walking along a path winding beside a gentle stream. Ahead of the others, Nero and Miliana survey the surroundings, their faces calm and vigilant. Lena Lee, but Glenn's looked back over her shoulder again. Her gaze fell on a mystery, and her eyes widened in surprise. She did not take her eyes off the boy, extended her hand, and as if officially welcomed Rito into their group. He firmly shook her hand, sealing their new alliance as they stood at the edge of the forest. Formalities behind them, the group delved deeper into the forest. Guard, their leader, looked back with a confident smile while linearly silently walked ahead. Arito followed him, and Shiro faithfully touched his side, carefully watching the road. He could not hold back a smile, his eyes wide open with admiration for the upcoming adventure. The journey with new companions had truly begun, and the wolf remained nearby, a silent guardian on this new path. A large dark-feathered bird, a stone, soars through the sky, carrying a small pouch and descending to a simple wooden settlement hidden among the trees. The rival does not go unnoticed. The huge white wolf Chinda stands guard near one of the huts, and noticing the approach of the messenger, quietly utters "Oh." In the cabin, the young elf Lena Lee Tiana turns away from the door where Chunda is peeking in and informs Ors that Peron Rock has arrived with a letter. And the smaller white wolf Shiro raises her head as the bird gently lands on it. By the fire, Ors begins to read the letter aloud and happily notes that it seems Arito spent time in the City of Iron without problems, describing tasty kebabs and dried fish from street stalls. Shiro tilts her head, interested by the mention of fish. He continues reading, telling that Arito visited shops and even bought some spices, or guesses that the boy probably put them in the letter, noting that he is trying new flavors again, as always. Header adds that Rito came across a bookstore, and a beast woman from the wolf tribe with whom he studied for a long time was following him. Shiro listens attentively, and a worried expression appears on her face. He quietly smiles, summarizing in the letter. It seems Rito talked to her and settled everything without a fight. He proudly says that the boy is growing up faster than he thought, and next to Shiro, a large forest bear is sound asleep and no one disturbs him. The letter ends with Orito's personal thoughts. Sitting over a map of the region, he reconsiders his path and writes that Yiren was the first great city he had ever visited in this world. So much has happened, but he is glad he came. The old elf chuckles after finishing Arito's letter and recalls the line where the boy thanked for being driven out of the forest, a strange twist of fate that opened simple joys to him, like dried fish, while nearby Chinda and Shiro rest, listening to his chuckling. The water clearly showed Arito's determination. He did not know where to start, but firmly decided to begin exploring the fallen. This great ambition was combined with a more personal search for a place where he could truly feel at home, or her expression softened as he pondered the boy's sincere words. He agrees aloud with Orito and says thoughtfully, "The essence of the journey is to keep a high goal in the heart and cherish the small discoveries and joys that happen along the way." Hearing this, Chindara smiled and said it was nice to know that Arito is okay, but the boy still has a long road ahead. The forest bear changes the subject and asks Orst if it is true that Ritos, after leaving the capital, plans to visit that first person whose name is in the recommendation letter. Orst confirms. He enthusiastically tells that Arito is going to meet that boy and is firmly convinced that everything will be fine after all. Snow and Adoro are nearby. His confident tone did not fool Chindu. The wolf looked slyly and said that it sounds too simple and accused Ors of hiding something, and Ors, turning his back, quietly admitted Chindu is right. He thought that the person Arito was supposed to meet was his old acquaintance, and predicted that the boy would be quite surprised by this meeting. Meanwhile, Orito himself was talking about his nearest plans. He told his companions that he wants to travel calmly and carefully with Snow and Adoro, and although he registered with the Trade Guild, he has so far refused it. Nearby, a larger wolf guardian asked Snow if she was as anxious as he was, but she simply called him the one who worries and assured that everything was fine. When their combined group was making their way through the forest, the burly warrior rid threw his hands behind his head, to which someone remarked on his carefreeness. The relaxed posture made the long-haired elfess start talking to Arito. She noted that although their groups had met in the tavern, they still only knew his name, so it was time to introduce themselves properly. He looks a little surprised but quickly agreed, and said it would be nice to introduce himself again. Noticing his barely noticeable hesitation, Snow asked if he was angry. Arito smiled and assured her that he was fine. But in his soul he understood, there was too much new information, everything was confusing, and this was definitely not a carefree journey alone. The elfess took the initiative and introduced herself as Lina Lysiana, but everyone calls her Lena. She said she was skilled with a bow, possessed magic, and also made medicines, and this familiar set of skills made one wonder. Do all elves specialize only in bows, magic, and healing like orcs? As soon as she finished, her companion, a large owl with noticeable horn-like tufts of feathers, calmly settled on her hand. She pointed to the small owl sitting on her hand and introduced it as her familiar Morin. Arito's eyes widened with admiration for the fluffy creature, and he smiled slyly, as if saying they would all definitely get along. When she introduced herself, Nero stepped forward and introduced himself again, saying he was the group's scout. The last in their group spoke. His tail twitching behind him, he called himself a beastman from the Black Panther tribe and said his weapons were a dagger and a short sword. Burrito froze, all his attention was fixed on the beastman, his eyes not leaving his ears and the swaying tail. Noticing his tense focus, Malna leaned in and quietly warned. It looks like Arito wants to touch the beastman's ears and tail, but many of them don't like strangers touching them. Arito froze, surprised by her apt remark. Immediately after her warning about personal space, Miliana reached out and gently ran her palm through Arito's hair. She gently stroked his head, saying with a slight smile how cute he was, and Rito looked completely embarrassed. While Harry laughed loudly and she awkwardly hit herself in the face, Miliana's expression changed. Although her companions considered her behavior harmless, there was calculated vigilance in her eyes. She wondered if Arito was really as innocent as he seemed. She barely smiled, realizing she was the last to speak, introduced herself as Miliana, asked to be called Mia, and added that she was the party's offensive mage. He was a little embarrassed by the introduction but quickly recovered and said again that his name was Rito, hoping that now, standing together as a new team, everyone would get along. He delves deeper into the story of his past. Arito explains that as a baby he was sheltered by an elven healer, so he doesn't know his race, and once again says he hopes they can get along. While they walk through the forest, Arito immediately gets to work. Moving with refined ease next to Ralph, he notices useful plants and skillfully pulls a large root resembling a turnip from the ground. His skill is noticed right away. Lena Lee watches and exclaims in admiration of his dexterity. And when she praises him, Arito mentally tells himself that the real wonder is Lena Lee, because she reminds him of his grants. A share of another's feelings. Miliana says that his technique is interesting and that his teacher must have been a true master. The Black Panther Beastman agrees and adds that both Arito's gathering technique and his mastery of high-level magic are simply excellent. The boy blushes from the compliments, and a warm memory of Orst, who encouragingly gave him a thumbs-up, surfaces in his mind. Arito sincerely smiles and thanks them. Suddenly a voice calls his name, Orito, and Ralph look up toward the sound, and the huge figure of the stone bird Adaro descends from the sky right to them. From above, the enormous stone bird Adoro shouted that a small creature approaches with a mystery. This is a good opportunity to see what the team is capable of. From the thicket burst a large tusk bore a magical beast. It charged straight at them, unafraid, laughing greedily and loudly. Raising a huge sword with excitement, he joyfully announces that meat has finally arrived for their vegetables as a special order, praises the reinforcements, but suddenly surprise appears on his face. Before Garide could act, Arrow silently sitting on a high branch sliced through the air, and Lena Lee had already drawn her bow and released an arrow. One projectile hit the boar and it instantly fell. Arito froze with wide-open eyes, stunned by the speed of the strike, and Lena Lee noted that she didn't even have to do anything. She turns to Arito and asks if everything is okay, to which he replies yes. Nearby Nero quietly observes, noticing Lena Lee's skill, he felt the flow of magic strengthening the body around Jared, and the wind magic in her bow shot. When the monster was defeated, Garid cheerfully suggests disassembling its carcass for food. Arito looks on and suddenly understands everything. This is the power of the special class party of the Guild of Subjugation. The group froze for a moment in a forest clearing, sunlight filtering through the towering crowns above their heads. He surveyed the quiet glade before them and decided it was a wonderful place to stop and have lunch. The companions react with surprise to his statement. Lena Lee asks if he really intends to cook, and Garrett exclaims with excitement that he wants to eat. He confirms his plan and says that after everything that has happened, he really wants something warm like soup. Nero, hearing this, suggests lighting a fire and adds that he will prepare portions for everyone. Deciding to cook, the company energetically gets to work. Garid gathers stones for the fire, Lena Lee carries a bundle of firewood, and nearby Malna and Shiro watch the work. His attention is caught by the gracefully quick and extremely precise movements as she cuts the ingredients, and he admiringly notes her incredible knife skills. Lena Lee approaches the beast, the Black Panther, and to Greed offers an exchange. She extends medicinal herbs she gathered with Rito, noting that among them are several Reggie sprouts, and the beast readily agrees, saying it will be very useful. They talk about how incredible everyone is, especially the magical creature. Arito, however, says that his own gathering method is no worse, and he admits he feels a bit embarrassed by compliments from someone who uses such an advanced harvesting method. Because of this, leniently blushes slightly. Watching that exchange nearby, Greed quietly exclaimed in surprise. But his attention is quickly drawn to a large cauldron bubbling over the fire. He watches eagerly and asks aloud what the strange potion is, and if it is ready yet. Someone appears beside him and explains that the stew needs to simmer a little longer. Garita agrees, noting that it already smells delicious. While they waited, the Black Panther beastmen approached with skewers of roasted meat and called Grid, saying they got the food by solving the riddle and that the dish would be ready very soon. Nearby, Lena Lee and Miliana smile and watch this warm, friendly scene. The beastmen returned to Rito and handed him skewers and some bread, explaining that since their groups met, they have received a lot of help, and this is a small gesture in return for the food Rito gave. With a bright, grateful smile, Arito accepts the offering and sincerely thanks the man, adding that his group is also grateful. Having finished preparing the dish, he carefully pours the clear liquid from the small pot into a large bowl full of thick, dark soup. After finishing cooking, Gorid exclaims with excitement that the soup specially prepared by Rito is ready. He says he can't wait to eat, and Malna urges everyone eat before it cools down. Everyone settles with their bowls. Before the first bite, Arito, as is customary, expresses gratitude for the food. Nearby, Shiro has already finished her portion and is contentedly licking the bowl clean. The others tasted it for the first time and their reactions were immediate. Greet's eyes widened in disbelief, Lena Lee enjoys the taste with a thoughtful expression, and the Black Panther beastman looks surprised. The broth itself is thick, dark, and rich, with pieces of meat and vegetables floating in it, and it steams enticingly. Praise burst out aloud. Jerd exclaimed that it was incredibly tasty and did not believe Rito had prepared it so quickly. Miliana almost lost her speech and called it a miracle. Lena Lee inhaled the wonderful aroma and wondered if this is how gourmet cuisine should taste. The Black Panther beastman noted that his body felt warmer. Overwhelmed with emotions, Jerd loudly demanded seconds. Hearing their enthusiastic feedback, Arito beamed with joy and grateful for the praise, happily said he would immediately bring them seconds. He pours another bowl of fragrant soup and hands it to Greed, who accepts it with a quiet thank you. Sitting down to eat, a question appeared in his mind, and he turned to his companions. Lena Lee finally decided to ask what had long been spinning in her head. She recalled their first meeting in the tavern cafeteria in Urin and inquired whether it was his first arrival in the city. Even the guards seemed worried then. She adds that he looked incredibly tense at that time, and Arito simply silently acknowledges it. Rid intervenes and asks if Rito is really an adult. He understands that the boy is a healer apprentice, but even more wants to learn about the grandfather who raised him. Linley suggests that perhaps Arito is from a race whose age is not visible from appearance, and Milna agrees, adding that she also wants to know more about him because sometimes he behaves surprisingly maturely. Overwhelmed by a barrage of questions, Arito looks anxious, so Nero instantly intervenes and diffuses the situation. The boy quietly thanks him, while inside Arito a struggle with the truth unfolds. He realizes that no one guarantees they would understand him if he admitted he is one of the fallen. He steers the conversation, explaining that although his grandfather was eccentric, he feared that Arito would never know life outside the forest, so he pushed him to go out and see the world for himself. He explains that perhaps it is precisely because of his grandfather's influence that he seems older than his age suggests. Hearing this, Miliana's face softened. She said how sweet he is, declared that she wants to make him her son, and Nero even shouted her name, Mia. Her sharp remark sparked a thought in him like from a riddle. He mentally noted that Mia is very observant. Thoughts dive into his essence. He feels that since he fell into this world, he has truly never grown up. This realization instills quiet uncertainty. He constantly asks himself whether he will ever truly understand his place here as. When his thoughts finally subsided, Lena Lee's cheerful voice brought him back to reality. She said that it was precisely thanks to his grandfather that they all were able to meet him. Her remark prompted Nero to ask a direct question, and it turned out that the Ferrito was not familiar with such things as guilds at all. He frankly admits that he knows very little. He has just enrolled as an apprentice in the trade guild and knows nothing more than the name and the general atmosphere of the Guild of Subjugation. While he was listening, Milna offered to explain a little on the way. She said that the Tamers Guild takes orders from all corners, and it is her people who handle the many tasks. She said, ordinary people without combat skills cannot manage, especially now when there are rumors about strange things. Greed supplemented the explanation, clarifying that the work is mostly outside the city, and he emphasized that the nature of the request changes depending on the rank. For a novice, a magical beast would be just a laughable opponent. The boy quietly nodded in agreement. There was logic in that. While they were walking, Miliana did not remain silent. Some stranger who suddenly rushed into the forest turned out to be a real problem. He responded to the sharp comment with a riddle and looked confused. The accusations clearly fell on Garrett. He was embarrassed and insisted that it was already in the past, and to divert attention, he claimed that Lena Lee was supposedly involved too, saying she just happened to be passing by then. Before the quarrel could continue, a new voice burst through the air. Nero appeared. He looked with a twisted smile, mocking how cruelly they all attacked him. Lena Lee asks him to calm down, and Rito, embarrassed, agrees that the story is indeed cruel. Even Nero would hardly have rushed into the forest alone. The group is making their way through the devastated, charred forest, and Orito's irritated shout echoes among the trees. He shouts that everyone is so mean. At his outburst, Lena jokingly presses a knife to the neck of the embarrassed guard and tells Orito that they tease him only because he is the leader, while Orito looks on and blushes with shame over past failures. He is still not convinced, but leaning in a little and with a confident smile, he persistently asks if he is not now a wonderful leader. And when they continue on their way, Garrett admits that she is right. Noticing that Orito is still confused, Miliana apologizes that the group got a little distracted and explains. They tease each other simply because they have known each other for a very long time. She turns the conversation back to the Conquest Guild and explains that it is precisely their long-standing relationships that allow them to act as a coordinated team. And she adds that minors like Orito are registered as interns. Continuing the story about the guild hierarchy, she vividly describes the path of ranks. First beginner, then intermediate and advanced, and finally the shining honorable special rank. At the end, she paints a picture of the duties of these highest levels. It is they who are entrusted with tasks requested by the country itself, or missions that require actions across the entire country. While Orito absorbed her explanation, another previously said thing surfaced in his mind. A man named Cells said that members of the Merchant Guild can be found anywhere. He reasoned that if merchants are everywhere, and members of the Conquest Guild were selected by regions, then those who earned the special rank must have been truly outstanding. He looked at his comrades and felt admiration. Nero, noticing his expression, remarked that it was simply because he had been doing that for a long time. Grid, walking ahead, indifferently threw out "who knows," without taking his eyes off ahead. He returned with a broad smile as if saying don't rush. He explained that they were not in a hurry, there was enough money, and they also had to think about the children. His words confused Orito. Nero explained that greed means the team will disband as soon as they report. And Orito, digesting this new information, realized that their joint journey was temporary. He pondered the idea, but the thought caught on one word: children. He glanced at Lena Lee and Miliana, and a question appeared on his face. Lena Lee caught that look and seemed to understand his confusion. She explained that although she called herself a human, her great-grandmother was from the fairy lineage. And that is why, despite her age, she looks so young. Then Milna added that she also has a husband and children, and with a soft, gentle expression on her face, confessed that the riddle reminded her of her son. During the journey, Garrett notices that except for Lena Lee, everyone else are children. Orst adds that in people born from unions between different races, appearance and age can vary greatly. Lena Lee smiles and says that it does not bother her, she is an elf. And these discoveries leave Rito with wide-open eyes and in deep silence. He continues, saying that his wife takes care of him, but he constantly worries that when he returns home, she might not recognize him, and with a warm smile adds that he must prepare a souvenir for the family. Noticing that the boy lagged behind, Nero turns back and calls him by name. Orito walks with his head down and Shiro faithfully jumps alongside. He breaks away from his thoughts, looks up at the companions walking ahead, and quietly replies that it is nothing. A quiet realization washes over him, all these people have their place where they belong. His gloomy mood does not go unnoticed. Nero apologizes, admitting that they got too carried away. Then Miliana turns to Rito with a serious expression and asks if he will go with her and become her child. Before he could answer her proposal, Greed asks Arito what he plans to do now. Arito looks up, and though it pains him to refuse, says he has his own plans to go to the capital's library and study. As the group moves on, he suddenly realizes. He felt as if someone was watching him closely, and suddenly everything became clear. The companions clearly sigh with relief. Greed especially sincerely exclaims, "Thank God," his face shining, but he is a bit surprised by his own emotional outburst. Others instantly picked up and shared their plans. Nero said he has business in the capital and will stay there for some time, and Lenali added that their guild Emerald Sword also has a shared base there, so Orito's visit to the library would be convenient for everyone. Seeing that their paths perfectly coincide, Lena Lee turns to Rito as they walk and calls him directly, suggesting they all set off together to the capital. Her proposal hangs in the air. Arito raises his eyes, a light blush playing on his cheeks as he considers it, while nearby Shiro tilts her head as if equally interested in his response. With a cry of joy, Arito dives headfirst onto the soft bed and exclaims how long it has been since he had such luxury. He calls Shiro to join him, and the white wolf happily jumps and rolls on the floor in shared joy, while a large stone bird watches from the side. The cheerful note only intensifies when Grid and Miliana join them. Thai returned from a successful hunt with meat and wild greens. Orito, firmly hugging Shiro, sighs with relief that they can finally rest in the tavern without worrying about food, and Lenali notes that 4 from the Emerald Sword were busy hunting and forging. She restrains his enthusiasm and explains anxiously. She knows little about the local ecosystem and fears that excessive hunting could be dangerous. Arito senses this and agrees that then populations of other magical creatures might sharply increase. Worried, he announces his plan. He will go with Lena Lee to exchange healing herbs and turns to Shiro, promising to comb the wolf's fur when he returns. The decision is Madnot like during many nights on the road. Today they have a real roof over their heads in Townsend. In the room, Leon holds only a bunch of herbs and says that the simple comfort of a bed and a hard floor can give a sense of safety and peace. And Arito, looking at the herbs, agrees and asks for a few. He takes the herbs from her hands, a thoughtful expression on his face. The last 4 days pass like a moment, and then he politely asks permission to take them. He agrees to cook for his new companions who offer to bring ingredients. Days with him flew by in the blink of an eye, and at first everything seemed fine. But this first success was short-lived. On the second day, Garid greedily asked for more food. On the third, Nero and Malna also rushed for seconds, and very soon Arito realized there was almost no meat left. On the fourth day, everything became critical. They had used up all the meat supplies they took on the road, and Arito anxiously realized there were no ingredients, and up to that moment they had no backup plan. He politely apologized for the trouble caused and praised Arito's skills. Harry regretted that they should have bought more supplies. There was still space in their bags, but Arito understood. The problem was much deeper. He thought to himself that money was useless when there were no stores in the forest. To implement the new plan, he decided to set out in search of supplies. As a test of his abilities, he stepped into the wild wilderness accompanied by his familiars Snow and Otis. The efforts were not in vain. Nero said that thanks to Orito they gathered a bunch of wild greens, and briefly added that also many medicinal herbs. Orito was a bit worried that they were uprooting too much and harming the ecosystem, and Garid was simply amazed and believed that with such a haul they could survive in the forest forever. When the supplies were replenished, the group finally reached the city. Garid announced that as a token of gratitude for Orito's help in the forest they would treat him. And while climbing the stairs into the city, Orito quietly wondered if all members of the Conquest Guild were as noisy as his new companions. After 4 stormy days, the journey finally reached the first stop. Orito stood opposite, slightly bent, exchanging the gathered herbs for a pouch of coins. They thanked each other and agreed to trade again soon. Nero notices him in the corridor, and with suspicion in his voice, asks if he just spoke again with Lena about medicinal herbs. Nero advised him to go to bed earlier. Tomorrow they have to cross the mountains, and added that although someone used to riddles might be ready for this, it is still better to prepare. Arito agreed, wished Nero good night, waved his hand, and headed to his room. As soon as he entered, Shiro appeared before him happily squeaking and wagging his tail, then apologized for being late. He begins to brush Shiro's thick white fur and thinks about how carefully everyone takes care of him. He reflects that his 4 companions are a rarity among people, and Shiro seems to fully enjoy this care. His attention is drawn to the large stone bird Perun, watching them intently. Arito thinks that his companions sometimes want to touch Shiro, whom he calls Snow, and quietly apologizes to the wolf. He continued to comb Shiro's paw, confessing to himself that he had gotten hooked on this feeling. His gaze again fell on Pyron, and he thought that the little owl Morin, who often hangs out with the group, seemed to do nothing, and this strangely annoyed him. Somewhere else, Lena hugs the same owl Morin and smiles, thinking that he is not dangerous. On the contrary, in case of trouble, it is better to consider him a useful ally. While the mystery hung by the window, the large stone bird Audi cawed at him from outside, demanding to know why he was not asleep yet. Audi reminded him that he had to get up early tomorrow and insisted that he go to bed immediately. He agrees Audi is right and gently wishes the bird good night. Before leaving, Audi also warns Rito, do not be careless just because you are traveling with 4 companions. Pressing himself in bed next to the sleeping Shiro, Arito's thoughts drift. He wonders how Audi, although a bird, sees so well at night. And then his mind returns to the mountain hike that awaits them in the morning. When dawn breaks, Lena Lee's little owl familiar Morin flies off the roof and joins the other birds in the fresh morning air. The group of travelers sets out from the town, stepping onto a winding stone path leading up into the mountains. As they walked, one of the companions laid out the plan for the next stage: 2 days along the mountain road to the nearest town, from where the capital is within reach. And Orito suddenly froze over a plant he recognized from a botanical book. He pointed to a bunch of flowers and enthusiastically explained that these were needle grasses, which, according to the book, bloom only in this season. Orito smiles and begins to gather plants, noting that in the Forest of Death he could not find any, and these are just in season to eat. While working, he also notices several mushrooms and nearby linearly watches him. He continued to forage as they walked and explained to Lena Lee that their supplies would last for 2 days, but if possible, he would like to accumulate a little more. While he worked, Lena Lee looked at him with a gentle smile, and Nero watched with quiet admiration. The conversation shifted to the food that Orito would cook. Malna asked aloud what delicacies the wild herbs and mushrooms would become, to which Lenially replied that it was because Arito always cooks incredibly. Greed added that their expectations were high. And upon hearing this, Arito quietly decided to look for more spices as soon as they reached the next town. High above them, Adero the stone bird, like a sword cutting through the sky, watched and served as a scout for the squad below. The majestic bird surveyed the extended mountain range, its sharp eyes combing the terrain. It noticed something in the distance and wondered whether to fly to the other side to scout. Diving lower, it shouted a warning to Arito, "Be careful." Adero reported that somewhere in the mountains people were being chased. Arito raised his gaze anxiously and immediately asked for details. The whole group froze. Guard asked if the danger was near. Nero noticed that it seemed people were being pursued, and Lenially suddenly remembered that near the mountain entrance there really was a sign warning travelers about magical beasts. He closed his eyes and focused, then told the others that if they went straight, the commotion would be to the left. It seemed quite far, but suddenly he froze. He realized one of the distant figures had just used magic. He watched as a powerful explosion erupted in the distant thicket. A deafening roar rolled through the valley. A column of fire and black smoke rose up, indicating the place of conflict that he sensed. Next to him, Lena Lee's gaze became sharp. Her face tightened as she assessed the sudden escalation. Their other companions, Neuro, Greed, and Miliana, felt the same tense anxiety, their eyes glued to the chaos unfolding. Orito's eyes widened with recognition. As he looked at the nature of the explosion, he knew what it was. Neuro confirmed his thought aloud. It was fire magic and urgently warned, if it is not stopped, the whole mountain could burn down. Without hesitation for a moment, Neuro, Lanily, and Greed rushed to the source of the dangerous spell. Arito froze for a second. Only the scream of Neuro with his name, urging him to follow, pulled him out of his thoughts. Shiro tells Linali that he knows where the source of the unrest is hiding and asks if he can go there alone to destroy it. Linali firmly refuses, insists they go together, and orders the Great Wolf to lead them there. At her command, Lena Lee and Neuro dashed through the trees, and Lena Lee shouted to the others that Shiro could guide them. The whole group, Lena Lee, Neuro, Jared, and Miliana, rushes through the forest after their swift guide, and Jared exclaims with relief, rejoicing that finally there is a clear path ahead. She does not fall behind Shiro's incredible speed. Lena Lee now rides on his back, her cloak flapping behind, and she is breathless from this speed. They travel and suddenly she feels a powerful magical resonance. Eyes wide open, she shouts that they are already close, and Shiro's face reflects the same anxiety. They burst into a clearing and stopped abruptly. On the ground lay a huge wyvern with dark scales, mortally wounded, and its plea for rescue ended the moment it collapsed. The shocking sight is immediately intensified by a new sensation in Lena Lee. She senses another magical beast nearby. While meanwhile Garid urgently calls someone to run to their position. He turns his attention to Lena Lee. She is trembling. He presses her, asking how many more people are here besides their comrades. Suddenly they became alert, realizing there is another mage here, and he was standing right behind this one. From a branch above, Lena Lee Tiana was watching him and said he seemed fine, but noticed quite a few pursuers had already gathered behind him. She easily descended to the forest floor and sighed with relief he was unharmed. Turning to Guard, she entrusted him to urgently figure out what was happening. While she spoke, the magical resonance she was tracking intensified and Neuro rushed to its source. He had barely arrived there when he was thrown back onto the force floor. A gigantic shadowy figure loomed over him, and a deafening roar echoed through the trees. I mean, not one but a pack of monstrous horned bears with glowing eyes burst out of the underbrush, roaring and growling. And I stood, unable to believe my eyes at their number. The beast advanced, saliva dripping from its jaws as it approached. Miliana howled in terror and clung to Guard, who from the ground could only curse their dreadful fate. Just. Just as the creature was about to strike, the massive blade of a giant sword struck the ground right in front of them, and a calm voice sounded. A woman with long blonde hair asked if they were ignoring her. The sudden appearance was met with a roar from the horned bear that charged at Carried. He met the attack head-on, his huge sword clashing with the beast's fury with a thunderous sound. She fought bravely, but the woman moved with incredible speed. She flashed past another beast, her blade a silver streak, felling it with a single precise strike while the rest of the creatures froze. Her lightning agility seemed to inspire the others. Neuro finished off another creature with his blade, and young Orito from a safe distance simply stood in awe when he realized she had felled 3 at once. He thought she was incredibly strong. He was not the only one who reacted. Lena Lee Tiana, noticing the chance, unleashed a torrent of magical energy. A dazzling white flash tore through the air and brought down another beast. Her spell hit the target, but the mysterious woman had already finished the job. She stood calmly in a small clearing, surrounded by the motionless bodies of the horned bears, and decided that was probably all. She said it so casually and definitively that Guard and Lena Lee simply froze, relief and disbelief written on their faces. Guard stammered, finding only one word to describe the spectacle: incredible. His astonishment was shared by others. Guard exclaimed in disbelief at how easily she dealt with such a number of magical creatures. Nero watched with wide-open eyes, and Miliana with a calm smile simply asked if it really was that easy. In her smile was a hint of fatigue. She turned her gaze to them, her face expressionless, and admitted, "Not quite." Now with a short haircut, Lena Lee Tiana approaches Garide with a gentle smile and lightly scolds him. "Weren't you taught that fire magic cannot be used in the mountains?" Embarrassed, Garide only stammers awkwardly in response. The consequence of his actions was a large scorched patch of earth still smoldering. He, bending down, admits that it was difficult for him to extinguish the fire. The forest freezes for a moment. A solitary bird soars in the sky, its chirping echoing in the silence. The silence was broken by a sharp cry. A small red bird-like creature appeared and began scolding Rido for his weakness, screeching, "Aren't you ashamed to be out of breath after just a short run?" Swallowing the words of that creature, Arido sits down next to Miliana. His face tightening with determination, he admits that he must become stronger and confidently declares, he will eat his fill for dinner. Later, when the group set up camp, Lena Lee gently treats Rido's injured hand and tightly wraps it with fresh bandages. She hopes this will be enough and, nodding, signals that everything is ready while Nero and Garib watch. Gathered around the fire, Garib said with relief that despite all the chaos, they were lucky to get so much fresh meat. Linley glanced at Arido and remarked that he would probably eat too much again. Reed proudly places a wooden board covered with roasted meat on the table and joyfully announces that today's harvest is a great success, and there is still more to eat. Miliana cheerfully takes a piece, while Rido sits quietly, his bandaged hand resting on his knee. He froze with a piece of meat halfway to his mouth, eyes wide with surprise, and asks the two strangers if they are who he thinks they are, members of the initial rank of the Subjugation Guild, named Roland and Morris. The man with glasses calmly tells him to finish eating first. Then his tone changes, he becomes inquisitive and asks why their group ended up so far in the mountains, away from the main trail. By the fire, Lena Lee lowers her head and cannot meet their gaze. He continues, his face serious, saying that he already knows 2 of their rule violations and warns that they will be lucky if their worst punishment is only expulsion from the guild. Her companion, a woman in a hood, intervened and confirmed that the rules were clear. She named 2 prohibitions: newcomers are forbidden to set out to tame the mountains, and in this area it is strictly forbidden to use fire magic, and she insistently asked if they understood the reasons for these rules. The man Roland took responsibility and honestly admitted that it was his idea. He explained that they were from the same neighboring village and were just gathering plants, so, as it seemed to him, this made the matter less worrisome. A woman named Morris picked up his words and revealed their motive. They thought that if the magical beasts that bother the villagers disappeared, peace would come to all. And she did not hide her irritation at the constant anxiety caused by fights and long, dangerous detours. Hearing their naive excuses, Garrett burst out laughing loudly, mockingly asked if they really intended to become village heroes, and ironically added that his fire magic had turned out to be useless. His laughter subsides, he briefly apologizes, admitting that their plan really is funny, explains that although it would take more time, it would be more correct to consult the guild. Then his gaze softens and becomes understanding, and he reassures them, saying that compared to his own mistakes at the beginning, they are doing great. He continues the story and admits that he once also went into the forest alone and suffered the same miserable consequences as they did. While he speaks, Lena Lee and Miliana treat the group, encouraging them to eat more roasted meat and soup, and Roland listens, holding a sizzling piece of meat in his hands. Raising his eyes to the night sky, he begs them not to despair, explains that a miserable failure does not make them miserable people, although he admits that words are hard for him. Next to him, Lena Lee quietly stirs on his. His words touched 2 newcomers. They were overwhelmed with emotion, bowed their heads, and tears slowly flowed from under the bandages on their eyes. Roland expressed gratitude, feeling as if this act of kindness atoned for his past mistakes. Meanwhile, Nero turns his gaze to Arido and asks what he thinks about his action when he extinguished the fire, and Arido looks up and sincerely thanks him. The boy's eyes are wide open with admiration, and he simply says that everyone in the group is strong. His innocent confession made Miliana smile. She finds him very cute. She jokingly says that with such enthusiasm he could probably even ride a wyvern, although she adds that it is easier to kill it, and Nero laughed loudly. Arido, who is just eating from a plate, considers the idea of riding a wyvern too dangerous, and Nero explains that this type of dragon is very proud, so making a contract with them is extremely difficult, after which he poses a hypothetical question to Arido. If he did manage to ride one, wouldn't he be able to fly through the sky? Nearby, Lena Lee savors the dish and enthusiastically says how delicious the sauce is. He admits that he does not like the feeling when his feet lift off the ground, scratched his head with a crooked smile. He recalls that the sky was a terrible experience even when he was with Horst, and while a large bird hovers overhead, the Enigma raises its gaze and contemplates this new information. Pieces of meat sizzle over the fire, their juice crackling and steaming. Rockbird exclaims with delight, telling Horst that this is exactly how he likes his meat. And Orst, holding a tray of fried steaks, explains that it is because today he managed to grill them especially well. While other creatures, the forest bear, Ralph, and the wolf cub also enjoy the meal, the white wolf guardian notes that the texture is simply enchanting. Crispy on the outside, soft inside, and says he wants to eat this every day, adding that the taste is so familiar as if the enigma itself prepared it. Hearing this, he contentedly strokes his mustache. The wolf recalls that some Rido practiced grillings, Orst agrees, diligently every day and decides. If this creature is so happy, then he should also take the matter seriously. With new energy, he declares that it is never too late to start something new and swears that starting tomorrow he will try a bunch of different things again. The white wolf guardian looks surprised at this unexpected statement, but suddenly swallows hard. Some unexplainable bad premonition begins to crawl over his. A moment of reflection passes, and Orst decisively gives instructions to the group. Carry furs and dried meat, and keep in mind the packages are heavier than they seem. Do not overexert yourselves. Supplies are packed. The group sets off, boots and paws thudding on the grassy ground. They continue through the wilderness, the small group moving shoulder to shoulder. The capital is still far away. While the group was traveling, Lenely looked at Grid and asked if the capital was their next stop. He turned to her and replied that first they would stop in the city ahead. Wait, there is a branch of the Submission Guild there. He continues, explaining that the punishment for the men they captured will be decided there, and since they need to report what happened, he wants Rido to go with them to the guild as well. This request awakened a mysterious memory in him. He remembered his previous life in an office and realized that back then he also made quite a few mistakes. Turning to the present moment, he listens carefully as Lena Lei says that Wade is a wealthy city, though smaller than Secha. And Arito thoughtfully replies that he doesn't think he can help them with anything, but agrees to go with them if they don't mind. Agreeing with him, the squad moved on and soon found themselves before the great gates of their destination, the city of Wei. A dull blow sounded over the rooftops of the city, making the very air tremble under the wide, cloudy sky. The sound seems to come from a majestic stone building, whose entrance is guarded by a fierce carved face of a roaring lion. Inside its walls, the hall buzzes with the clamor of adventurers and mercenaries, a chaotic symphony of clinking mugs and loud conversations. People from all walks of life fill the tables, their faces telling stories of travels, while waiters easily weave between tables as if it were a usual task for them. Suddenly, a heavy step cut through the noise. The impact passed over the wooden floors and drew the attention of everyone around. Let's return in unison: the hardened gaze of a man with an eye patch, the curious look of a horned woman, the wary expression of a bandaged girl, and the surprised face of a red-haired man instantly fixed on the source of the commotion. Suddenly, a giant man named Greed intervenes. He loomed, scratched his broad chest, and his shadow fell on a much smaller figure. But all this pales before another huge rough man leaning forward with a face mask of contempt. He says this is the base of the Conquest Guild, disdainfully looks down at the unseen one, and asks what some riffraff could want. The tension in the hall breaks with a sudden rumble. A new group bursts into the guild, and a burly man in a fur collar steps forward. He announces himself as Garite of the special party Emerald Sword, and confidently asks the embarrassed receptionist if the guild master Dylan is here. His statement quiets the room. Hibino and the blonde boy freeze, their faces a mixture of shock and admiration, and one word echoes in their minds: emeralds. Next to guard, the elf girl blushes deeply and heavily, eyes wide open, whispering the second half of the name Sordy. She stands with crossed arms, waiting for an answer, and the once noisy guild hall is now completely quiet and focused. The silence was broken by a wave of excited shouts. Guild members leaned over the railings and, in disbelief, shouted that the real Emerald Sword, the legendary special rankers, are here. The formidable man who had earlier caused a commotion now raised his head and sweated with genuine admiration before the famous wyvern hunter Gry. The group makes their way through the crowd, whispered about behind them, and guild members loudly marvel that this boy is nearby and point to his familiars. One is so excited that he directly asks for an autograph, and the blonde boy sighs, clearly uncomfortable with such sudden attention. Reed pays no attention to the fuss, leaning against the reception desk and calmly repeating his request to the still stunned receptionist. He wants to meet with the guildmaster. The blonde boy scans the scene and thinks that the Guild of Subjugation is as crowded as the Guild of Merchants and Iron, although the atmosphere here is completely different. The crowd around buzzes at the name Emerald Sword, and now their gazes are fixed on him, the mysterious child among people. They watched as the guild receptionist asked them to wait a little. The great warrior, Greed, simply smiled, propped his chin with his hand, and cheerfully said she should not hurry. The casual behavior of his companion barely calmed the boy's growing anxiety. He shuddered, realizing this was a bad situation. The time had finally come. If you remember, the guild master Dylan and Greed were like fire and water, an explosive mix. Just then the receptionist appeared again at the top of the wide main stairs and called down, sincerely thanking them for their patience. She informed the group that the guild master was waiting for them in his room, and gestured for them to follow her up the stairs. Upstairs in that very room stood a man named Dylan waiting, His face was a mask of pure rage, teeth clenched, eyes wide open with anger. Below, Greed's face twisted with fierce hostility, a sharp contrast to his earlier cheerfulness. And the rest of the party watched, their faces combining calm attention and nervous anxiety. The receptionist led them into a spacious office there. With his back to them, near the window, stood a majestic figure. She quietly apologized and confirmed that it was indeed Hildmeister. The man slowly turned around. Each of his heavy steps echoed loudly in the quiet room as he walked forward. His face was gloomy and unyielding. Those nearby tensed and swallowed hard as the guild master approached. He and guard stood face to face, the air crackling with unspoken hostility. The tension broke in an instant. Both lunged at each other, and their fists struck directly into each other's jaws. Their fight turned into a chaotic exchange of blows. Fists flew relentlessly until Harry landed another powerful hit. Dylan staggered back. He instantly recovered, his eyes burning with rage as they met Jury's equally fierce gaze. The two warriors clashed again, their movements merging into a blurred storm of wild strength. The exchange suddenly stopped. Garid sprawled on the floor, his body limp and unresponsive. Standing over him, Dylan threw back his head and burst into loud, triumphant laughter, while Garid could only emit a weak, hoarse breath. His laughter echoed through the guild hall, and the rest of the Emerald Sword party watched with surprised looks at what was happening next to the new great companion. The giant in the bandana stepped forward with a broad smile and greeted the fallen Greed, saying that much time had passed, and he seemed to have aged during their separation. His noisy greeting did not subside. He slammed Guard's head against the floor, stunning those present. The sudden wave of violence caught Arita with wide-open eyes. His little bird friend quietly settled on his shoulder, while the others watched without looking away. In a moment, the guild master Dylan rushed together with the novice, and their meeting instantly turned into a chaotic fight. The guild receptionist sighed and muttered that these two never change and always do this. While the two men continued exchanging blows, Miliana quietly spoke, asking for just a moment of their attention. Her interruption prompted Lena Lee to explain to Arito that Guild Master Wida and his Garide come from the same city, and to add that seeing them together was touching. The playful shoving abruptly stopped when Dylan firmly grabbed that man by the shoulder and roared for him to sit down. When the noise subsided, the guild receptionist served tea to the gathered company and smiled, saying how glad she was to see them again after such a long time. She looked around the room and noticed that all the adventurers of special rank were now gathered before her. In the guild, Master Dylan held a cup of steaming tea, his face gloomy. He dismissed pleasantries and decisively asked if this meeting really had a serious purpose, and was not just a whim or a fabrication to pass the time. In response to the question, Gorid's face froze, his gaze became firm and serious, and nearby a cup quietly clinked. The guild master addressed everyone at the table and admitted that he wanted to restore their old friendship, but there was still much to discuss ahead. While Lena Lee gently blew on her tea and noted its pleasant aroma, a small moment of calm in the tense room. Orito looks at the scene. A drop of sweat shining on his temple, he recognizes this oppressive atmosphere and thinks it resembles situations from his former world, where rarely anything good happened with such a mood. In the background, Hibino and Neuro stand silently, their presence making the moment even heavier. The quiet tension is pierced by the light clink of a cup being set on a saucer. Gathering the silence, the warrior in the bandana takes a sip from the cup and contentedly notes the quality of the tea, looking at the Garide for confirmation. His remark made Lena Lee look at her hand. She felt that Dylan really brought good tea, and decided that it was probably a refined variety while others were listening. The short break ended, and the face of the guild master Dylan became stern again. He announced that he would explain everything in order. There would be a report, confirmation, and a few minor tips at the meeting. He sits opposite the gathered adventurers of special rank, his face gloomy, and listens carefully to their first words. He tells them that he also has questions, but first wants to hear their report in order. Far from the guild hall, on a tiled roof, a large horned owl settled and quietly hooted, its gaze fixed on the horizon. In the meeting hall, the travelers exchange glances. Neuro gently nudges Lena Lee to attract her attention, and the younger ones Arito and Miliana look worried. Taking the lead, the burly warrior with a bandage leans forward slightly, preparing to speak for the whole group. He begins to tell that shortly before their arrival, a small incident occurred. Nero agrees and suggests starting the report with this, and while he speaks, Lena Lee calmly drinks from her cup, and Guard listens attentively. The trace of this incident is visible on their faces. The warrior and Hibino have fresh bandages, signs of a recent skirmish. He told in detail that the day before, when they were crossing the mountains from the southern village, their group came across two novices, Morris and a young boy named Nalan. He continued the story, pointing on the map how the two novices went to look for food on the northern slope of the mountain. It seems that on the way home they got lost, wandered onto an old road which is now considered home to magical beasts, and were attacked there. Guildmaster Dylan turned to Orito and asked if the skirmish started then, to which Orito confirmed and added that his familiar Audi was the first to notice that pair. He recalls that scene, His great horned owl Audi was just helping two stranded travelers. It was then that a fire suddenly broke out. Lena Lee intervened, explaining that Euskola grew there, a plant known for causing fires in the mountains. Her gaze stops again on Arito. She asks if he brought a sample, and he hands over a bunch of the plant's leaves, confirming that it is indeed it. Lena Lee talks about the terrible danger. If the ignition were left unattended, it could turn into a huge fire that would engulf the mountains, and adds that it was another familiar of Rito's who warned them about this. She turns to Miliana awaiting confirmation, and the young girl with closed eyes quietly agrees and adds that she tried very hard to extinguish the flame. A gentle blush flared on her cheeks. Lena Lee smiles and agrees, and the bandana warrior and Neuro enthusiastically pick up that Mia really worked the hardest of all. Guildmaster Dylan processes the information, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief, and he notes that for a person who usually doesn't even try at work, Miliana's actions are quite uncharacteristic. She answered simply she doesn't want to, because Dylan is too strong. The warrior with the bandana, seizing the moment, cheerfully suggests some individual combat lessons with the guild master after their meeting. Lena Lee continues the report. When the group met with Morris, Roland, and Redbird, the fight was almost over, and she adds that those two skillfully used monster traps found along the old road, neutralizing the threat before the main group arrived. Elsewhere, Roland confirms this story and adds that they still profit from such finds. The red bird sitting nearby interrupted the conversation and said that she also helped quite a bit. Arito raises his eyes and smiles confidently. Redbird and Snow are partners he can truly rely on. In the guild hall, Master Dylan leaned forward, and a mask of sharp skepticism froze on his face as he listened to the report. His gaze fixed on the two travelers before him. He addressed them directly, calling out the names Morris and Roland. Morris flinched but quietly confirmed. He began recounting an incredible series of events they had talked about. How they accidentally got lost while searching for food, how they again accidentally encountered a magical creature, how in the middle of a mountain fire they supposedly defeated it with the help of a child's familiar, and finally, fortunately, Miliana was in a good mood and extinguished the flames. Having finished the retelling, he leaned closer, his voice dropped to a low, dangerous tone. He firmly gripped the knee and demanded to know if it really happened. The question caused a deafening silence. Morris and Roland began to sweat, their eyes wide open with fear. Not giving him time to recover, he pressured them and demanded a response to his challenge. His face tightened as he laid out the full seriousness of their situation and asked if the special rank group was really trying to lie to Guildmaster Wadethai's. Suspicion hung heavily in the air, and Roland only froze in fear. Finally, he broke down, stammering. He told that he received help from Rito. Then in panic, he and Morris simultaneously blurted out their confessions. Roland took the blame, admitting that he lost them due to his poor orientation, and they sincerely apologized, insisting that it was not a lie because somehow everything finally worked out. Master Dylan leaned back with a penetrating look, addressed the two young people, lamented their unfortunate situation, and said he would consider the matter and the issue of access. Words hang in the air. Garide nervously sweats and Morris and Roland freeze in place, not knowing what will happen next. Arito quietly notices that what started as a small report has grown into something much bigger, while Dylan meanwhile leans back in his chair and sighs with relief, saying he was afraid it would be much worse. Then he turns his gaze back to Greed, and as if confiding again, reminds him of that punishment on 100 days when he washed the guild premises and hauled cargo in his free time, emphasizing that there is a big difference between the initial mistake back then and this one now. Blushing with embarrassment, Grid asks not to talk about it. Next to him, Neuro quietly agrees with the guildmaster's assessment. Lena Lee joins the conversation and thoughtfully wonders what would happen if a novice adventurer acted so recklessly. She says that Greed is now a special rank and hints that with enough diverse experience, Morris and Roland could also become a notable figure. Sillin sharply interrupted all guesses by slamming his hand on the table. It's impossible. You learn little good from painful memories, and looking at Morris and Roland, loudly asked what was wrong with them. Before they could answer, Arito jumped to his feet and interrupted the guildmaster. He politely said, "Excuse me," and prepared to add something else to the conversation. He addressed Guildmaster Dylan with a simple question whether he could finish his testimony here, and the guildmaster, who had been listening attentively, looked surprised. He explained that although his name was Rito, he was not a member of the Subjugation Guild. He had just registered as an apprentice in the Merchants Guild, and would go to their branch to wait, sighing with relief. Understanding the boy's situation, Dylan gently asked him to hurry and apologize for taking up his time, after which Arito and his companions returned and left the office. As they departed, Dylan's face tensed slightly. He thanked Arito for finding two of his lost guildmates. Now in the corridor, Linley calls Arito. She guesses correctly. He is going to sell medicinal herbs. He confirms her guess, and she beams with satisfaction that her intuition did not fail. She then asks if she can go with him. The unexpected question caught the enigma by surprise. Meanwhile, high above the guild hall, a large horned eagle owl takes flight, its powerful wings beating the air. Returning to the office, Dylan throws to Grid that even a wild horse can behave like a gentleman with idiots, and Grid smiles and says that from the very beginning he considered Dylan gentle. Somewhere aside, Nero noticed that Miliana was the most praiseworthy in their group today. Miliana, pleased, added that she was also gentle. And Lena Lee Tiana encouraged the praise, saying she could be praised even more, but Nero decided to stop there. He watches them go and asks Grid if those two will return to the guild. Grid smiles confidently and assures that they will definitely come back. He laid out his logic in detail like some Rido, leaned forward and stepped back, saying that it's because they are capable idiots. As they set off, suddenly an urgent voice is heard. Wait, it's Morris, her eyes still covered with bandages, and she steps forward to thank Arito. She, overwhelmed with emotions, explains that it was because of him that she and Roland finally realized they had hurt their comrades. From his window high above, Guildmaster Dylan watches the scene unfold and dryly snorts that Rito immediately tore off the leaves of the Uscula. Unaware that he is being watched, Arito walks on deep in thought and quietly wonders, why when people make a big mistake do they most often blame themselves for everything? She looked at him and quietly said that probably Morris and Roland are just like that, it's in their nature. She points down the street, drawing the group's attention, and explains to the merchant guild that they just need to turn the corner. High above the city, their rock-bird companion circles over the rooftops. In one of the shops, his mission was successful. The saleswoman, folding her hands in gratitude, warmly thanks him for buying such valuable medicines and herbs, and says with relief that she is very glad he agreed to purchase them. He sincerely replies, "Thank you, sir," explaining that the money for the herbs was enough to buy the books he wanted. In the background, the bookstore employees quietly go about their business. Returning to the others, Malna asks if Lena Lee is also heading to the guild shop for purchases. Before she can answer, Arito impatiently volunteers and announces that he will go. His enthusiasm draws Lena Lee's attention. She looks at him with surprise, saying that he only goes to such places to buy cooking ingredients and agrees. The more spices, the better. While Arito prepares for the next assignment, the rest of the team gathers nearby. Grid called out to him, noticing that the others had already entered the tavern, then addressed their bird and asked Audi to inform him when the rest would come out. He got lost in his own world, cheeks slightly flushed from thoughts about his goal, thinking that there probably wouldn't be any fish here, and since he still hadn't found me only soy sauce or rice, and the desire to eat them was palpable. His fervent desire does not go unnoticed. Beside him, Ralph looks up to the sky, mouth agape, saliva dripping from his jaw. He too shares the boy's culinary urn. He waited eagerly, but before him appeared a disappointing sight. A large dish piled with burnt, stone-like lumps of food. Orsten Elf awkwardly explained his kitchen failure. He had planned to carefully fry the meat, but after many attempts to bake it with weak fire magic, it turned into this inedible heap. When Rosht heard this, he fell into despair. Shiro, as always nearby, told him not to lose heart, scooping water from a nearby bowl and tried to calm him, hoping such misfortune would not happen again. He still was not convinced looking at that pile of burps. Despite its appearance, he thought, meat is meat, and hunger gave no peace. Sighing and resigning himself, he began to chew one of the burnt pieces. Shiro watched nearby, lightly wagging his tail, then began licking the plate to shine herself. Meanwhile, in a much more pleasant dining room, Arito was served a real meal. Lena Lee placed a plate before him and explained that it contained meat and vegetables in thick soy sauce, chicken fillet smoked with salt, and bread as a side. She also brought drinks for everyone. He raised his mug and clinked it with his comrades. Arito apologized to the big warrior in the bandana for rushing him in the Tamers Guild, but he simply welcomed them to the city of Wako. The warrior waved off his apologies and said that the conversation with Dylan was already over. Arito shifted his gaze to Lena Lee and thanked her for everything. As they settled in, a characteristic scratching came from the door. Shiro was patiently waiting there. While the company continued their meal, Lena Lee returned to Arito and noted that this was his first time in the capital, gently asking if there was anything he would like to know in advance. Even before he manages to answer, the warrior in the bandana interrupts him and asks if there is a library in the capital, and Arito remains silent. His thoughts are focused on only one goal: to find the Emerald Sword base nearby. Nero explained that the capital Rizun is so huge that there is a network of carriages running on a schedule. Arito jumped up upon hearing that they are called city buses, and the warrior with the bandana nodded affirmatively that they can be used to get both to the library and to their shared base. Lenily adds to the list of the capital's features, there is also a school of magic nearby. Her remarks seem to change the mood in the air. The warrior in the bandana admits that there is one thing that worries him a little, and Nero, whose face becomes serious, confirms that they are thinking about the same thing. Linley agreed she is worried too. All three anxiously turn their gazes to the enigma. Meanwhile, sitting on a neighboring roof, the little familiar owl Morin watches the tavern and quietly whispers to his invisible companion that after dinner everyone should talk in guard's room. It turned out that the companion is Shiro, who is cheerfully tumbling on the roof tiles. Morin notices that Rito has not appeared yet and thinks that the conversation inside the person has dragged on, and also notes that the boy seems not to have gone far. Arito enters what seems like a stable and announces his return to the two companions waiting there. The large bird Audi greets him, noting that he has returned and that it was an easy task for him. He did not waste time, immediately began combing Shiro's thick white fur. The wolf's tail started wagging joyfully. She settled on the floor, fully enjoying the care, and her tail tirelessly wagged in a happy rhythm. While caring for her, Arito asked Adi if they were already close to the capital, and the bird replied that from here on foot it is only 3 days. Meanwhile, inside the group is discussing exactly this. The warrior in the bandana explains the situation in the capital soldiers' patrol, but there are too few of them to ensure security. He says that in such a large city there are all kinds of people from the best to the worst, even those stronger than them and those skilled in magic. Grid adds that in the crowd there are definitely people with bad intentions, and Linley anxiously says that although Audi can fly and is safe, Orito better not walk alone with Shiro. She fears that someone might use illegal and vile methods to target the familiars. Outside, Shiro raises her head during grooming, her eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity as if she overheard a conversation about herself. Odi listens to the group's concerns and conveys his decision to her. Briefly, he explains that her movements in the capital will have to be restricted. The large bird Rito, settled in Shiro's fluffy fur, began to doze off, and he noticed that the boy was happy again as long as Rito was near his 4 companions. Everything was still somehow bearable. While Rito dozed, Shiro gently explained the new arrangement. From now on, she must not go out alone with him, but clarified that they can walk together if someone else is nearby. The rule was established. Shiro happily confirmed that she understood everything, and Robert from his place also nodded and insisted that they both rest a little so as not to be exhausted the next day. Having listened to the advice, Arito fell into a deep sleep, quietly whispering thanks to Audi and Snow and wishing them good night. The night passed, and when the morning glow rose over the city, Rockbird settled on the roof, loudly cried out as if announcing a new day. His voice quickly got lost in the growing noise of the city, as people began to gather near the main gate, and the air filled with the conversations of travelers and merchants. A line of people winds to the entrance. Among them are figures hidden in hoods and weary travelers waiting to be let in. Finally, their turn came. A female official called them forward, naming that man and his companions from the Emerald Sword Party. She asked if it was their first time in the city of Razan, to which Arito simply replied yes. While he waited, a large warrior in a bandana addressed the gate guard and assured her that Orito was genuine, and his familiars were obedient and posed no threat, yet the guard still looked uncertain. She sighed and admitted, rules are rules. Still, she allowed them to enter but warned that the entrance would cost 2 copper coins. When the fee was paid, the group passed through the gates and found themselves on the bustling streets of Razan. Arito looked around. Slightly stunned, everyone seemed to have a pass by their face and entered without problems, and the warrior with the bandana cheerfully led them forward. He looked up and his breath was taken away with admiration. The buildings were huge, towering, even taller than ever before. Staring at the architecture, the restless warrior pointed at a large horse-drawn carriage and enthusiastically suggested taking the city coach. In a moment, everyone settled into the carriage and set off through the streets of the capital. He pressed against the window and watched the cityscapes, while Shiro calmly laid his head and contentedly settled on his lap. The scale and energy of the city were undeniable. This was a true capital. The wolf also seemed interested in the new surroundings. His ears twitched from the rumble of the carriage as he watched the city flash by. In the carriage, Lena Lee Tiana gazes out the window, her face thoughtful. She is mentally trying on all the possibilities this new city might bring. Nearby, a man in a bowler hat sits quietly unnoticed. As they travel, Gary notices they are passing through a residential area. Arito, with Shiro nearby, realizes that the so-called base he is looking for must be elsewhere, while the man in the bowler hat thinks this is a good place to gather information about the fallen he wants to study. His face suddenly lit up with excitement. Looking ahead, Garrett exclaimed that he sees their stop and that they will be getting off soon. The group gets out and stands before a large house with gates. Guard spreads his arms wide as if welcoming everyone and proudly announces that they have finally arrived home. At the Emerald Sword's base in the capital, Arito works diligently in the kitchen, pulling freshly baked, still warm bread from a large brick oven, while Shiro quietly steps along the floor nearby. Proudly announces that everything is ready, receiving an approving look from Shiro. After a short taste from the pot, he confirms delicious, satisfied with the taste. Salting meal is a hearty stew with lamb, chicken, and vegetables, and when it was served, Lena Lee exclaimed with delight. She savors the stew, noting that this is already their 3rd day in the capital and that the dish perfectly matches the bread, and recalls how members of Emerald Sword took her around local shops and pointed out where it was dangerous. Thoughts began to darken when she remembered the walk through the city. It seemed to her that from all sides evil glances were thrown at her, as if an enemy was watching her, and nearby Shiro and Rockbird were also tense, both on edge. This oppressive anxiety is constantly nearby, but she is grateful that she can live in a shared space. She agreed to cook for them in exchange for a roof over her head instead of paying for a hotel. She explains with slight anxiety the current situation in their group. Grid and the others temporarily went to pick up their relatives from surrounding towns and villages because these adventurers are so well known that they decided to bring their families to the capital for a while, where they feel safer. Others were already preparing to leave. Arito returned to Lena Lee and persistently asked her not to disappear on her own. She agreed, promising to hold the position together with him, and then called Jared, whom friends jokingly restrained, asking him not to overdo it and assuring that everything would be fine with them. She listens as Rito assesses the situation and says that currently only the four of them are at the base himself, Snow, Audi, and Lena Lee. He continues to say that the places shown to him turned out to be just neighboring stores with food and supplies. He is calm because he has made provisions, and he adds that the kitchen at the base is very simple to use. After finishing the meal, he decided it was time to clean up, and thanks Snow she licked the plate clean. He works and she, leaning from behind, approaches and calls him, asking if there is any place he wants to go. She pauses as if weighing her words, then simply says that she felt his desire to go somewhere and asked about it, and Arito confirms she is right. Her eyes widened with understanding. She realized that he wanted to go to the library, where she herself had wanted to go earlier that day. Surprised by such a coincidence, she asks about his plans and says that she is not in a hurry. Hearing this, Arito decides that he will go too. Lena Lee put the book back on the shelf, and Arito emphasized that a certain procedure is required to use the library. He thanks her but looks uncertain and asks if it is really okay. She, leaning towards him, assures that she can also be his guarantor. She smiles and admits that she has a hidden motive. She hopes that from now on he will help her prepare medicines. Arito agrees and says he will get ready, and Lena Lee adds that she is learning a lot and is grateful for this chance. He goes outside. Shiro trots nearby and someone calls out, "Are you going somewhere?" He stops briefly, apologizing to Shiro for having to leave him behind, gently squeezes the wolf's cheeks and notes how cute he is. Lena Lee smiled and advised, "In a place like the library, it is better to wear a neat outfit to not stand out," and pointed to the outfit she had previously bought in the city. Dressed in a vest, cap, and pants, he thoughtfully looks at his reflection when suddenly Audi, the stone bird, appears and directly asks what he is doing. Arito says he was just trying to look decent. Audi notes that people are hard to understand, and Arito ironically agrees that people often have a hard time too. Setting off, he and Lena Lee make their way through the noisy streets of the capital, a horse-drawn carriage clattering nearby. Walking further, Arito looks back and notices many peers who look like students, and his gaze involuntarily drifts to the majestic, castle-like building on a distant hill. He calls Lena Lee, pointing forward with admiration. As they walk through the capital, he cannot help but notice her elegant posture. All his attention was drawn to the gigantic house on the hill, the very same school of magic. He looks at its scale with admiration and loudly wonders if those walking nearby are students. Lena Lee confirms that the library is in the same area, but reminds him that the district itself is quite large. He looks at the distant school, lost in thoughts about the very idea of magic, and Lena Lee, noticing his interest, asks if he wants to go there. Her tone changes, and she begins to explain the main thing he must understand to live in this new place. She explains in detail. Magic is the art of combining one's own magical power with the invisible components of the world to create the desired phenomenon, and advises mastering this skill because it would be useful for him to practice it daily. The explanation now touches on the connection between a person and their familiar, and here he is, next to Shiro's. Standing behind him, she places her hands on his bow and sternly warns. If he truly wants to become strong, they will train relentlessly, and she also cautions in the world, there are those whose passion for the bow is even stronger than the elven one. She passionately describes how to make a contract with a familiar. One must concentrate the magical power of the whole body in the right hand, touch the chosen one, and carve the chosen name on them with this power. He rides the top Shiro with a wide smile, while the majestic white wolf rushes forward swiftly and gracefully. The joyful expression on his face fades, changing to pensiveness. He realizes that the knowledge of magic and medicine his grandfather taught him was needed to survive in the deadly forest, not for ordinary life. He raises his eyes to the great Academy of Magic, nestled on the hill, and understands. The magic taught there is probably the kind people use in everyday life in this world. He is convinced that the magic needed for fighting monsters or for purification is much stronger than what is required for ordinary life. Not everyone can handle it. He turns back to Lena Lee, a gentle smile on his face. Although he is interested in the Academy's magic, he tells her that for now, he thinks everything is fine just as it is. She listens, her face thoughtful, and notes. His ability to control magical power is simply impressive. His grandfather must have been an outstanding person even among elves. He thinks it was Grandfather Orst and agrees with Simple Me. Meanwhile, Shiro says with a smile that Arito's amazing abilities are also thanks to her, adds that she sent letters to Perron through Audi. is pleased that everyone responds very quickly and asks if a message can be passed to Ors. While they walk, Arito briefly asks if all elves possess such deep knowledge, and she thoughtfully touches her chin, explaining that although very knowledgeable people exist among humans, in the end it all depends on the person themselves. She smiled and added that she is pleased to hear such a compliment from him, and Arito, walking a little ahead, was slightly surprised by her answer, and mentally felt that her confident, knowledgeable manner reminded him of his grandfather. She continues to explain as they walk that the long life of elves allows them to accumulate more knowledge over the years than humans, but adds, "Truly, walking dictionaries can only be called the village elders, and it seems Rito almost deserves this title already." She catches curiosity in him and notes that he is clearly very interested in elves. He confirms this and adds another reason for the journey he was asked to visit his grandfather's birthplace. Her face changes as she puts the puzzle together in her head and realizes one of the places in the letters he carries is actually his grandfather's birthplace. She suddenly looks at him with a keen, tense gaze and asks where this place is, and if he is ready to tell her about it. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Shiro, who was faithfully walking beside him, and after a brief internal debate decided that he could tell only them. Shiro quietly growled as if agreeing. He spoke the name of the city. They are now in Eridon. In another part of the city, a giant passed by a carriage on his back, a large wrapped weapon swayed under his powerful gaze. Meanwhile, the woman intently peers through the delicate monocular, confirming the report she received. She aloud repeats the details, a child accompanied by familiars holding an emerald sword. From her height, she can see Arito and Lena lay standing near the mansion far below, and her subordinate confirms the account. She lowers the device, her gaze sharp, and interrogates the subordinate. Noticing the lack of familiars, she demands explanations and sharply asks if he really conducted the surveillance correct. The man in the visor only bows and agrees that he did. With a tense voice, he talks about his failure. One familiar vanished as soon as he entered the mansion, and he completely lost him, and the other, he adds, seems to be hanging in the air. His boss, a man with an overly stern expression, coldly interrupts him, calls him completely worthless, orders him not to lose sight of the goals anymore, and sharply sends him away. The man in the visor turned around and walked away without saying a word. When he leaves, the lips of the devoured woman slightly curve into a quiet, knowing smile. In her mind, a thought crystallizes. If her assessment is correct, this guy will become a powerful weapon. In front of the grand arches of the massive stone building stand two guards. One steps forward, his face hidden under a helmet. He raises his hand, and his voice thunders with authority. His team calls out to two figures crossing the wide, empty courtyard: a tall woman with long, light hair and a young boy. The guard confirms they have reached the library and asks if they intend to use its services. Even Lena Lee Tiana calmly replies that yes. She has the access card, but for the guy this will be the first visit, and Arito looks on, a little surprised. She continues and says that she will take on the role of guarantor and wants to register him for access. Arito raises his eyes and listens attentively. As soon as he heard her name or looked at her documents, his professional mask crumbled. He muttered in disbelief, "Emerald sword." And his partner, equally stunned, leaned over and shouted to get attention. The guard quickly gathers his thoughts and asks her to show documents and pay the required deposit. He tells him to wait a bit while he handles it, and she willingly agrees, handing over a coin. While they wait, she returns to Arito, who seems a little confused. "It's all right," she says, encouraging him. The guard returned, and his formality dissolved into shy admiration. Thanking them for their patience, he admits that his wife is a big fan of the emerald sword and nervously asks if it would be a bother to give her an autograph. The guard returned Arito's guild card and handed over the newly issued permit. Arito took them gratefully and sincerely thanked him. Then they are told what to do. Immediately upon entering, approach the reception and show your permit. His friendly expression suddenly becomes stern. He leans closer to the enigma and firmly warns. Books must be handled with extreme care because many of them have been damaged recently. Having received the warning, Arito and Lena Lee crossed the spacious stone courtyard and headed to the majestic entrance of the library itself. Upon entering, Arito was immediately breathless. He raised his head, mouth agape, and looked up at the huge multi-level hall with vaulted ceilings rising above countless rows of books. The scale of this collection is staggering. Floor after floor, towering bookshelves stretch in all directions. In this boundless treasury of knowledge, quiet reading corners give scholars and visitors space to fully immerse themselves in their research. While Arito continues to admiringly absorb the magnificent surroundings, his gaze suddenly rises to an amazing sight. Crystal lanterns hang from the ceiling and a substance that glows like liquid light drips from them, while Leanly silently watches his reaction with a gentle smile. They lazily stand by the librarian's desk. The staff member checks their passes, says everything is in order, and reminds them of the rule's silence and handling books with extreme care. Entering the main hall, he froze in. All the dimensions are shocking. The height makes his head spin. There are so many shelves that the end is not visible. Everything is much grander than he imagined, and suddenly he realizes that this is the legendary Capital Library like. While he gapes at everything around, Lena Lee calmly shifts his gaze. She points to a large open space with tables and chairs and explains that this is exactly where the books should be read. She leans closer with a mischievous smile on her face and tells him to let her know if he needs her to guide him. Her closeness makes him blush, and he momentarily loses focus. Gathering himself, he raises his eyes to the tall shelves with renewed determination. He is ready to begin. Meanwhile, high above the city on a tall spire, a giant horned owl vigilantly surveys the surroundings and thinks that for now, it is a weirdo. The thought continues. His familiar Morin is nearby, so it can rest its wings a bit. In 3 days here, it has already figured out the city layout. Still, when it looks at the sprawling capital, a hidden doubt lingers in its mind. In a deserted city square, two quietly confer. A tall man in a dark cloak looms over a shorter companion wrapped in a heavy coat and hat. The taller man's face has become stern with resolve. He pointed forward, his gaze fixed on an invisible target, and a silent command flashed between him and his comrade. Nearby, a small red bird familiar watches, and in its eyes burns a cold, murderous intent. Meanwhile, on another street, the rumble of footsteps spreads. Rito and Linley are making their way through the city. She turns to him with a gentle smile, sincerely glad that he found the necessary material for research. Orito beams with joy, happily says yes, and warmly thanks her. He enthusiastically explains that he managed to make a bunch of notes, and now eagerly awaits the task to accurately record and summarize everything you learn. Lian gently stroked his head and agreed that he could return to the library the next day, but immediately set a condition. First, they must go home because she would prepare dinner for them, and she admitted that she had read very little so far. When Arito leads the horse away, she says she has other plans and cannot join. Watching him go, a warm, understanding smile plays on her face, and she quietly thinks about how much he truly loves books. She assures Rito that with the red bird Audi nearby, it will be easy for him to make the way back. He readily agrees. He F Rito. He thanks her, says he now knows the way, but admits that it hurts him to leave his companion Snow alone at home every day. As he says this, Audi flaps his wings and flies off his head. And then the bird sat right on his shoulder. The Enigma looked back, sensing something was wrong, and quietly called Addie. Lena Lee noticed the pause and, as if trying to shake him out of his thoughts, asked what was wrong, reminding him that they only had to go home. Arito waved his hand, brushing off her worry, but noticed Addie's ruffled feathers, and when he reached out, the bird sharply chirped a warning to back off. Lena Lee quietly remarked that the two of them never change, and Arito agreed in a whisper. After that, she hugged Arito tightly, formally entrusting him to Addie's care, and the little bird settled again on his head. She stepped back with a bright smile, cheerfully asking what they would have for dinner today, while Audie looked on with a stern expression, and Rito seemed a bit embarrassed by her sudden change of mood. Her cheerful thought was cut off by a loud, excited howl. A huge white wolf appeared on the crest of a small hill, rushing toward them and joyfully shouting Arito's name. The huge wolf lunged at Rito and pinned him to the ground in an uncontrollable burst of affection, its tail wagging wildly. While the wolf licked his face, Lena Lee asked if it was dangerous in the city, noting that Snow was probably very worried. Pinned under his companion, Rito apologized for making Snow wait. Standing there, Shiro's deep anxiety melted into relief. The white wolf said everything was fine as long as Arito was safe, and nearby on the floor lay a small red bird, seemingly exhausted from the recent commotion. Now that the group had gathered inside again, Arito took charge and announced that since they had just returned it all, even Lena Lee must perform the cleansing spell. And in response, Shiro began to glow with a purifying light. Lena Lee smiled and said that since she started using the cleansing spell, she feels much better. Arito mentally noted that she sounds exactly like his grandfather, and as soon as the cleansing ended, Lena announced that she would start preparing dinner. She cheerfully set to work in the kitchen, preparing a large and exquisite banquet for everyone under the moonlight. Meanwhile, Rito sat at the table and diligently wrote. Nearby, the freshly cleansed Shiro comfortably settled on the floor. After a moment, the boy stood up and drew the curtain, separating the room. He settled in for the evening when a red bird perched on his bed spoke to him. The bird said it understood that Arito must be very careful in the city, especially because Lena Lee would not be nearby the next day. Arito quietly confirmed this. He returned to his table, grabbed a small knife and resumed his work, telling the bird that for now both of them would have to be extremely cautious here, and promised that he himself would do the same. The bird glanced at the wax-sealed letters on the table, mentally noted that the mystery had become quite obedient, and nodded approvingly. Lena Lee handed Rito a document that looked official Eridana's card, and explained that Eridana lies far to the north of the capital, one of the places she plans to go, adding that he could use her name with this card, because sometimes it is better to have at least some identification than none at all. Her face hardened for a moment as she finished that thought to herself. Although it is useful, she must avoid using it herself. Back at the table, Arito sighed heavily. The red bird sat nearby, He gathered his resolve and decided that for now he would become a book lover. Today he would fully devote himself to it and then allow himself to rest. The bird, watching him, silently responded with the same mood and thought to itself that it too would ignite for now. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, and Shiro flew outside. Her fur was especially fluffy, and Arito lifted his eyes from his work and noticed how energetically she ran out. He stands by the window and looks at Shiro on the moonlit night. Her energy makes him wonder if Adi is also in such a high spirit. Somewhere in a simple rural yard he stands with an axe on his shoulder. A freshly chopped log flies through the air. Nearby, a large white wolf guardian stands calmly, and Ors smiles at his comrade and says that strength manifests. He pauses, wipes sweat from his forehead, sighs contentedly and says, "Time for a break." The large white wolf, comfortably settled and shining with satisfaction, tells his smaller comrade that their lunch was tasty and well prepared. And another little wolf here agrees with a happy sigh. Hearing this, he smiles warmly and asks if they like to eat such food. The wolf enthusiastically confirms and explains that he was saved by Rito's spices. His thoughts turn to the boy himself, although the letters confirmed Arito's arrival in the capital. He probably has not yet met the person mentioned in the recommendation letter. He touches his chin and muses aloud about what the one Rito meets will be like, and the big wolf nearby just tilts his head and listens. A new voice suggests a possible answer. A woman framed by vines and leaves appears, saying that if she had to guess, that person is definitely a weirdo. She says that Rito might be the one she does not get along with. Ors ponders and the white wolf has his own opinion. For the elf, Ors is also a weirdo just like Rito. On the grass nearby, a tiny white creature resembling a rabbit raised its voice and noted that the same applies to Orst, and the elf only muttered quietly in response. On the 21st day of their stay, a winged creature soars in the sky over the sprawling capital city. On a high branch, an owl-like familiar quietly hoots, its large eyes vigilantly surveying the surroundings. The creature settled on a spire, too energetic for an owl in the bright day. In the neighboring room, a small red familiar bird sits by the window and thoughtfully looks at the street, not understanding how a human city can be so dangerous. In the spacious room, Rito settled at the large table and works so diligently that he is completely absorbed in the task, while Lena Lee stands attentively by the door. He carefully keeps a diary. Rustle of his pen fills the quiet room as he records information and sketches creatures. After some time, he stretched in the doorway, grumbled, and leaning toward Morris, remarked what a serious and dedicated guy is working like this again today. When he was about to leave, Lena Lee stopped him, thanked him for the hard work, asked him to take care of himself, and quietly warned that 3 people were standing around the corner after the gates, and 2 more at the right corner. She confirmed her observations. Watchers had not contacted anyone, and agreeing to the plan, she sent her little red familiar Audi to accompany Arito when he set out from. Now with Audi nearby, Arito's face hardened. Had decided to shake off the pursuers, and in a gust of sudden wind, jumped from the roof directly onto the crowded street below, completely freezing 2 distant observers. He landed silently on the stone stairs, movements quick and confident without a sound. Landing on another roof, Audi joined him. The little bird chirped, praising him for having better learned wind magic, and a slight, satisfied smile appeared on Arito's face. From his vantage point, he looked down at the crowded street, and the murmur of countless conversations rose to him. Below, residents noticed the unusual bird. Admiring exclamations about its beauty and cuteness passed through the crowd, and some loudly wondered if it was someone's pet. Through her familiar, Lena Lee gently assured Rito that with Audi nearby he would feel safer than alone. First in the crowd, Rito felt a wave of anxiety, because the capital was much more crowded than he remembered from the time he was with Snow. Lena Lee entrusted her familiar to look after him, and nearby a woman gently spoke to the little bird. Making his way through the noisy market, his attention was caught by the loud cry of a seller. A man behind the counter loudly offered a rare, unique new sauce and invited all passers-by to taste it. The aroma from the small bowl was unlike anything he had ever smelled before, and instantly captured his attention. The seller, noticing his enchanted expression, directly offered if the young man wanted to try the product from a mysterious, distant southern land. He eagerly accepted the offer. The seller, pleased, poured a little dark, viscous liquid onto his tasting plate. Perched on his shoulder, Audi looked at the strange mixture with obvious suspicion. He ignored the bird and raised the sample to his lips. As soon as the taste touched his tongue, his eyes closed in pure, stunned delight. He was enjoying the flavor when another customer approached the stall and asked where the product was from. The seller explained that the caravan only occasionally brought it from a small country in the south, so supplies were very limited. The man seemed to recognize it and noted that the taste was unmistakable. He asked the seller to confirm if it was a vegetable sauce called shioga. But Arito knew its real name. A broad, determined smile appeared on his face as he lifted the bottle. It was soy sauce, and he confidently said he would buy all the bottles they had. He immediately put the newly purchased sauce to use, preparing an impressive table, a shiny teriyaki dish, and a mixed stew. Lena Lee looks at the laid-out delicacies, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as the aroma reaches her. She takes a bite and her face lights up with delight. She exclaims that this is yet another new flavor simply incredibly delicious. The vegetables, she says, are easy to eat and perfectly complement the juicy meat. Her admiration is a real relief for Arito. He recalls his process, how he combined various ingredients with Shioga from the trading district and set aside the meat to become soft and tender, while Shiro stood nearby, peeking, and Arito smiled, realizing all these experiments were worth it. He watches as she continues to eat, pleased that she is so satisfied. But while she happily chews, another thought quietly runs through his mind. He does not take his eyes off her. She froze with a fork in her hand. Probably, he thinks, now is the best time. The thought escapes his lips in a quiet whisper. But the quiet words were not left unheard. Arito shuddered. He realized he had said it aloud. Lena Lee turned to him, her face lit up with curiosity, and she asked if what he just said was somehow connected to that strange comment about his path to the library. Her direct question caught him by surprise. He confirmed her suspicion with a simple yes, but immediately began to backtrack, insisting that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Shiro met him with a direct question, whether he was going to leave the capital. He quickly smiled and explained that such a step was still far off. First, he needed to investigate a few things, but he fell silent, not finishing his thought. His thoughts turned to the goals of his research. He sought to understand the common knowledge and culture of this world, but above all, he needed to deal with something much more personal. Smiling at himself, he thought that perhaps a fallen one is a being that never grows up. While he was thinking, Lena Lee expressed her opinion. She believed that he was being followed by the subordinates of the heir to the aristocracy, those from the Emerald Sword. She explained that these agents also take orders from the state, from the royal family, and from other well-known aristocratic families, and all this paints a tangled web of surveillance and influence. Because of this, she felt that she could understand his situation and feel his pain. She admitted that members of Emerald Sword deliberately avoid his home, and the Red Bird familiar added that in the place of an aristocrat, she would expect not neutrality but a worsening of their relations. She looked at Rito with a soft expression and, leaning forward, apologized. She explained that before they finally became special ranks, a lot had happened to hint at a difficult past. She continued, her voice full of new determination, explaining that she wanted all the families to meet Arito. Her thoughts returned again to that first meeting with her party in the middle of Urin. If she hadn't met them then, she would have immediately left the capital. Returning to the present, a barely noticeable smile appeared on her lips. She decided to stay a little longer, especially since her usual outie was nearby. As she spoke, Shiro, who was quietly listening, let out a soft, indifferent heart. Arito's face remained serious. His eyes narrowed in concentration. He was absorbing the weight of her words. He was processing her confession. One word hung in the air and contained the entire turning point in their relationship. Meanwhile, in another corner of the capital, under the moonlight, news was delivered. For over 10 days, they had been watching one child and a magical creature with no progress. In a grand building, a subordinate with his head lowered reported the failure to the stern chief named Cedric, who, with pursed lips, could not understand how a fighter who excelled at other tasks could mess up so badly and called it unforgivable, while the subordinate only apologized and insisted that their targets were much more vigilant than expected. The subordinate reported the failure. Their targets turned out to be craftier. They used other small birds as bait and exceeded all expectations. The little owl Morin sitting on the table turned out to be completely different. And with a disdainful grunt, Cedric interrupted the report, saying he had heard enough. Their chief Julius angrily slammed his palm down, roaring that he was tired of their excuses. And 3 subordinates, including Cedric, humbly dropped to their knees before him. Julius's face twisted with anger. He announced a change of plans and promised to handle it himself, personally convincing the child. In another luxuriously decorated study, another sullen aristocrat came to the same conclusion, and with a face of unwavering determination declared to his stunned companion that he had already made his decision. In the luxurious room, Julius Jabspek waved it off, calling it an incomprehensible possibility. They are subordinates, Cedric retorted, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. The Emerald Sword is treated like a child, as if it were kin. His friendly ties with the royal family and other nobility stretched deep. Ambition flared in Julius's eyes. He declared that if they managed to capture the child, he would finally show the other nobles the power of the Jubisbak lineage. And nearby, the little white wolf Shiro quietly watched. After those words, Cedric and another subordinate walked down a long, dark corridor. It was clear that the young lord was simply obsessed with the child's companions, the bird and the wolf. He is coming. One of the companions approaches Cedric and asks if his master is not just too impatient, saying that Julius is not in a state to listen to sensible words. And Cedric seemingly silently agrees with this. The 2 men continued down the corridor. Sader waved off the concern, said everything was fine, and assured his partner that he could still pay their daily wages. The assistant froze, embarrassed, and began pressing Cedric. If he still receives wages, it means he is preparing something for the young lord. He demands to know if Cedric is hiding something, and Cedric nervously ran his hand through his hair. He lowers his eyes, his face full of anxiety, then shifts his gaze outside. In a gloomy voice, he simply says to his comrade, "Look at her." He directs the attention of his associates from the high balcony. Both froze, staring into the night silhouette of the city, when suddenly a bright flash of light exploded in the distance and caught them off guard. He looks at the city with a gloomy expression and asks his interlocutor if he really understands how people move and act in the capital, from the noisy streets to the castle walls. His partner, nervously sweating, admits that he does not understand. Cedric explained that in this city of Lesson there are other nobles. In the noble quarter to the north hide people with boundless status and power who act outside the attention of the majority. Warns the man that in such a place he cannot simply trust his eyes. This warning applies even to a child whose origin is as vague as a riddle. He continues, warning that ignorance about these influential people makes them dangerous in themselves. Cedric waved off his words, calling them empty babble, and apologized, but his voice remained firm despite everything. They have a task to complete. He looks down from the balcony, his thoughts diving inward in the farces they are now involved in. He really did not want to fight anyone else. He glanced at the city with a gloomy face, sighed, and thought about how other middle nobles could not restrain themselves at all. As if to prove his point, a commotion suddenly arose from the neighboring estate. People on the balcony shouted in alarm and begged their lord to wait, but he, apparently angry, left. Somewhere under the same moonlit sky, on a tree branch, two creatures were on watch. A small cat-like animal with tufts on its ears quietly sent a call into the night. Their watch was interrupted by a sudden heavy landing on the railing of the neighboring balcony. The sudden appearance caught Shiro, the little white wolf cub, by surprise and threw him into trembling. The large stone bird looked down, a glimmer of regret flashed in its eye. It behaved like snow and realized it with the same stunning force. After a moment, Rockbird calmed down and surveyed the quiet streets below, clearly noticing that there were simply no people. Meanwhile, within the walls of the magnificent Arito library, he strode decisively. He fervently hoped that his search would soon yield results, especially regarding the next one. He reaches out his hand. His eyes widen on the shelf. He notices exactly that collection of books. His finger glides over the ornate spines, passes a volume titled Forest of Death, and stops on another, a relief map by regions of the neighboring country. He recoiled, his face showing tense concentration as he contemplates the full title. A topographic guidebook of the neighboring country, which notably covers the territory up to the infamous Forest of Death. Leaning over the thick volume, he examines its place. This shelf was for general educational materials, so the find seems even stranger. His gaze sweeps across the vast reading hall, and he considers that the title itself is nothing special. But as soon as he lays the book open on the table, his eyes instantly catch on one specific subtitle on its pages. The text reveals one crucial detail. In this world, there is no book whose title directly mentions the Forest of Death. The reason is simple and grim. The forest is a place of incredible danger, so poorly studied that information is almost non-existent, and even the Taming Guild limits its expeditions to only the outermost, most superficial edges, leaving the depths a complete and terrible mystery. He recalled that the field guide bought at the end of the year contained some information about plants. His grandfather also hinted at something, and he thought that the herbal medicine guide might provide a bit more, but it is scanned. This realization finally showed him the full danger of his goal. The Forest of Death is a place where even someone as skilled as the Emerald Sword can only step a few paces, and compared to that, killing a wyvern is a trifle. He again fixed his gaze on the book before him, absorbing every detail about this dangerous place. The text was incredibly detailed. It described the forest as an uninhabited area in the very heart of the continent, inhabited only by magical beasts. It mentioned that the magical power was denser here. The book even had a map of the surroundings. Sacred mountains to the east sheltered elves and fairies, mountains to the south dragons, and to the west lived dwarves. Reading further, he shuddered. It was more than just a set of facts, it was a clue from someone who was following. Later that night, Arito carefully placed the book into a large wooden chest, closing the lid with a heavy dull thud. Meanwhile, in the storeroom, Lena Lee Tiana was preparing ingredients, and with a smile said that, having heard about the imminent return of Gerd and others, she decided to throw them a welcome party. Then she turned to Miliana and asked if she was from a Linford. Miliana confirmed that she was. She looked at Lena Lee and waited hopefully for an answer. She described a crop similar to wheat but with heavy grains hanging down, suggesting it might grow in swamps. Miliana explained that she thought Lena Lee, with her extensive knowledge, might know what it was. The question made Lena Lee freeze. Her face became thoughtful, and she strained to recall. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Lena Lee recalled a plant that was fed to animals and said to make their meat tastier. With a flash of insight, she rushed across the room, and Miliana, noticing the small plant, wondered aloud what could be in it, after which Miliana hurried to the table and grabbed paper, a quill, and ink. She remembered hearing that in the eastern part of Nabria this plant was given to livestock. When Miliana began to make a sketch, Lenali called Rido, then understood that he was not here. Lifting the finished drawing, Miliana confirmed that it was exactly that plant, praised how masterfully Irido had depicted the original, and with a determined expression announced that as soon as she finished her business, she would go look for that cropper cell. Linelli looked from the precise sketch to the sincere Miliana and, seeking confirmation, asked if this was the ingredient Irido was looking for. A wave of triumphant realization washed over Miliana, and she declared that rice was nearby. After some time, outside her attention was drawn to a new smoking smokehouse. She pointed it out to Orsu and asked what it was, noting that Irido used it. He chuckled and admitted that it was difficult for him. Controlling the fire is really hard. Nearby, Link and Shiro's creatures were eagerly eating the freshly baked food, and Link himself kept exclaiming how delicious the result was. He extends the freshly baked treat to the large white wolf, who looks at the offer with quiet, curious interest. Showing the creature how to eat it, he raises a spoon. The wolf carefully takes a bite, half closing its eyes and chewing. They watched as the scene unfolded. Link's creature noticed that Ors now eats such things. Shiro confirmed this and added that Ors does not eat only meat. Link noted that the seasoning they were given perfectly suits the dish, and Shiro agreed, adding that Orst also experiments a lot with cooking like Irido. Link noticed a strange smell of the food, and Shiro confirmed it. Then Link turned to Orst and jokingly asked if he was always so obsessed with his hobbies, and Orst smiled broadly and passionately explaining, admitted that he could not resist because this food pairs wonderfully with many different things. He says that inventing new combinations is a real pleasure. Nearby, a small squirrel nibbles a piece of the new food. Its cheeks are full. In the warm kitchen, Rido, wearing an apron and oven mitts, carefully pulls the freshly baked dish out of the oven, while the room buzzes with activity. Pots and pans are being prepared for the big feast. Cooking is almost finished. He looks over his shoulder with a satisfied expression and thinks that only setting the table and chairs remains. Standing, pondering the final preparations and thinking about how many plates will be needed, Shiro runs into the kitchen, excitedly calling his name. Her attention is immediately caught by the banquet spread on the table. She notices a large amount of human food and wonders aloud if something special is happening today. He turns to Rido, who smiles warmly and says that he prepared a special dish because he felt a large crowd of people approaching him. And then the front door suddenly opened. The voice of guard, loud and booming, announced their return, and nearby Lena Li Tiana smiled as they called Rido into Lena. Behind them walks Nero, warmly greeting Arito and asking how he is doing. Arito and Lena Li Tian rushed to the entrance, thrilled by the exciting spectacle of all their friends arriving. They were greeted by a group of familiar faces, including Orst, who lightly tipped his hat in a friendly greeting. Arito, a bit embarrassed but clearly happy, noticed the old elf with glasses. He is immediately surrounded by friends, Lena cheerfully explaining to everyone that Rido had been preparing this banquet for days. Although he just returned, she asks if he could help with the final preparations, but Guard steps forward enthusiastically and insists he will take care of everything needed. He lifts a whole pile of chairs and says with a determined voice, "Leave this to me." Arito agrees and orders to carry tables and chairs to the garden so that everyone gathered has a place to sit. Preparation is complete. The garden comes alive. Everyone gathers around tables laden with dishes. Enjoying the reunion, Rido serves more dishes to her delighted guests. Greed happily stuffs his mouth and Milna raises a mug with a smile. Celebration, two small children excitedly notice a red familiar bird, joyfully point and call Mr. Bird. And the creature just turns its head aside with a disdainful hot. Nearby, the celebration continues. Orsten Roland helps serve the generous feast. And in the background, Haldane, with a small black cat-like creature, playfully rides on Shiro's back near the archery targets. The joy of this moment is felt in the smiles of Lena Li, Nero, Haldane, Orst, and Guard. They all together enjoy that cheerful atmosphere. While they eat, Nero turns to Amanda and enthusiastically praises Arito's cooking, and Amanda agrees. The meat just melts in the mouth, so soft and tender, with a wonderful flavor, and with a smile adds that it's a pity Nero can't even eat his own tough dishes. Nero quickly explains that he didn't mean her food was bad, just that Arito's is remarkably tasty, but the explanation came too late. Amanda's face darkened. She leaned closer and demanded what he meant, insisting that she always cooks at home and that although Arito's is tasty, her dishes are also delicious. Her previous tension melts as she tries the food. Amanda laughs and asks, "Isn't this a miracle?" Hibino quietly laughs and agrees. Worst also praises the dish. Hibino picks up Orsa's compliment and addresses him as father, and nearby stands Riddle with a pile of plates and a warm smile. While friends savor, he mentally reviews the preparation. Well understood the local seasonings and spices, just came across soy sauce, immediately bought it. For this banquet, he carefully calculated marinating times and even resorted to pressure magic to enhance the flavor. He thought of a special ingredient, that unique vegetable oil he made in the Forest of Death and had not yet seen for sale in the capital. But today, during the lavish celebration, he decided it was time to use it generously, because he knew its smoothness mattered. The results of his hard work were immediately visible. Grid slammed the bowl and shouted enthusiastically that he wanted seconds. The guest nearby remarked how much he resembled his father. In the background, Arito watched this noisy spectacle with mild surprise. The crowd caught the excitement. Miliana whispered to her mother that her drink tasted like fruit. Lena Lee gently reminded her to think about the riddle. Then turned to another girl, Meryl, asked if she liked the food too, and Meryl replied abruptly, "Like that." While the party continued, a man with a small boy approached them. The man introduced himself as Wayne, Miliana's husband, and the boy as Harold, her son, and they politely and clearly stated that during their stay here their family would be under Rito's care. Against the backdrop of cheerful noise, Lena Lee approached Arito, who was still working, and gently said that since he had carried out all the dishes, it was time for him to eat a little too. Touched by her care, Arito lifted his eyes from the plate in his hands and sincerely thanked her. His gesture was acknowledged by another guest. A dark-haired woman approached the pair, thanked Arito, and said that thanks to his efforts they were more or less okay with the food for the event. And while she spoke, small soft feathers seemed to slowly swirl around them. He continued working, stirring the cauldron when she approached, leaning in. She asked about the research he had been conducting in the capital, and he replied that he had somehow managed to complete it. It seemed she understood and noted. It was good that he had somewhere to go next. Just as Arito began to respond, suddenly a loud scream interrupted him. The interruption was caused by Haldana and another young beastfolk, Arya, who were playfully interacting with a fluffy bird-like creature. Arya pulled its tail, Haldana held a smaller bird, and their noisy excitement earned them a stern reprimand for distracting with idle chatter. Despite the scolding, the air was filled with laughter. The orc laughed loudly, and Rito could not help but smile watching the chaos as the two were called by name Arya and Dahlia. He looked at them, and quietly in his soul appeared the desire to spend a little more time with them, just to be like all the children. And so, after lunch, his wish came true. A whole group set out to walk around the capital, and the children excitedly shouted that they wanted to go with Shiro. During the walk, Garid stopped the man, shouted "Dad," and objected that his request was unfair and impossible. The man then looked at Arito and asked if they really intended to carry out that plan for the evening, and Arito simply replied with a light, calm smile. Yes. The plan involved a pile of fresh ingredients spread out on the table, bright vegetables and other supplies ready for cooking. He announces in the noisy kitchen full of assistants that the dinner will indeed be stewed meat in sauce. The unusual combination of spices laid out on the table surprises everyone present. From Gorid's parents to Lena Lee and the children, everyone starts chopping and preparing. Noticing that someone was holding a knife incorrectly, he quickly advises, "Tuck your fingers inward while cutting, that way you won't cut yourself." Nearby, Guard's father sighs heavily, winks at his wife, and says that what their son asked for is impossible. She waves her hand, implying it's better to cook over the fire, and Gariel will scold him later for his cheeky request. When evening comes, cheerful chatter and ringing laughter come from the house, a clear sign that the lavish dinner was a success. Later, under the dark night sky, a gentle wisp of smoke quietly rises from the chimney. The house is now immersed in a quiet war. Orito appears in the doorway, illuminated by the street lamplight, and apologizes to someone for taking so long to arrive. He sits down with the last ones at the dining table while Lena Lee and Milna clear the last plates. Lena Lee thanks him for the hard work and says all the children are already asleep. And at the table, Guard and Hal Diner sit relaxed. One of them remarks on how delicious the food was. Dana's face becomes serious. She tells Rito that she heard about his plans and directly asks if he really intends to leave the capital, then does not back down and finds out if he has already decided where he will go next. He confirmed her suspicion with a simple, straightforward answer. He decided to head north. His reasoning was born from a discovery in the library. He explained that a series of books on topography, written by an author named Klaus, is scattered across different shelves and therefore barely noticeable. Continuing to explain to the group, he laid out his theory. Klaus was probably fallen too, like him. There was no evidence they were indisputable. The book had words in English, a language not of this world, and for Rito it felt like a deliberate hint, a sign pointing him north. He pointed to the map marked with the Oldred Empire, and noticing that Guard and others were somehow connected to it, felt a surge of curiosity. He really wanted to learn more about that region. The group listened, and their faces showed thoughtfulness as they pondered his words about the Aldred Empire. Horst then explained a bit about the Empire. It is mostly a human country, with werewolves and other races being few, and in his opinion, most non-humans would probably leave, except for a few held by family ties. Leaning forward, he added that the forest near Ellen Ford stretches all the way to the Empire, but elves deliberately do not go there. Orito thoughtfully said that the beastfolk remaining there probably just enjoy that life because they can leave if they want. Expressing thanks for their advice, he felt a shadow of doubt flash through his mind, and the idea of traveling to the Empire suddenly seemed less attractive. But pushing it away, he announced he had one more question for them. He asks the last question to the group, and the room becomes heavy. Does slavery exist in this country or others? He answers first, his face grim. He says yes, but immediately corrects himself. It would be more accurate to say it existed. Malna explains that selling people and forcing them into slavery is no longer practiced. The exception is only for criminals sentenced to forced labor as punishment. She adds that this is common in large countries and once slavery led to wars. Lena Lee added that they signed an agreement to ban it, but she begs Rito to inform them if he ever sees someone being made a slave. Miliano looks at him intently sees. Although he says otherwise, his face has become stern and she immediately understands in reality it still has to happen. He thanks them for the information. Arito confirms that he will still head north, but makes an important change to the plan. He will not go to the Oldred Empire. Guard sighs with relief. That would have been the worst option. He quietly laughs and says that after their conversation, the entry into the country became a bit scary, but reassures them getting out will be easy, especially because there will be a person with him who knows everything. Lena Lee's gaze sharpens her attention entirely on him, and to avoid mistakes, she directly asks, "What will you do tomorrow?" Under the boundless starry sky, Orito finally confirmed his plan. To visit the library one last time because he knows as soon as he leaves the capital, such chances for learning will no longer be available. Returning to his own, he begins to comb Shiro's thick white fur, and Rockbird watches without looking away before starting the question. He wants to know what will happen next. The large bird presses, asking about his plans now that it has become clear he intends to head north, comfortably settled on Shiro's back. Arito simply confirms that the bird understood everything and then gently combs it. Then he, without hesitation, names his specific goal, Milan Forest. He says he must go there to investigate what he is determined to understand. He also says that he will take the introduction letter that Orr prepared for him, a scroll neatly tied and sealed with a wax seal. Meanwhile, in a quiet little hut hidden in the forest, a lynx-like creature peeks from behind the corner. Something it noticed caught its interest. Someone addressed Orst and asked if he was reading Arito's letter again. The elf, without raising his eyes, waved it off, saying he was just doing a final check. He takes a sip from the cup and thinks about what Arito will do when he reaches Milan Forest, while Arito himself cheerfully prepares food in his dwelling. He studied the map spread out before him with all his gaze and traced it with his finger from the Albrad Empire, past Linford and the Kingdom of Nibria, towards Milan Forest and Lesson. The elf decided that the boy was unlikely to return immediately. Next to Shiro, he said that meanwhile they have many things they want to try, and Orst's thoughts wildly returned to the numerous acquaintance letters he wrote as necessary caution for such a long journey. His thoughts were interrupted by Shiro, who asked if those attempts concerned the food that earlier gave such a strange smell. Embarrassed, Orst admitted that the smell was indeed strong. Ralph gently suggested that Orst should first simply follow the recipe. With a shy smile, Orst confessed that he tried to remake the recipe he heard from Rito in his own way. With a joyful smile and a wave of his hand, Arito turns back to his friends, bag slung over his shoulder, and says he is setting off. As he walks away, Greed waves excitedly and shouts for him to take care. Nearby, Lenely silently watches, and Nero stands a little aside and looks on. Seeing him off, Guard's mother anxiously addresses Haldana. Although I know Arito can stand up for himself, I still can't shake off the anxiety. Haldana agrees, and nearby, Guard's father, smiling, tells Miliana how delicious Arito's breakfast was. Finally, also watching his departure, quietly tells Shiro that it would be better if she went with him. A shade of regret appeared on her face. His father replies calmly and businesslike, "There is always some danger, but nothing they say now will change Rito's course." He adds that ultimately their own group in the city stands out even more than Rito. Nero listens, his face serious. Ero contemplates the coming day and suddenly realizes, since Lena Lee also has plans, it will be difficult for him to manage the children in the morning. Dressed as a courier, he walks with a determined step down the quiet street of the town. His bag is slung over his shoulder. He reviews his task and decides that the main thing today is to confirm the route to the library. Still worried he might have missed other documents, and only then thinks that after this, the time for farewells will come. So let's head home. We are already anticipating the surprise. From the neighboring roof, Rockbird Audi sighs quietly, as if to say they are not frivolous, so probably everything is fine. From above, he sees the messenger and his companion, barely visible figures on the street below. The bird notices that those strange people seem to appear only when they are heading home. He continues to ponder, believing their path is safe, but cannot help but acknowledge the impressive skill of the person who can sleep during flight. Meanwhile, in the building, the attention of Jared, Lenely, Milna, Haldana, Arya, and Jared's father was suddenly captured by an unexpected appearance. The prize is caused by a figure in flowing white robes and with a veil that completely hides the face, silently wandering among their gatherings. Nero, leaning forward, spoke on behalf of the group, accepted this strange turn of events, and once again confirmed their decision. They would hold the defense and leave Rito under her care. The boy messenger was leaving, thinking about the old saying that a person can completely change in just 3 days. His posture was different. He carried himself as if he had long been accustomed to the city. Before you stretched a wide cobblestone street lined with half-timbered houses. He was noticed by the messenger. Several figures in cloaks and hats watched him from the shadows of the alleys. Their presence was a quiet, coordinated threat. A spark of surprise flashed in Nero. He admitted to himself that his people sometimes acted roughly, but immediately with a decisive order in his mind, he arranged for them to treat the boy carefully and with respect. Then they acted quickly. One of them stepped forward and opened the door of the elegant carriage that was waiting. While another group watched the kidnapping from afar, Cedric and his comrades watched as the boy messenger was taken away, and the long-haired comrade said he doubted their plan. Gesturing anxiously, he expressed his concern and insisted that, as always, they would not cope with this situation if the boy managed to escape again. They would lose him completely. The wavy-haired companion agreed, thoughtfully covering his mouth with his hand, and added that the boy was probably also angry about everything they had already done to him. The horse-drawn carriage rumbles along the cobblestone city street, its wheels clattering against the stone pavement. In a luxuriously furnished room, Yuli collapsed into a high-backed armchair, a mask of deep boredom on his face as he waits. In one part of the city, Cedric's partner is packing up his bag as if saying goodbye to his post, checking once more that he hasn't forgotten anything. While at the opposite end of the room, Nero watches his departure, his face partially hidden under a scarf. Zero's gaze is fixed on the man, silently watches every move with tense attention. A woman in a dark official dress stands by the door, watching the employee leave down the corridor without looking back. From a high window, Nero watches the man leave the building and asks himself confusedly why nothing happened as he expected. The confusion suddenly turns into panic when the partner approaches the main gates. He suddenly shouts the name Audi, and realization hits with new force. He grabs his head, sweat appearing on his temple. The accomplice dashed into a desperate sprint, dropped the bag, and its contents spilled onto the stone path as he rushed forward. The assistant tore away, and Nero's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. It only watched as the man suddenly took off running, as if instantly appearing in the distance and rushing toward the city gates. Suddenly another figure sprang into motion, racing at incredible speed across the rooftops, becoming a silent blurred silhouette against the city walls. The barely audible tapping of feet on the tiles made Nero look up, and the shock on his face only deepened. The figure effortlessly jumped over the wide gap between buildings, and a bell rang in the distance. He stood up and froze, completely bewildered by the incredible skill that unfolded before him. He realized that with such intervention any direct confrontation would be avoided, and then it dawned on him he noticed that Rido had grown quite a bit over the last month. Elsewhere, a woman in a white cloak watched as the carriage slowly rolled by, and seeing that it was heading to the market quarter, adjusted her scarf and decided that it was time for her to get to work. From above, a young man with wavy hair looked at the same elegant carriage rattling through the streets below. His gaze was sharp and intensely focused. He stood amid the city buildings, his eyes fixed on the sky. Elsewhere, an unpleasant feeling of anxiety crept up on him. He furrowed his brows as a thought flashed through his mind. This day felt somehow strange. Meanwhile, Arito was busy behind the market stall attracting attention with his extraordinarily large purchase. The seller, handing over a sack of potatoes, again remarked in surprise at what an incredible amount of food it was. And Arito, with a small bird perched on his hat, explained that considering the number of people, this should be enough for everyone to eat their fill. Having gathered the supplies, he was already ready, but some voice urged him, "Hurry up." Arito shouted back that he had just finished loading everything. He turned around, and a sudden step behind him made him freeze. His eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood a tall figure, a dark silhouette against the bright entrance to the alley. Arito, sitting on the ground next to his map, raised his head and looked at the formidable stranger. The man began speaking with a polite smile, explaining that he wanted to ask something but hadn't had the chance yet. Arito stumbled, apologized, and hurriedly said he was in a great rush, then dashed away, leaving the man reaching out into empty air. Arito races across the city rooftops, recalling that this street is one of the first secret paths shown to him. He is sure it will lead him to the opposite end of the trading quarter, but just as he is about to turn, his little red bird helper suddenly drops down, calls his name and corrects him. Not that one, but the one before the left turn. Impressed by the sudden correction, he stumbled and collided with a figure in the alley below. A young man with tied-back hair, Nero, firmly caught him and warned him to be careful, while another man in a suit watched this near incident and remarked on how dangerous it was. The gaze fell on Riedel, his face worried, asking if the boy was okay, although he had just hit him quite hard. He confirms that everything is fine, smiles nervously, and says with relief that it would have been problematic if he had been hurt. Because he was specifically told to handle him carefully, Arito raises his eyes and tries to comprehend this new information. The dark carriage interior. Two figures stand out at the end of the narrow passage as if in a frame. Finally, the carriage jolts forward. The horse pulling it lets out a frightened neigh, rushing through the alley. A deafening crash. The horse falls, the cart overturns and completely blocks the narrow path ahead. He froze, eyes wide open in shock, looking at the ruins. Nero turned to him, face grim, and asked, "What did I tell you? The exit from the secret passage is blocked." He stood in the alley, his escape route blocked, and the young messenger in a cap chasing him finally stopped, with a look of surprise on his face. The messenger smiled as if with relief and said that he had finally caught up with him. On the noisy city street, a man in a traveler's hood looked around carefully, thinking that even in such a large crowd he would lose sight of his target in a moment. He continued to scan the market stalls, recalling that his target was supposed to be somewhere here. So far, he was convinced of this. The search was suddenly interrupted. His gaze shot upward, because something unexpected above caught his attention. One large feather spiraled down from the sky and quietly floated over the city rooftops. The man closed his eyes, his face filled with shock and disbelief when he recognized the phenomenon. It was gases. The source was a mystery. A delicate feather settled on his shoulder and a few more slowly fell around as if appearing from nowhere. The dark-skinned man stepped forward with a decisive stride, and his boots echoed quietly in the alley. He releases one of those mysterious white feathers that appeared around the mystery and examines it with a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, the courier boy continues the chase, shouting "Sorry, Audi," and explains. He relaxed a bit on the last day, so now he is rushing to catch up with the one ahead. As he approaches, he is suddenly distracted by a luxurious carriage stopping. The dark-skinned man opens the door, and the messenger, eyes wide open, watches a foot in an elegant boot step onto the street. When the carriage departs, a young aristocrat with a stern haircut and a luxurious cane in hand steps out, a cold, arrogant smile playing on his lips as he looks around. The dark-skinned man immediately bows low before the newcomer, a gesture of deep respect that stunned the messenger. He clutched his chest in shock and fear. The aristocrat's gazes fell directly on the messenger. He threw a contemptuous greeting, then called the boy the beast tamer. Now they stand opposite each other in the narrow alley, the long shadow of the aristocrat stretching toward the boy, creating a tense and threatening confrontation. The young nobleman, alongside his subordinate, struck the cane on the ground and solemnly introduced himself Julius von Ubisbach, a nobleman with the title of Baron. He pointed directly at the messenger, smiling confidently, and declared that he had come to demand the boy's power, the ability to use Wirral and Fenner. The demand stunned the envoy. He had no idea what Wirral was, and when he realized that this person had been watching them all along, a chill ran down his spine. Nearby, a large bird was intently watching the newcomers. The young baron continued to make a grand offer. He invited the envoy to go with him, promising to accept him as a member of the Jubisbach family and guarantee him a nobleman's life. He added that the offer also extended. His offer awakened a memory in the envoy. He recalled how his boss Hibino spoke with him, acknowledged his feelings, but was preparing to tell a painful truth. The memory sharpened and instantly returned him to the office corridor, where Hibino reminded him and another colleague that the company fed them and their junior employees. He admitted there was a lot of work, warned that being guided by a strange sense of justice would bring no good, and insisted that they pull themselves together and keep working. Returning to the present, while the envoy was frozen in memories, Arito stepped forward, calm but firm in appearance. The agile young man politely declined the offer. At the polite refusal, Julius's friendly smile instantly faded. His eyes narrowed, his face became cold and calculating, and the warmth of his offer turned into icy tension. He persistently continued to persuade, wondering why the boy postman preferred to live in a dangerous guild of submission rather than in a decent house. He even offered to build a separate house for his animal helpers, but this proposal only stirred an unpleasant memory in the boy, reminding him of hard times in his previous job as. While the boy pondered this, Julius's people whispered among themselves. The long-haired one noticed that the boy's supporters did not seem united at all and predicted future problems. His companion Cedric suggested that the boy was probably just angry because he was chased away. The first agreed, but noted that they were just following orders from their young master. He continued, clearly irritated that his shopping was interrupted, and asked what they would do if they got involved in the boy's affairs, reminding his colleague that they were neither subordinates nor slaves of this boy. The messenger finally answered Julius directly. He explained that if he agreed to that offer, Julius would not hear his true request, and that would cost him his usual life and prevent him from completing the task he had set for himself. As soon as the decisive refusal sounded, a powerful gust of wind suddenly burst from where the boy messenger stood, and one of Julius's men shouted in panic to his young master to move away immediately. TFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTFTF their feet. When the wind died down, the dust cloud settled on the street, and in the middle of it stood an old man in a coat and hat. His sudden appearance made one think that the boy had simply disappeared. Away from the hustle, the messenger rushed across the city roofs. Rido settled on his shoulder and stated that the meeting was a waste of time, but reminded that he was an apprentice, and the boy gladly agreed. He suggests to his companion to move a little further away and look for a place to descend. But the dark-skinned man, peering over the edge of the roof, calmly says there is no need for that. The man crouched at the edge of the cliff, raised a finger to his lips as a sign of silence, and the boy was left completely amazed. Without hesitation, both jump from the roof and swiftly fly down straight to the street. Elsewhere, Guard, shocked, sharply turns to Lena Tiana and asks if she is really leaving the capital today under the gazes of Arito and the others. She confirms this and says that circumstances have changed. Her face hardened with irritation and determination, her eyes narrowed as she thought about their sudden change of plans. Meanwhile, Julius boils with anger and asks himself if the Rito group is taking him lightly. Nero nearby admits he was also shocked by the turn of events, and Milna looks on anxiously. He gently explained to the apologetic messenger that such things influential people trying to recruit them into private service happen often as soon as their team attains some special rank. The news spread like a wave through the group, and Arya, wide-eyed and alarmed, asked if her older brother would also go into the snow, and Haldana responded with the same worried expression. Anxious glances remained fixed on the adults while their dispute continued. Gorid firmly asserted that there was no good reason for Rito to accompany them. The dark-skinned man objected, saying that Rito himself would surely come up with many ways to resolve the situation, but Gorid remained unconvinced. While he spoke, Shiro leaned against Rito, who looked at Guard with wide-open eyes. Lena Tiana interrupted. Her voice was calm but firm. She stated that Guard's concern was not only about the current situation of their group. Sighing quietly, she confirmed that her assessment was correct. She paid attention to the riddle and confessed that she had decided earlier to head north, and the boy raised his eyes to her and, surprised, quietly whispered her name. His thoughts raced wildly. He recalled the kindness of his comrades, Nero, who was worried and hurried after him, and Miliana, who got angry on his behalf. He remembered everyone who cared for him and who caused him trouble, and a deep gratitude spread in his chest. Silently and from the heart, he thanked them all. He realized that since he met them, so much had happened. Now, standing beside them as they prepared to part, he knew he could not just let them go. He decided, before leaving, he must do something for these people. People who looked him in the eyes even when he himself was not serious. Seeing determination on the boy's face, Gorid smiled broadly as if he knew everything. He struck his palm with his fist and said that it should be so. Lena Lee and Malna watched, and their faces softened with understanding. Near the small, simple hut, the large white wolf Chinder raises his head. He senses something unusual and notices that lately a strange presence has been emanating from that dwelling. Inside, the source of the commotion turned out to be Horst. He is racked by a strong sneeze, clutching his face and unable to understand what could have caused it. Walking through the forest, Arito calls Horst and asks if everything is all right, noting that the smell is incredibly sharp even for a human and probably simply unbearable for wolves with their sensitive noses. He picks up the thought and says that even Ralph keeps his distance and always lets Rito go first, while Chindle walks nearby and listens in response. In the hut, Horst finally spoke, admitting that because of that unbearable stench he almost forgot why they came and only then remembered that Peron, the stone bird, had come and brought a letter. The hut stands silently under the bright moon, a brief moment of calm after the bustle. Later, everyone gathered, and Horst nervously recounted the contents of the letter. He told Arito and the creatures that he had completed the first stage of research in the library and made a great breakthrough, so he decided to set off north directly from the capital. His words fell on Shanda like a burden. The face of the great wolf became stern when he realized the truth. Ors would not return home anytime soon. The great white wolf and others watched puzzled as Or intently stared at the newly brought letter, his eyes shining behind his glasses when he exclaimed that a new recipe had finally arrived, and eagerly explained that Cinder described it as a spice used in the hot country of their world. The bigger wolf aloud wondered why Orst always insisted so much on organizing recipes, and the smaller creature agreed and wanted him to at least once cook exactly as written. Orst, however, was already lost in thought, stroking his chin, smiling as he pondered that if he combined this new recipe with the previous one, he might get something perfectly balanced to taste somewhere between hot and cold cuisine. A mighty Gothic mansion rises against the pale sky, its sharp spires and dark windows whisper of wealth and secrets. Inside, a man in a strict suit bent over a table, and the only sound was the steady rustle of a pen on paper as he worked diligently. The work is interrupted by a quiet knock on the door. A voice from behind it announces that dinner for Julius Sama is already prepared, and Julius, without looking up, simply replies, "Understood." When the maid was cleaning the room, she suddenly froze, her eyes wide with surprise. She found a sketchbook and aloud asked with interest if its owner had drawn anything in it. Then, overcome with curiosity, she opened it. The pages open, showing rough, aggressive charcoal drawings, monstrous animals, and a distorted human figure with maniacally wide-open eyes. The scene shifts to a sunny street of a small town. A woman whispers in surprise, watching Arito pass by with the white wolf Shiro. Nearby, a little girl Mari excitedly tells her mother what a beautiful dog it is, and other passers-by turn and look. Watching from afar, a boy in a cap tells his companion, a girl with a bow in her hair, that Rito is really very attached to animals. Sitting next to the wolf, who lifts his head and looks at him happily, breathing heavily, Arito quietly smiles and whispers to his friend, "That's you." He walks alongside Lena Lee, who smiles and says that having spent some time with him, they probably avoided trouble from pickpockets. His face becomes thoughtful when he notices a red bird. Morin is not sleeping and watches from a neighboring roof, and he turns back to Lena Lee and asks if she has thought of something. Returning inside with his companions, he declares that he is going back out into the city just like that. Lena Lee immediately asks how dangerous it is, even if Audie and Snow are nearby, and Greed, equally concerned, quickly offers his help as well. He agrees with their assessment, acknowledges their opinion, and explains that he wants to ask for their help, but there is one complication. Everything is complicated by Shiro's wild excitement. The wolf shines with joy at the thought that after such a long time he will walk again with Orito. Meanwhile, Orito is embarrassed by how cute Shiro has become, clenches his fist while the red bird sighs and notices how long ago it was, and Shiro impatiently asks if they will go shopping. In a moment on the street, the red bird on his shoulder murmurs that people are a real hassle and calls him by name. Nearby someone with a smile says that they have returned again, how persistent they are. They continued shopping, choosing fresh bread, eggs, and vegetables at the market. Night begins to fall, he kneels to set down his heavy burden, and Shiro curiously sniffs the base of a nearby wall. He carefully steps through the alley and suddenly the same man in a long coat from yesterday stops him, as if he was waiting for him. The man greets him, trembling slightly, apologizing for his behavior yesterday. Orito, with Shiro nearby, simply nods in response, as if saying we have met again. He admits that during their last meeting he was not focused at all. He wanted to ask if Orito was free, but instead chased after him. He asked if Orito was free today, and Orito looks at him. A slight smile on his lips, the man is noticeably pleased with himself. Suddenly, loud, uninhibited laughter rolled down the street. A young nobleman in a carriage, with Cedric and a man in a bowler hat on the sides, shouted, "We meet again, Wizard Orito," and added that the fact he didn't run away this time should mean he is ready to hear his story and become his subordinate. He points his finger straight at Orito, demanding confirmation that his assumption is correct. Orito, Shiro, and their partner sharply turned toward the source of the shout. Their faces revealed nothing. With a calm, knowing smile, Orito agrees, simply says yes and adds that he doesn't mind. His unexpected compliance stunned Julius's partner. Julius himself beamed with joy, and the man named Cedric broke out in a cold sweat and was completely confused by this turn of events. Julius, shining with happiness, steps forward and declares that Orito will not regret joining the Jabspec family. Unmoved, Orito turns to his comrade Shiro and tells him to act exactly as they agreed, and Shiro raises his eyes as if asking if that is really allowed. He calms his companion, promising to protect him, and at that moment a wild power bursts from Shiro. He transforms into a huge, fierce beast, and his thunderous voice repeats the same promise to protect Orito. Suddenly, a small red familiar, flapping its wings, settled on his head, loudly complaining that yesterday was terrible, and declared that the enigma is now enraged. The familiar emits a piercing, high-pitched scream that distorts the very air around, and Cedric shouted, clutching his ears in pain from this sonic attack. The screech still tears the silence and covers the vicinity. Julius, confused, realizes he cannot approach closer. Some invisible wall stops him. And from his branch, the red bird announces that they will all have to feel a bit of soul sadness. While the sonic attack does not subside, Shiro in his massive form lets out a deafening roar, baring his fangs, and Orito gives the command. His voice cuts through the chaos. Now Snow. He noticed the bird Audi and threw an inevitable, chilling order. The familiar companion responded, his eyes lit up, and Orito quietly thought that Audi seemed like a real villain. He watched as his familiar Shiro took a confident step forward, a powerful aura spreading around him, and the boy's mind was filled with only one thought. All this time his comrades had been ready. The display of power struck Julius with a wave of distrust. His eyes widened in horror. He faltered, remembering that not long ago he was at home and sincerely worried about Orito. His surprise was echoed by a young man in the crowd who shouted Rito like a beast tamer, demanding an explanation for this sudden violence. He insisted that this was not the person he knew and demanded to know why this was happening. The spectators' cries subsided, and a tear welled up in Julius's eye. He was breathing heavily, leaning his back against the wall and muttering that he didn't care, but silent fear caught his throat and prevented him from saying the rest of the words. He paid no attention to Julius. All attention was held only by his two powerful companions, and he addressed Shiro and Adi, rhetorically asking if they would simply accept the situation as it was. In response, the air was torn by the piercing screech of an Audi, which struck Julius as if hitting his body. He grabbed his head, and with growing horror realized that these creatures were not following Rito for treats or a better life. They were weapons. The sonic attack threw the crowd into panic. Their screams mixed with fierce roars. Amid the chaos, a man in a bowler hat stood firm, calmly addressing the fleeing gentlemen and noting that they had been silent for some time. His calm observation was interrupted by a scream of pure terror. Shiro, now a monstrous wolf, lunged forward and clamped his huge jaws onto Julius's head and shoulder, causing him to fall silent instantly. His cries of pain were cut off at the very moment Shiro's jaws closed. and Cedric looked on in horror, calling his young master, certain that the fierce attack would kill the boy. The brutal attack suddenly stopped a blinding flash, and a large winged creature appeared in the air with a powerful gust of wind. This sudden arrival gave a chance. The boy with the pouch rushed forward, pulled Shiro back, and growled for her to let go. The wolf-like creature yielded and asked if that was enough, and Cedric, stunned, realized that the magical barrier that held them had disappeared along with. As soon as the barrier vanished, the street was enveloped in eerie silence, and the nearby buildings stood unharmed. In the silence that fell, Cedric stood sullen as Julius dropped to his knees on the ground and sobbed, while his companions tried to comfort him. His companions, along with the man in the bowler hat, could only watch and try to comprehend this sudden and strange turn of events. The silence was broken by Julius. A small red bird settled on his shoulder, and he explained that the children were his dear partners, so he refused to do what they did not agree with. He directed his words to Cedric, who listened with a sullen expression. Arito pleaded for understanding, tightly hugging himself. Cedric, though reluctantly, agreed that what had happened was more than enough. He holds the young master, insisting that he look and be convinced that nothing at all happened to him. Cedric confirms there are no injuries and asks if Julius can stand. Supporting the boy, small and stunned, his companion begins to wonder, what just happened? Nearby, the little red bird Odie sparkles and chirps contentedly, saying it feels renewed. Meanwhile, Orito and Shiro stand nearby, watching the scene intently, while the white wolf raises his head and looks at the boy, asking if he really intends to make these children, meaning Julius, obey him. The question hung in the air. Tears streamed down Julius's face, and his face became a mask of uncontrollable anguish. Suddenly, emotions burst out, and Cedric and his companions froze in complete astonishment. They could not understand why he was crying. Orito approaches, dispelling their confusion, asks Julius what he was thinking, and even threatens to peck him. Julius quietly replies that he understands. Then Orito explains to those around that Julius is crying because his partners were so beautiful in their performance. Julius, whose voice trembled with emotion, confirmed Orito's words. They were not only beautiful but incredibly powerful, and he admitted that he envied them. The confession finally reaches Cedric. He lowers his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashes in them, and he quietly acknowledges Julius's correctness. He listened as his accomplice thoughtfully pondered the state of affairs. The Jabspec family, merely a barony, now fully rested on the shoulders of the young lord. The accomplice admitted he was worried whether Julius would show resilience before the other noble houses. Breaking the silence, Julius turned to Cedric and said with relief that he was still alive. He added that it might be related to a recent event, and his companion quietly confirmed it. The employee, whose face froze in relief, admitted how terrifying it all was. He was simply glad that young Mr. Julius was unharmed, and Julius looked at him with a spark of surprise in his eyes. Then he commented on Julius's methods. He used air to split the sound and scare the threat, thus calming it, and although he thought it would be better to avoid such a spectacle, he had to admit that Arito's skills had noticeably improved. Cedric intervened, turned to his interlocutor with a piercing look, and reminded him of the previous conversation, asking if they would do to him as promised. The conversation died down as they reached the majestic, sprawling mansion atop the hill. Numerous roof projections stretched up to the very sky. In the lush gardens of the estate there was peace. The maid was pouring a drink for the lady sitting by the gazebo, and Rito, standing nearby, was genuinely amazed at the huge tray placed for feeding the little birds. Julius, holding his plate, watched the peaceful scene with quiet contemplation. Nearby, Shiro was peacefully dozing in the grass, his tail disdainfully swaying back and forth. He sipped tea and admired the peaceful garden when Arito at the neighboring table noticed his gaze and, smiling, offered, "Does he want to pet Shiro?" The question caught him off guard. Seeing his hesitation, Arito reassured him this time it would not be scary, and Julius looked around, his face a mixture of anxiety and curiosity. He approached cautiously, his hand paused for a moment, then, as if hesitating, plunged into the thick white fur of the wolf. Arito glanced at Shiro and asked if he minded, but the creature remained completely calm. The sensation was overwhelming. His eyes widened with surprise. This incredible softness enveloped him in a wave of unexpected comfort. Not far from them, Cedric and his companions stood watching the entire scene, their faces unreadable. While they watched, a man with wavy hair casually mentioned that Julius's father had died. Cedric confirmed with a simple yes, and warned his comrade not to overeat. Unaware of their conversation, Julius pressed his cheek against Shiro's fur with a look of quiet calm on his face, and thought that although this thing suited the surroundings, he also seemed capable of doing something. This moment of tranquility was framed by a playful background. Arito called a huge, fluffy stone bird Audi to come closer, and Shiro, settled on its back, seemed to refuse to move. Julius approached Arito, made sure the boy was indeed setting out from the capital on a journey, and announced that he had a gift for the young traveler before his departure. Arito sincerely thanked him, but politely explained that he would feel uncomfortable accepting something too shiny or expensive. Julius paused, briefly pondering the boy's modest refusal. He barely smiled, admitting to himself that this thing was indeed quite valuable. When the gift was presented, Arito froze looking at it, and his voice broke with amazement. Before him lay a large world map, drawn with the finest details. Julius enthusiastically explained that this was the freshest published map, much more accurate than the one Orito received from Gorst, and emphasized how it would help any traveler. Turning and preparing to leave, he said that he could no longer abandon his duties and would not hold Orito back, only asking that when he someday returned to the capital, he share stories about his journey. Holding the new map, Arito set out on the road, casting one last glance at the capital before stepping into the unknown. His journey began and led him and his companions away from the capital to a large structure on the hill, a waste station that stood ahead on the road. Tadley pondered in his soul how everything had turned out and warmly recalled the kindness of Arito, while his daughter Marie meanwhile doubted whether it was just a cool attitude but quickly dismissed this doubt. The great white wolf Chinda interrupted the conversation and reminded Tadley that his method was much more direct. He simply directly threatened Rito to make him become friendly, and Tadley chuckled in response, acknowledging that this approach really works. He continued, telling Arito not to behave so reservedly, and Arito laughed. He was amused by the thought that Tadley praised him as a villain would. Outside, Nero sighed with relief. Everything was resolved peacefully. Then he confirmed to Orito his intention to leave the capital forever. He assured Chinda that he had done everything he could in the capital, and now ahead were other matters he would have to deal with. Gathering again with the group, Lena Lee asked where they were going next, whether north, and the riddle confirmed that yes. Her face hardened with determination. Looking straight at Rito, she slightly leaning forward firmly said, "I will go to Rito." Arito froze, completely stunned by Lena Lee's sudden statement. His surprise echoed through the tavern. He let out a loud cry of disbelief, and the same shock was read on the faces of Greed, Haldana, and Nero. Meanwhile, in the forest, dotted with sunspots, the great white she-wolf Errol turned to Shiro with relief and explained that she was scared because she thought her companion had suddenly disappeared in the middle of the hunt. Soon it becomes clear what the fuss is about. Orst, an old elf, is stuck in a trap. Sharp crystals are aimed directly at his throat but have not injured him. He shyly looks up at Errol, admits that he set that trap himself long ago, and thanks him for the rescue. Errol cannot believe his eyes. Below are shining deadly spikes surrounding Orst. The elf only repeats that he has not been here for so long that he completely forgot about this trap. He tries to portray everything more simply, as if nothing terrible happened. He wanted to figure it out himself and thought that the trap would provide at least some safety. But Errol is not joking at all. Why do such a dangerous thing and then forget about it? Orst just laughed and brushed off her anxiety. He said he simply forgot. Errol sighed and told him that he thinks about too many things at once, and she gently reminded him that if he is not careful, he will make everyone worry. Look around. The little creature Ralph shudders, whispers how scary it is here, and warns that everyone should be careful. When Orst and Errol go deeper into the forest, Errol notes that strangely danger is often very close. In a luxurious hall under the glow of a magnificent chandelier, elegantly dressed guests mingle in conversations, and the air is filled with the muted hum of polite society, a gathering of the rich and influential. In the middle of the crowd, Cedric's sharp gaze fixed on an uninvited guest. He turns to his comrade, his voice quiet and tense, demanding to know who let this person into the gathering. The companion, taking a glass, understood that Cedric was talking about a merchant, and Cedric snorted disdainfully. He is nothing more than a scoundrel sneaking into evening receptions to sell his goods to wealthy guests. Nearby, another guest with sharp ears and wearing a cap eavesdrops on the conversation and quietly confirms to himself that the one being talked about is indeed not a respectable merchant. He glances at an elderly nobleman who recognizes the elf, the very person they were just talking about. The nobleman examines him, slightly raises his chin, and directly asks the elf what his price is. Watching that exchange, the national appraiser chuckled to himself and said that now he understood everything. He had received a certain page from that person. He agreed that the elf is a scoundrel but advised caution. The merchant, without hesitation, leans closer and with a penetrating look asks a direct, troubling question. Does your establishment happen to trade elves? The question hung in the air, and a confident, arrogant smile spread across his face. In his mind, he brushed off that nobleman as a verbose fool and quietly laughed triumphantly to himself. He continued persuading the nobleman, saying that although the elf may seem young, inside he is as old as anyone else of advanced age, and the nobleman listened attentively, quietly murmuring in agreement. Globuman frankly admitted that he knew much less about the legendary high elves than about the ordinary elves. Laughing, the merchant disregarded this conversation. All those legends passed down from generation to generation are nothing compared to a real, lively boy. With a sly smile, he handed the client a list. The nobleman looked up, surprised to notice that the trader really knew a lot about elves. He decided to leave the matter in his hands, and the merchant gladly agreed. Then the merchant showed what they had agreed upon, a photograph of a handsome light-haired boy with small fluffy dogs. The scene shifts to the mother of that dog, a large white she-wolf, who under the starry sky at a quiet camp slowly chews something. In the same camp, the boy from the photograph, Arito, was telling about their journey. He said that thanks to the hints from his companion Audi, they avoided ambushes on the main route, moving from forest to forest on the way to the Sun capital. When the story ended, Rito returned to the white she-wolf Shiro and offered to comb her fur. Meanwhile, the little red bird Audi watched from a nearby branch. Shiro energetically exclaimed, yes. She eagerly wanted her fur to be combed. The giant white wolf, realizing that he had made Snow go through a lot in the capital, asked to compensate by asking what Snow would like to do the next day, to which the massive creature sighed contentedly. Insisting on an answer, he asked once again what Snow wanted to do. The wolf seemed to ponder for a moment. Instead of a verbal answer, Snow responded with action, dashing forward at incredible speed and shouting joyfully. The group of armed men was thrown into the air as the great beast broke through their ambush. He clung to the Snow, trembling from the sudden movement. He asks the wolf to be a little more careful, realizing that for him this is probably a way to restrain himself. The scattered bandits screamed in pain and confusion. The great wolf is simply wildly happy finally. After a long time, he can run freely through the forest and sincerely thanks Arito, and his powerful steps again toss into the air those who tried to attack. Soon after they dealt with the ambush, they approach the village. Lena Lee Tiana notices them and calls out to Arito, noting that several days have passed since they last saw each other. She notices his weary look and asks what happened. He corrects her, explaining that he meant it has been a long time since they were in the capital, not since their last meeting. Nearby, their companions Tadley with his daughter Mari arrived with a cart, and Lena Lee says with relief that although they planned to meet in the village of Ordo, seeing him safe reassured her, and she suggests that after shopping they head to the forest in the north just in case. She decided not to drag out long explanations now, only uncertainly waved her hand toward the distant lights of the settlement. They would talk about everything in detail later, and now it was more important just to rest. When the group settled around the warm campfire, she explained to Arito that she was late due to preparations in the capital, adding that there were other ambushes on the road. But her familiar Audi noticed them all and ensured their safe passage. Arito seemed surprised that the danger was not yet over. She shifted the conversation to something lighter and told that the Gorid family and others eagerly tried his recipe. This news lit up Arito's face, and he let out a happy high whistle. He held a small carved whistle between his fingers, a simple thing that reminded of a moment of shared warmth. It seemed the sound caught Snow's attention. An excited exclamation about meat was heard, and from this an instant realization sparked. Audi's bird must have been one of Aura's familiars, and it was he who sent them supplies. He looked at the food and felt powerful magic in it, aloud asking if an ordinary elf could sense something with such strong energy. Meanwhile, in another corner of the region, a man on horseback was giving orders. He said that going beyond Nabria was dangerous, and ordered people to comb the forest and the road. His subordinate agreed and warned not to approach too closely until they surrounded the target in numbers. Elsewhere, a group of elves gathered. One of them, named Hekner, was scolded for losing control over magic, and when a comrade offered to take the blame, the hooded leader intervened and told Hekner not to overstrain himself, reassuring him that it was not his fault that he was worse because he was only a half. The leader placed a comforting hand on Hekner's head and encouraged him, reminding him of the passed-down legend of the High Elves that their powerful blood flows in their tribe, and pointing to an illustration in an open book, urged Hekner to be confident. The picture depicted an ancient elf riding a huge beast. Somewhere a bandit urges his horse, tightly grips the reins, mocks to himself the thought that half-bloods are incapable, and vows to prove everyone wrong. Meanwhile, under the quiet night sky, Arito, Lena Lee, and Gorid rest by a crackling campfire. Their camp, set up in a clearing surrounded by ancient, time-worn stone ruins. Far away, he savors mayonnaise and with pure delight says that it is incredibly tasty, then eagerly asks for more. At the camp, Arito reached into a large leather bag beside him and pulled something out. He pulled out a jar and looked at it with a slightly tilted gaze and wide-open eyes. Arito asks if she gave him that magic bag just for convenience, adds that he is glad. Apparently, it seems to help her, and in his mind he confirms his suspicion. The old man is definitely hooked. Lena admits that she was stunned when he gave it to her. She lowers her gaze to the bag and notes the incredible amount of magical power hidden inside. He lifts the jar of mayonnaise with a gentle smile. This is good. He mentally decides that she can use the bag exactly like that. He assured Lena Lei that he gave her the magic bag to make things more convenient for her, and was glad that it really helps her. She admitted that she was truly surprised when he gave it to her, and immediately noticed the incredible amount of magical power it contained. Pleased with her assessment, he lifted his bag to show one of its features. He explained that if she continuously directs her magical power into the bag, its capacity will gradually increase just like his, and encouraged her to try. His generosity melted Lena Lei. She thanked him, feeling that she was being given too much. She again enthusiastically praised the bag and added that the meat they had eaten earlier was simply excellent. She wondered aloud if all this was the result of his grandfather's skill, because even the wise elders of her tribe had never heard of anything so incredible. Arito agreed to tell her more, but just as he began to speak, Audi suddenly flew in with a warning. A little bird said that about 20 people surrounded them, although it could not understand their intentions. His face filled with fear when he called her by name. He instantly guessed that the smoke from their campfire probably revealed their location because they stood surrounded. The enemy leader looked at their camp through binoculars and quietly ordered to tighten the ring, and in the forest one of his subordinates gave a signal. This is an order. Armed men crawled through the thickets, sneaking up on the camp from all sides. From her perch, Audi watched the figures approaching, and the bird returned to Rito, directly asking whether to kill the enemies, even though they were humans. Hearing the bird's question, Arito immediately reacted and shouted that they absolutely must not. Linali called his name, her voice sharp with anxiety. Lena Lee, with a serious expression on her face, then asked if the same rule applied to Snow. He clung to his cloak, admitting his recklessness, and said plaintively that if they were traveling on the highway, they might have held out, but fighting people in the night forest was a completely different, much more dangerous matter. He looked toward Linali, his voice sobbing with despair. She remained completely calm, confirmed that they were indeed surrounded, and quietly ordered Audi to temporarily put away the weapons. Then she turned to Rito. Her voice calm and soothing, she made it clear that she understood both the distance and the situation, so he did not even need to say it. Hidden in the dense underbrush, she silently watched as armed men moved among the trees. Their formation was not random. It was a targeted pursuit, and with icy certainty she understood. The attackers were chasing not the entire group, but specifically Arito and his companion, who were fleeing somewhere in the distance. Deep in the forest, Rito feels that he is being watched and understands. The pursuers are already nearby. He calculates that any attempt to escape is futile. They will catch him in moments. Above them sits Rockbird Audi watching. He turns around and shouts into the oppressive darkness with a voice that challenges. If they have business with him, let them come out and show themselves. From the dense forest comes a rustle. Lena Lee's head snaps toward the sound, her elven ears catching a barely noticeable disturbance. A figure appears in the shadow, a male elf. He calmly steps forward, addresses the boy directly, calling him a mystery coin, says that his intuition, as expected, is quite sharp, then raises his hand as if to calm and assures that he has no ill intentions. Now he fully appears, his face unreadable, looking at the pair. Finally he looks back, his eyebrows furrowed from a mix of surprise and suspicion. To her silent question, the newcomer responds with a direct accusation. He calls her an elf and a woman, then sharply asks if she intends to run away from Rito, whom he dismissed as just a child. This hint hangs in the air and shocks her. Arito exploded with rage, shouting at the elf to be silent, accusing him of being one of those elves who recklessly approach humans and without thinking of the consequences bring only misfortune. His gaze stops on Lena Lee. Finally, he notices her ears and that slight pointed feature that reveals her origin. With a sad look, Lena Lee silently answers his unspoken question. She admits she is a half-elf. The strange elf narrowed his eyes at the mystery, snorted, asked if the boy was looking down on him, then dryly stated that he had nothing to do with him. He again turns his attention to Linely, seductively extends his hand and invites, says he has good intentions, explains that someone who truly values her is waiting to meet her, and asks her to go with him. In response, Arito plants his foot and firmly blocks the elf woman's path. The words echo in Rito's head as he tries to comprehend this revelation, her ear like a half-letter G. The elf's contemptuous tone echoes again in his thoughts, accusations, and a brief, sharp rejection, as if it suggested repeating linearly the promise of a man who understands the request to follow, and along with it, his own instant defensive reaction. This brief moment of reflection strengthens his resolve. He raises his hand, a clear sign to the elf to stop, while he stands guard before Lena Lee. Arito broke the silence with an even voice, noticing that the elf knows his name, and insisted that he name the strangers in response. The elf calmly introduced himself as Heckner, a man who conducts extensive trade in the capital. He calmly challenges the elf and asks if this business conversation can be conducted through the trade guild. His question hung in the air. The tension between his group and the elf Heckner was palpable. Damn, Nur sighed in submission. I give up, he said with a slight smile, admitting that Rito is indeed a very capable guy. But his retreat is only a feint. Heckner says that Arito's intuition is too sharp, and at that moment Lena Lee urgently shouts to everyone, grab Arito, the other one can be left alone. Suddenly she tears the bowstring, a non-lethal shockwave bursts out, throwing Garrite and Arito back, knocking them off their feet. A huge winged shadow descends from above. The creature, a giant bird-like beast, looks down with intelligent eyes and says that even if they are ignored, he has his own circumstances, and he will lazily take them with him. Heckner stared upward, not believing his eyes. His composure shattered. He stammered, recognizing the creature, and whispered in shock, "We're TH." The giant monster fell with a crash, raising a cloud of dust and debris. It repeated its statement with final determination. It will force them to accompany it regardless of their wishes. When the dust and debris settled after the creature's destructive landing, the elf froze in complete disbelief. His mind could not comprehend what he saw, and he only whispered the name were, not believing that it was really happening. Meanwhile, in a peaceful cottage far from the conflict, another quiet joy prevailed. A hand carefully spread thick creamy mayonnaise on a piece of food, a simple gesture celebrating how delicious it was. He savored the bite, his face radiating pleasure, declared that he wanted more, aloud wondering if only Arito could do such a thing, and with slight disappointment noted that this instant delight does not last forever. Nearby, Shiro grimaced watching Nero eat, complaining that the smell was disgusting and she did not understand how he could eat so much. Then her thoughts jumped. She asked Orst about some ancient incident involving the nobility and quietly expressed concern for Arito. Attention returned again to the preparation. The knife smoothly glided, spreading even more generous mayonnaise. The horse was still eating, and the unique taste and its creator lingered in his mind. Shiro's question about the nobility hung in the air, and it was clear she was worried about Rito while Nero continued talking to me. Finally, he spoke, responding to Shiro's silent anxiety. Orst explained that what some see as cowardice in Rito is simply another side of his caution. This very trait allows the boy to devise ways to avoid conflicts and fight when necessary, and he concluded with full confidence that Rito will endure anything. Shiro smiles, agreeing with this thought. Now she understands how he can trust this boy so much. Reluctantly savoring the spices sent by Arito, he thoughtfully admits that he too had to go through a difficult past, and Shiro picks up. Avoiding that is not easy, and sometimes something dangerous breaks through, say, certain dishes. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, those mentioned Arito, Lena Lee, and Guard sit bound and captive, with grim faces. Their kidnapper, an elf, thoughtfully reflects on the herd story that they supposedly kidnapped children to sell to some nobleman. It seems unbelievable to you, and from afar Shiro and Adi watch, with Shiro noticing that it seems there are no other kidnappers nearby anymore. He turns attention to the prisoners. Rito says there is no reward for his head. The elf forces him to be silent, muttering that it hurts his elven ears, and Rito looks around confusedly. The elf's face tightened with irritation. When it blinds, Lenli notices something slip out of Arito's bag. She shouted his name and pointed to the fallen item. Arito apologized, explained that he had taken it out earlier and picked it up. Yelf takes the paper from him. It is Arito's identification. He reads the name aloud and his eyes widen with surprise. Arito Elgrad. The name Elgrad resonates in his head. It clearly means something. He stood and chewed over the name in his head. A puzzled sound escaped his lips. Arito bent over and Karid stood bound before him, while Shiro watched closely nearby. His attention suddenly fell on Lenili, his voice sharply filled with distrust. He demanded to know if Rito was exactly the one he suspected, leaving Lenili completely shocked. Despite her shock, he turned his gaze to the boy. His voice dropped as he asked the fateful question. Was he Rito, a relative of Orst Delgrad? The question suddenly awakened a memory in Orito, a conversation with grandfather Orst. The old elf told him that his name would carry great weight everywhere. Returning to the present, Heckner laughed contemptuously. Absurd to think that some kid could be a relative of the hero Orson. Arito calmly confirmed that the man he knew as grandfather had indeed introduced himself as Orson, and Heckner immediately dismissed it as a lie. He argued in detail that Arito's claim was completely impossible. Orsten Elgrad was a legendary high elf known in all the countries of Orantia. As a lone wolf, he possessed the power to attack an entire country and destroy it single-handedly. The weight of that legend fueled his disbelief, his voice rising with excitement. He declared that Orsten Elgrad was much more than a simple legend and demanded to know if Arito really claimed that such a figure was still alive. As he pondered the boy's words, suddenly one detail in the document he held came together. It described a majestic figure, a tall elf. From the forest, Shiro confirmed that Orito's grandfather was indeed from the Forest of Death and added that the meat he provides is incredibly tasty, while Audi, sitting on a branch, noted that the strength of that man was on a completely different level. Guard meets his visitor with a broad, friendly smile, noting that they came all the way here just to make a delivery, offers them a seat, and says that he just brewed tea and would like him to join him for a cup. One walks ahead and says that Arito left just a little while ago, and since the others are also not at home, he notes the unusual silence in the house. The kettle on the table whistles. The visitor in formal attire seems to freeze at the mention of the name Rito. Rid continues to ponder the young one. Arito has become more direct and open, whether out of caution or brazen boldness. It is unclear, but this is clearly not the one he first met in the capital. He raises the topic of Arito's companions, the white wolf Shiro and the large bird Adero, calling them incredible. Greed says that their very presence is calming and asks the guest if he has felt this himself. The guest, called Your Excellency, Baron Julius, shyly admits that it is an awkward story but confirms Gurid's assessment. Pausing to enjoy the drink, he notes the subtle aroma of the tea leaves and adds that it is a message from an old friend. The Baron at Guard's table adds that the presence of the one they call Adoro has special significance. Aaron's words seem to light a lamp in Guard. He exclaimed that he just remembered something very important, and with such powerful companions nearby, Arito's travels will definitely become easier. He listened as Baron Julius sighed with relief and rejoiced that Arito was pleased with the map. Julius considered it a good gift, hoping it would help the boy on the road and wondering if he had used it immediately. This news made Lena Lee note that with the emerald swords and that mystery about the user, it was difficult for her and Jerry to move freely. Jerry admitted that he was a little jealous and that everyone around was very busy, and Lena Lee confidently told him, "Leave it to me." Someone intervened, noting that Arito's grandfather also seems like an incredible person, and advised Julius to keep good relations with him as he saw fit. And when the group sat together, one of them aloud wondered what exactly Arito and his companions are doing now. Meanwhile, far away, Rito was walking through a dense forest dotted with sun patches, and a small red bird Audie comfortably perched on his head. Lena Lee, who was now with them, knelt down and looked around the plants. She recognized Morale's flowers and Larissa's grass, noting that there were many here due to the high concentration of magical power. And although she did not know these species perfectly, she offered to help gather them. From his high place, Audie shouted a warning to the owl Morin, reminding the familiar not to forget how they were attacked during the last meal, and that this time he was especially cautious. He said that although the thickets were not exactly the forest of death, they looked like a borderland, confirmed that they had found the right hut, and insisted that no one relax. He turned to Lena Lee with a warm smile, confirming that their goal was Milan's forest, and gently offered to escort her home once the task was completed. She explained that in fact they had ended up in a place from which she herself would not get out, and since their goal was something people avoided, he would have to go with her anyway. Arito cheerfully agreed, and when he spoke, Shiro suddenly rushed forward looking back hopefully, and Arito called the wolf by name. He suddenly rushed forward, Lena Lee immediately shouted his name and asked what had happened to Snow. The white wolf growled, and Lena Lee mistakenly took that sound for a cry for help, but Arito felt and knew. It was not about them, it was a warning about something else. The wolf did not take his eyes off the path. Ahead he felt a presence that could not be ignored. He raised his gaze to the tree crowns, his face tense. What could it be? From the height, Audie confirmed the premonition. From the very path they were heading to came a turbulent feeling. Hearing this, Lenali warned Arito not to overexert himself, and he quickly took her concern into account and prepared for what was coming. Before anyone could move, a small black feline creature tore off from Rito's shoulder and rushed through the undergrowth like a shadow. It landed quietly, and immediately two monstrous ape-like bees appeared before it, emerging with fierce growls. The cat without hesitation rushed forward to meet the threat. When the beast lunged at the small creature, Snow flew in with dazzling speed between them, crashing into both monsters and throwing them into the air with a muffled blow. She and her little companions swiftly dealt with the ambushers, their cries echoed through the forest as they fell. When the sounds of battle subsided, Arito turned and saw Shiro calmly standing on the path. He called her name with relief. He caught his breath and, asking what had happened, heard from Shiro that those creatures were not particularly strong and fled as soon as they saw her. Arito thanked her, feeling relieved that the danger had passed so quickly. As the tension eased, their attention was suddenly drawn to a barely noticeable movement nearby. He and Lena Lee turned, surprise appearing on their faces. It was a small black cat, now lying on the forest ground and quietly meowing. Arito recognized the creature as a kitten, and Lena Lee, noticing how tiny it was, guessed that it must be the same kitten that the monkey-like monsters had been chasing. While they looked at the kitten, Adi climbed onto Arito's shoulder and said he felt something was wrong here, although Lena Lee seemed not to fully understand what he meant. He told Rito why he suspected. This creature did not belong to these forests at all. Audi, worried, said it might be a lure for an even bigger monster, because despite its fragile appearance, the kitten had strange and strong magic. The truth about the nature of that tiny creature unsettled the group. Lena Lee Tiana spoke for everyone, whispering quietly that something was wrong with all this. She continued, confessing that she had never ventured so deep into this forest before, and looking at the creature, thought it was probably one of Shanda's descendants. Her words awakened a memory in him about a mystery. He recalled a long-tailed cat that once belonged to his grandmother, and this fully convinced him that the creature was a cat. He wondered if it had run away from its territory while fleeing and was now simply lost. From his place, Audi challenged this comforting theory and reminded them that just last night they had been attacked by monsters. The attack had stopped only because of their appearance. The sharp gaze of the bird stopped on a small black creature. He could not understand how such a tiny animal could fight and survive alone in this dangerous forest until that moment. Under the watchful eye, the black cat simply raised its eyes to him and looked completely innocent. This look made Audi see the matter differently and doubt. Was he mistaken in thinking this was a trap? Gerito suddenly thought of other suspects. He knew that goblins and orcs were cunning and capable of raiding human villages, so for a moment he assumed that they might have set such a trap. Looking around at the dense wild forest space, he dismissed this thought. This deep wilderness was not for them. He looked at the creature with a drop of sweat on his cheek, leaning back as if absent-mindedly. Nearby, the horned owl and the red bird Audi watched intently and suspiciously. The little black kitty, as if completely ignoring their looks, gently rubbed against his leg. He looked down, surprised by this familiar gesture. When Chinden snuggled up to him, Lena Lee acknowledged that the cat seemed to have no evil intentions, but still warned Rido to be careful, and Odie waved off her warning, pointing to Rido's strangely satisfied expression. Lena Lee lightly laughed, saying that Arido seemed to really understand cats well, and then recalled a memory of a magical cat beast at his grandfather's, and this memory seemed to resonate with Arido. She continued to explain that although these two were similar, something about this cat unsettled her. Finishing her thought, she raised her gaze to the dense forest canopy. Its presence in such a dangerous place seemed completely strange. Somewhere occasionally in a clearing near a small wooden hut, a white creature resembling a rabbit jumped down from a high ledge, landed softly, and turned around with determination. It approached a squirrel-like creature that was burying leftover food. The rabbit asked if she had seen Shindu. The squirrel replied that Shindu was here during lunch but did not know where he was now. The little white rabbit finally found his friend the fox, who was sound asleep on the wooden planks. The rabbit quietly smiled to himself, having found him in such an unexpected place. Big eyes blinked, a memory of a lit lantern flickered in his mind. Meanwhile, Ors turned to Chindi, the white wolf, confused, and asked where he had gone, because a moment ago he was here. The big wolf himself only remembered that Ors had just eaten. Unaware of the conversation, the fox-like creature was deeply asleep on the sun-warmed board. The group gathered to watch the dozing animal. The white rabbit pondered, no matter the season, the fox can always be found in the coziest places before anyone else. Orst, looking down, aloud wondered what the fox was doing resting next to the rabbit in such a place. He quietly smiled and, addressing Chindi, noted that the fox really behaves like a big cat. The white wolf softly uttered fufu, as if agreeing and thinking that the fox just does everything in his own way. Arido makes an improvised sling from a cloak, gently places a small black cat-like creature in it, and explains to Redbeard Audi that this way she won't fall out and his hands will remain free. Audi doubts whether it's worth carrying a potentially dangerous animal, but Arido thinks it's a good idea. Moreover, they will deal with any problems as they arise. Slightly flushed but stubborn in expression, he changes the subject and says that their destination should appear any moment now. As if on command, Audi called down from the height, confirming that they were close. The group rounded the bend, and Rido, raising his eyes in surprise, exclaimed that there was an ascent ahead. At the edge of the clearing, I look up in awe at the base of a huge ancient tree towering over the surrounding forest. She froze in complete amazement, her mouth slightly open, trying to comprehend what she saw, and could only utter one word: that she. We cannot take our eyes off the majestic structure towering in the branches of the giant tree. It seems to be a house, or maybe several, grown together with the living wood, like elven architecture. Come closer. Arido jumps up when the huge white wolf Chinda makes a sound like meowing. Leon only clarifies that his assumption was not entirely accurate but not far from the truth. Suddenly, a woman with long hair and plant-like features appeared beside them, gently stroking the creature in Arido's sling. She said he seemed fine and that she was very worried. Arido froze, not realizing when she had sneaked up like that, and Audi was shocked to realize she had completely slipped past their defense. She snapped her fingers. A sharp sound cut through the quiet forest air. With a knowing smile, she asks if this is the one who saved him. In response to her gesture, a tangled mass of vines rises and retreats. The druid calmly greets the gathered company, addressing Morse's child, Errol, Ralph's child, the young elf, and the familiars. The lianas rustle and completely retreat, and her voice quietly echoes to greet them in the depths of the forest. She looked, not believing her eyes, and in her mind merged the druid's control over the vines and the creature that had just been here. She hesitates, asking if these plants are his handiwork, and the druid simply answers yes. She turns away, her long hair flowing behind her, and she calls herself Leona Drew, explaining that she knows Orst and is the guardian of a child named Burrito. Turning into her small cat form, the black creature quietly meowed from her place on the shoulder of some Rido. Diana stands at the foot of the stairs built into the giant tree, and raising her open palm upward, solemnly welcomes them into her home. The group follows her, approaching the entrance to the giant treehouse as the last light of day cuts through the sky. She leads the group into a spacious room where the walls, floor, and furniture seem to have grown as one from the living wood of the great tree. And Burrito, Horst, and the big white wolf follow her inside, frozen with awe at this amazing sight. She ran her hand over the chair and marveled with admiration. Everything around was made from living plants. Meanwhile, Liana knelt before the small black cat, acknowledging that he and his companion had saved her, and gently reminded the creature that it should properly give thanks, while Lena Lee looked just as amazed at the surroundings. Attention shifted to his large companion, who now looked significantly smaller than usual. He exclaimed his name and surprised Snow in. The black cat lazily stretches, its body begins to glow gently, and it thinks to itself that this is the opposite of when it shrinks, the reverse movement of its usual magic. He stands wide-eyed, eyes wide open, as realization dawns on him. That light is the movement of magic that he feels. The glow intensifies, enveloping the small cat and the white wolf. Their forms begin to transform. When the transformation reaches its peak, Liana touches her lips with one finger quietly and authoritatively. Her action explodes. A dazzling white flash engulfs the entire room. When the bright light fades, the black feline creature appears transformed, now standing on two legs like a humanoid figure with a confident posture. The new form stunned Rido and the large white wolf Errol both froze, eyes wide open in amazement. Then the creature changes again, shrinking to the size of a small cat, but still standing on two legs. Nervously fidgeting, he calls himself Laurel and says he can take this form just as well as the larger one. Liana, a dryad, addressed him, explaining that she had warned about the beasts outside, that is why he transformed into the larger form, and then added that there is something she is very interested in. She asks if they can now talk about Laurel himself, and Arido and Aril look puzzled. Laurel thanks Liana for saving him and holding him in her hands, noting her warmth, and Aril, completely stunned, blurts out that the creature just spoke. The red bird Audi senses Liana's vigilance and says that she probably conveyed something unusual about Laurel. Liana confirms and reveals his true nature. He is a half-blood, born of the Fae of the Kate Sit lineage and the mighty magical beast Chind, with both bloods flowing in him. Arido, still stunned by the discoveries, looks at Liana with distrust and asks if she understands what Audi is saying. And Liana, with a barely noticeable smile, admits that she has not yet told him about her gift. She explains that she has both elven blood and the blood of spirit races flowing in her veins. So her magical power is extraordinarily great and allows her to communicate with any intelligent magical creature. Arido processes the new information and recalls that Orst, although a high elf, when he first spoke with Audi, needed Arrow and Snow to translate for him. He shifts his gaze to the little owl Morin and wonders if her speech is also being translated. Morin emits a as if confirming the boy's suspicion. Hearing the owl's hoot, Liana understood that Morin misses the forest at the foot of the sacred mountain, and explained to the wide-eyed Lena Lee that she can speak with Morin simply because he is a very intelligent creature. Lena Lee finds this incredible. Pouring a drink, Liana says she hasn't had guests for a long time. The little black cat Laurel peeks from behind the edge of the table, watching her. Her words explain why the kitchen is so neglected. Arido notices that almost no one uses it. She confirms this, saying that almost no one dares to venture deep into the forest here, and Arido, seizing the chance, asks if he can use it. Meanwhile, outside the huge tree, Lena Lee calls Audi. With a sharp click of its beak, the red bird signals that it will stay outside and takes off. Inside, Liana smiled warmly as if before a riddle and gave him permission. She noted that from the horse letters she knows that cooking is his specialty, and the boy, though surprised, was glad and confirmed that he is looking forward to it. Night fell on the forest, and in the twisted ancient tree that is Leon's home, two windows glowed with warm light. Soon as the group was leaving the entrance to the tree, Arido thanked their host. He said that the dish he prepared, consam pato pho, was truly delicious. She watches as Liana enthusiastically says that the meat stew was really tasty, and became a completely new experience for her. After dinner, Liana says goodnight to him and goes to her chambers, and he responds by wishing her the same. He returns to his little companion Laurel and gently says that it is also time for them to rest. The creature quietly agrees. Meanwhile, having left the guest for the night, Liana closes the doors of her chambers, and her thoughts linger on the young boy, Arido. She thought that he was exactly as Ors described in his letters, and even noticed that he, as proper, showed a letter of introduction. She ran her fingers over the letter, a barely audible scratching echoed in the silence of the room. She leaves the house and is greeted by animal companions. "I'm back," she says with a smile, and the big white wolf seems to ask if she caused any trouble, but she quickly calms it like. While she speaks, a small spirit hovers next to her hand. It tells her that Laurel has returned and is now sleeping. Then aloud wonders why the cat-like creature suddenly left on its own, especially considering the dangers. The little spirit lay gently in Liana's hands. He and his companions chattered excitedly. One of them asked for confirmation that the boy Orido is a good person, recalling how he saved Laurel. The others chirped happily. The spirits continued the conversation and found out that Laurel had to go out because he was interested in the Rido, who had not yet arrived then. Liana listened quietly, her palms cupped around the hovering creature. The conversation turned to Arido. Everyone hoped he was comfortable since he would have to be carried back and agreed that he should be thanked. They admired the beautiful guest room prepared, noting that Laurel especially knows how to find cozy corners, which also benefits Liana. Noticing her silence, one spirit finally asked, "Liana, is something hurting here, F?" Her face darkened as she considered their words. "You are right," she whispered, and her gaze became distant. Then she decided that she would try to talk to him, but only when they were alone. In a quiet glade, Rido stands near a carefully tended field and waves to a bird flying past a large oak, behind a small wooden hut nestled among lush greenery and a quiet stream. The words of Leona Drew still echoed in memory. There was sincere seriousness on her face as she looked at him. "I rely on you," she said. The little rabbi companion settled on her shoulder. Currently, Rido on his knees among the crops carefully examines the leaves and hesitates whether to get rid of the pests. Nearby his companions, Great White Wolf, Shiro, Fox, and the cat Laurel. Watch how he works when the Great Wolf begins to speak. A creature with a serious look says to the group, "If even the eccentric horse calls the one Rido meets a weirdo, then it turns out that person is an even bigger weirdo than the horse itself." The Great White Wolf listens carefully to these reflections, stroking his chin in deep thought while the fox prepares to continue the story. Before this could happen, Shiro expressed her own conclusion with a worried expression on her face. She thought over the situation and believes that Rido is in danger. This thought noticeably stunned the Great Wolf. He instantly perceives her fear with another look. If Ors himself is a known weirdo, then when he calls someone that, perhaps that person is quite ordinary, and Laurel the little cat comes alive, agreeing that such logic could very well be true. Olivia gets involved in a heated argument about his safety, while Arito finishes work in the field. With a simple, "all right," he turns and walks along the path between the crops. Having finished work, the old elf rower suddenly stretched widely, and nearby one of the bald creatures picked up the earlier group conversation, revealing their still alive doubts. The White Wolf aloud wonders if what Or said could be true. Another companion recalls that Or claimed that the creature lived forever in the deep forest, and he cannot comprehend this, while Or, completely unconcerned, cheerfully interrupts them and announces that it is almost time to eat. They announced that it was time to eat. The smaller wolf agreed that eating was the right decision, and the argument ended, so Ost led the animals away from the fields. Meanwhile, Arito finally arrives at the destination, and he is greeted by a large, noisy man with a headband, who welcomes him as a great beast tamer and cheerfully announces that Arito's travels are over from now on. He will live here. Nearby, a smiling woman and two little beast folk, and the man calls for a welcoming tea party in the garden. At the party, his beast companions greedily eat the treats. The red bird chirps about how tasty they are, and the wolf agrees that they are not bad. The little black cat notices that Rito seems to be enjoying himself more than he expected. However, he looks puzzled, and Arito tries to explain that his journey is not yet over. He still needs to explore something. But the host seems to pay no attention to him at all. The man squeezes his shoulder harder, and the friendly atmosphere instantly disappears. Arito's face fills with anxiety. He freezes at the table, and the man looms over him. Approaching closer, the man's friendly mask completely vanishes. He utters the boy's name, Arito, and then another, which makes the boy's eyes widen in shock. Barrow is. His mind dives into a strange dream where an old nobleman with a familiar face watches him and says that Arito still looks exactly the same as before, then sharply asks why. The question hits him, his eyes wide with confusion, and he struggles to come up with an answer. Then the scene changes to a vast, desolate landscape, and he stands alone, calling into the void towards a distant, silhouetted figure. He gasps sharply and wakes up, finding himself safe in bed. His companions have gathered around him: Shiro, Laurel the Black Hat, and a small floating spirit. As his gaze clears, Shiro explains that everyone is greeting him good morning. He woke up, a drop of sweat on his cheek, mumbling that it was a very scary dream. In response, he wished Snow good morning, noting that it was still early and the wolf's tail barely wagged. While he quickly dresses, Snow tells him that Liana is waiting just outside his room despite the early hour, as if she has something important to talk about. He opened the door, and before him stood Lena Lee Tiana with a warm smile. She greeted him good morning and asked if he slept well, while Rito confirms that Snow told him she wanted to talk. She explains that the small flying spirits are childlike creatures who take care of the house instead of her, and that Rito kindly came. Beside him lies a white wolf guardian. She abruptly gets to the point, and with a knowing look says that he came to her not just as a guest, but to study this fall. He jumps to his feet, surprised by her straightforwardness. His eyes widen, and he urgently asks if she knows anything about it. She calmly continues, and as if in passing, says that she is aware of his research on those who fell from the letters Orsted Center. He seems embarrassed by this revelation, mutters to himself and sits down again, and Lena notices that it seems he came to her after already learning about another place. He apologizes for losing control of himself, confirms that he really wants to learn about the Fallen, and explains that before arriving he often went to the city library to find out more. He finished the explanation and, a little embarrassed, admitted that he never thought Lena knew anything about the Fallen. She listened attentively, and an expression of understanding froze on her face. After biting off a piece, he begins to ask Lena another question, but the White Wolf Guardian slightly shook his head. Arito notices this gesture and decides in his mind that Lena does not yet know the whole story, while she looks at him with a tender, knowing smile. He says it's good that they talked alone for now, and suggests discussing the details after breakfast. Just then a knock is heard, and Laurel, stumbling, falls into the room, greets them good morning, and says he is starving. The little creature says good morning again, and it seems Lirito begins to sound, whose heart trembles with surprise. Lena also warmly greets Laurel. Lena offered to prepare food as a thank you for being allowed to stay, but quickly changed her mind and said it would be better if Arito prepared breakfast, to which both she and Laurel joyfully exclaimed. Soon a luxurious meal is laid out on the table. Laurel happily points to the meat dish specially prepared for him and leniently holds her breath at this impressive food. When Arito, Lena Lee, Chinda, and Laurel gathered around the table, Arito solemnly announced that it was time to eat. While they eat, Lena Lee tears off a piece of bread, notices dried fruits inside, and enthusiastically says how tasty it is and how wonderfully it goes with the soup, still not believing that such amazing bread can be baked on a simple frying pan. Meanwhile, Shanda calmly eats a piece of meat, and the red bird Audi looks on with disgust. He understands that this meat is from the forest of death and finds it strange, but Shanda simply says, "Stop staring." The bird is still pondering the situation. Although they are deep in the dense forest, no magical beasts appear around, as if something deliberately keeps them away, and when it raises its eyes, Chinder again orders not to look back and to focus on the food. The thin woman Liana stands up and says that although they have just finished the meal, it is time to move on. Her words were picked up by Lena Lei, who explained that today she has something she wants to show her Rito. She turns to Odie and asks him to hold the position, quickly adding that with Chunda and Leonis nearby, he has nothing to worry about. He watches as Laurel, a small black cat, persistently scratches the door, eager to join them. Lena Lee firmly says he cannot go. Audi asks Laurel if he was ordered to stay home, and the cat sadly confirms this with a depressed look. The decision was made, and the chosen ones set off, leaving the quiet home behind for the forest covered with sunlit patches. They walk along a beaten path deeper into the forest. During the journey, Shindle was passionately joyful, infinitely happy to be outside with Rito. Meanwhile, the boy thought about his morning. He had completed the usual training in magical power control, a necessary ritual to calm down. He walks beside them, and after a moment of quiet reflection suddenly quickens his pace. He anxiously addressed Lena Lee. "The forest is teeming with magical beasts. Will the three of us be safe alone?" She confidently reassured him that everything is fine as long as he is with her, explaining that the forest is as if she herself created it. As they walked, Arito noticed with surprise that the trees parted before them, forming a path. He froze with surprise, compared it to automatic doors, slowly smiled, and confirmed that this is a special trait of dryads. They can walk through the forest, and trees or grass do not hinder them. Suddenly, a small white bird took off from the crown, silently gliding through the air. As soon as the bird chirped, Lena Lee's face became serious. She stopped and said that other people had entered the forest. In the hidden dwelling, with a dried plant decoration in her hair, she thoughtfully says that it was long ago, then turns her gaze to Rito and admits, as a descendant of the Fae race, he is the one who can be entrusted with great responsibility. She froze with a thoughtful expression, weighing the weight of her decision in a simple rural hut. She explains to Arito that she does not mind keeping that thing they talked about, but her home is surrounded by magical beasts. She rarely goes out and is sure that no person will ever get so deep into the forest, so the secret is still safe. He insists that everything is fine, confessing that he himself poorly remembers the past. While he speaks, the one who is dried turns away and leaves her. Part of the conversation seems to be over. Attention shifts to a book about the topography of Nabria. The name Klaus and the clear phrase, "I will go north," come to mind. In the text, the Milan forest is called the northern border of Nabria, and further north to the east lies the Albrecht Empire in Ellenfort. He shuddered and raised his eyes as if suddenly enlightened. He shouted to the white wolf guardian nearby that they are right here, and aloud asked in surprise if the described borders were written by the same author. The place in question is a huge and strange settlement hidden deep in the forest, and its buildings seem strangely cubical and ancient. Approaching the place, Arito notices the strange color of the trees. The white wolf guardian confirms they are exactly where they need to be and prepares to act. Suddenly, the Dryad appears wrapped in magical energy, and she loudly proclaims, "I who am called Liana Drew will remove the seal." She raises her hands and utters one word, Olorosa. A powerful tremor shakes the forest ground, the seal shatters into pieces, and waves of energy burst into the air. Arito shudders as the earth rumbles beneath his feet. When the trembling subsides, the illusion that long concealed this place dissipates, and the sunlight, which was blocked, now breaks through the crowns and reveals a path to a clearing that a moment ago did not exist. She follows Liana and the white wolf into the newly opened area, and excitedly notices that part of the forest has suddenly turned into an open clearing. The path led them to a large flat stone monument in the middle of the glade, its surface almost completely hidden by a thick carpet of overgrown vines. Seeing the obstacle, she announces that she will move aside and clear them from the way. At her gentle command, the vines begin to stir and retreat from the stone. When the last leaf withdrew, an ancient carved inscription emerged on the stone. Arito's eyes widened in shock, his mouth gaped, and he froze, staring at that inscription. She leans over, examining the symbols, her face thoughtful. After a moment, she straightens up and admits that she cannot read that ancient script. Noticing his stunned silence, she turned her attention to him, said, "Arito-kun," and in a gentle voice asked, "Can you read this?" The question hung in the air for a moment, And Rido, with a face suddenly illuminated by understanding, confirmed he really can read these symbols, and with a slight nostalgic relief said that it is Japanese, the language of his previous world. Hearing this, Liana closes her eyes and tries to digest this truth, deciding that since they are safe she will take a little walk in the forest. She returned to the large white wolf and entrusted Rido to him. Saying the last word Snow-chan, she set off, her long hair trailing behind like a train. Her figure slowly dissolves into the dense, sun-dappled forest of Aloros, leaving the boy and the wolf guardian in the open clearing. During the walk, she comes across a large abandoned building overgrown with moss and vines, hidden deep among the trees. Soon inside the building, Leona sighs, rubbing a dirty bowl, and complains that the magic of cleaning itself cannot remove that grime, and her own hands are not as smooth and effective as Ridos's. While she works, she is surprised by the sight. Her black familiar cat Laurel, puffing from effort, drags a rag toward her. The little creature proudly begins to wipe the dusty cabinet. Nearby, a small flying spirit watches and says how talented Laurel has become. Working, Liana freezes for a moment. A determined expression appears on her face. She considers her powers and reminds herself that she is already 10. She shifts her attention to her little companion Laurel, who diligently polishes the cabinet, and exclaims with admiration what a wonder it is that at his age he can manage so much, while the black cat creature blushes and stops with a confused look. This display of skill ignites a thought in her. She turns to Ridos and asks aloud whether her new ability means she can go with him. She reflects on his unspoken answer, eyes wide open from contemplation, and quietly whispers to herself, trying on the idea of going with him. Her attention returns again to the work, and before her stands an impressive result of their efforts. The once dirt-covered room now shines, every surface polished to a gleam. The place stunned them. Liana and Laurel stood with wide-open eyes, looking at the transformed space. Filled with admiration, Liana turns to the little black cat and enthusiastically praises his amazing work. "The room is cleaner than ever, you really helped us a lot," then encourages Laurel, saying he can achieve anything he wants. After work they sat down to rest, and the light mood suddenly changed. Liana looked seriously at Laurel. Addie settled nearby, and she asked her little companion if he really meant what he said earlier. Her question made the little black cat Laurel shudder. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead as he looked at her. He sat opposite her at the long wooden table and was silent while she gathered her thoughts, realizing that her next words might be insensitive, but she still decided to continue speaking. She suggested waiting, explaining that Rido and another woman named Liana would be returning home that day, so they could all discuss it together, and nearby a fox-like creature with a small spirit hovering beside her addressed Laurel and insisted that he should tell Liana. From the large, intricate treehouse, a joyful cry of agreement echoed through the forest. High above the treetops, a large stone bird soared through the bright sky, gliding toward its goal. It descended with a powerful gust of wind and gently landed in the clearing in front of the rural wooden hut. Orido and nearby the white wolf Shiro sincerely thanked the creature he called Rock for the help. As soon as the stone bird flew back into the sky, Orido noticed that Orst had also returned home. Nearby, on a fence post, the small red bird Audi chirped, watching as a giant creature resembling an elephant with a cat's tail slowly moved away. The creature stopped and asked if something was wrong, but Audi simply replied that everything was fine, it had already gone home. In the cozy rural house, the fox-like creature announced to us that a letter had arrived from Rido, or smiled warmly, and offered to read it together before dinner. She added that Rido had made contracts with many partners, both large and small alike. When the pack of wolves, including Shiro and Shinda, quietly stepped over the threshold of the room, Or's face became even more thoughtful. He agreed that the fox's observation was indeed correct. He continues to reflect. Many such connections, even his contract with Shanda, arose only after hostility initially turned into gradual mutual understanding through conflicts. The small white messenger bird lightly flapped its wings and gently perched on his outstretched hand. Orson acknowledges that this rule is not for everyone and affectionately calls the bird a rascal. His thoughts drift to Arido's journey. He sincerely hopes that the boy will also find allies on his path when he manages to understand those he meets. The fox-like creature notices how happily Horst shines with a letter in his hands, and Horst confirms that he is delighted and eagerly awaits reading the news of the day and learning another clue about the spices. The surrounding creatures reacted. Shanda quietly wished Rido a happy and safe journey, and Linka's creature looked with distrust, as if wondering whether Orst is really a warrior because elves are usually quite different. In a sparse, open landscape, the dryad elf Liana warmly greets the approaching Orst, saying that he has come to visit her again, and he responds with a gentle smile. Walking beside him, she smiles and tells him that his visits are always worth the effort. Claws near the root of a large tree, where Orst notices her innate connection with plants, assumes that being half dryad and half elf, she can command them at will and quietly acknowledges this. He reveals his motive. With her unique abilities, his research could advance on any terrain. Liana seems to quietly ponder the very idea of research while he enthusiastically confirms his belief. He passionately says that she is incredible and invites her to travel with him to see the world. Her expression darkens, and she quietly but firmly refuses. The excitement fades, replaced by understanding. He looks at her and realizes she also has a dream. She, gazing at the barren land, confirms this and says that her dream is to create a forest here, in this very place like in her native land. She explains in more detail, holding a glowing orb in which a tiny, lush forest lives. She wants to create a small, gentle, and quiet place, so she cannot go with him. I watched as Ors reacted with disbelief, not understanding how, with such an incredible ability, she could think so modestly. Her ambitions seemed a complete mystery to him. Frustration burst out of him, and he declared that her dream is a complete waste of talent. Liana, stunned by his outburst, quietly asked what he had just said. He did not cease, continued the tirade. Although she had rare power, its purpose was neither practical nor useful. He reproached her for too narrow a field of vision, repeating again and again that it was a futile matter. Then he extended an invitation to her, fervently asking her to go with him. He assured that he could best use her gift and that together they would make the world even better. With a tired expression on her face, she rejected his offer and said that she fully understood his point of view. His mind was so absorbed in his own research that there was no room for anyone's dreams there. Calling him stubborn, she added that it was time to go home, and finally understanding appeared on his face. She turned and walked away, and he shouted his last advice to her. Return only when you understand the true nature of the owl. Looking at the water, a sharp self-critical thought pierced him. Was he not also the one who failed to recognize his own talent? He whispered her name, Liana, but immediately dismissed the thought, recalling that once they were completely incompatible, and his gaze fell on a lonely house among the trees. He sits at the table and explains to his big cat that his youth is long gone. Like a tall elf, he has aged and, as he himself says, has become quite rounded. He continues the thought, noting that Liana, on the contrary, seems older but still young, and this makes him think about her compatibility with Orito, a thought that clearly stunned his companions. His gaze slides to a small red bird on the windowsill. So much time has passed, yet their verbal quarrels still continue. The feline creature mumbles that this is bad for Rito, then quickly waves it off, saying it was a joke. He turns away from his reflection in the windowpane and lightly waves as if sending best wishes, while his companion looks on skeptically, expresses doubts and worries about Rito's condition. Meanwhile, amid the snowy landscape, Liana Drew comes to a quiet conclusion and whispers to herself, "That's it." She explains to Rito that it happens. She and Orst were still young, and their relationship turned into a contest of stubbornness, and she reflects that youth is a time when it seems you are always right. The boy standing next to the big white wolf contemplates this information. He says that the grandfather really had an interesting life, and that Lena told him a lot about. While he speaks, the white wolf gently pressed against his side, making him shudder with a sudden and affectionate movement. He leaned against the big white wolf and thanked him. Snow, the wolf, simply bowed his head and responded with a quiet, questioning sound. While he rested, Liana walked ahead through the forest. Her thoughts were fixed on the document she was showing. Her concern made Arito ask if it was really enough for her to just rewrite the document. Liana confirmed that yes, explaining that in this way she could still return to the original, and added that maybe besides her there were others who also fell. He pondered her words as they walked through the forest, stunned that this entire forest was created by Leon alone. Feeling his unspeakable excitement, Liana vividly told about her connection with the forest. She explained that her knowledge of plants was deep, and if it was a plant from this forest, she could send almost any of them directly to herself. Understanding what she was capable of stunned him for a moment, and he said that in that case he needed to consult with her. The conversation continued, as they finally returned to that strange house hidden in the thicket of the forest. Inside, Orkt and the familiars greeted them with a warm welcome back, and Or noted how late it had become. Liana looked around the room. Now it was impeccably clean, and although she herself had asked to clean, the result impressed her, perhaps even a little too much. Her touch sent a wave of blissful cleansing through Chindu, whose eyes rolled back in admiration. While the great wolf enjoyed this feeling, Arito tried to get their attention, calling for them to wait. Just as he was about to continue, the little black cat Laurel suddenly and decisively declared that he would go with Arito, not embarrassed. Liana cheerfully announced that since she had made them wait, she would now prepare dinner, and Arito, embarrassed, tried once again to interrupt. His words got lost. Laurel's statement hung in the air, and Lena and even Shinda froze in stunned silence. You just stand there wide-eyed, completely stunned by the sudden statement. Later, at Lina's house, Laurel began to explain his reasoning. They were now considered guests. They were staying with Lina while their mother looked for a new, safe place for them. Sitting at the dining table, the little creature sincerely admitted that he was still afraid and did not like the outside world. But the mention of how Arito saved him at that dangerous time gave him courage. This new determination made Laurel declare his goal: to find a place where they could be independent, a refuge, even if alone. Leona thought for a moment, then emphasized the crucial first step. In her opinion, they first needed to get the approval of Larol's parents, and Arito, listening attentively, quietly agreed with her assessment. He listened as Larol, holding a warm cup in his hands, continued to talk about his feelings. The little creature admitted that although it was safe and fun here, the world outside still remained a scary place. Larol recalled that when he first set out on the journey, it was his grandfather who gave him the encouraging support he needed. He added that he did not want to just sit and wait for his mother to find him a home. With determination in his voice, Larol said he would look for a place himself. Leonidru looked at the little creature with a gentle, understanding expression. She assured him that she fully understood his feelings. Arito, a little embarrassed but sincere, replied that Lara was very welcome here. Then Lina turned her attention to the boy and asked what he thought about it. Her question hung in the air, her thoughts carried her to the past. She closed her eyes, got lost in the memory of Orst, and silently wondered what would have happened if she had chosen to go with him then. Returning to the present moment, she looked at the boy and the little creature beside him and remarked with admiration how amazing it was that Larol had made this decision himself. Later that night, under the glow of the full moon, the horned owl settled on the roof, and its lonely cry echoed in the quiet air. Inside, Arito sat at the table carefully filling out the document. While he worked, Liana quietly placed a bell-shaped flower nearby. He froze, hands on the papers, head bowed in a moment of quiet reflection. In memory, that note attached to the stone monument resurfaced again. It was a message from a Japanese man named Kuramachi Takumi, addressed to any other fallen who might one day arrive. The note was precisely for those who, like its author, had once fallen into this world. He felt the weight of those words. Kuramachi desperately wanted to return to his native world and suffered terribly because he could not. Later, in the quiet room, he sat in gloomy silence next to the large white wolf. The burden of this revelation weighed on his thoughts. When he stood up and walked away, the wolf's ears suddenly twitched. It sensed a sharp change. Suddenly he faltered and pressed against the creature's side, eyes wide with confusion. What happened? He murmured, bewildered, and the wolf cautiously turned its head. Arito laughs with joy, playing in a tussle with the large white wolf Snow. He exclaims that it tickles and Snow's fur is so pleasant. And the wolf in response also seems to enjoy the boy's company, thinking how warm Arito is. The house perched on a branch. The red bird Audi watches the scene through the window. He thinks, just as it seemed to him that the mystery had returned home tired, the boy is already enjoying simple pleasures again. Inside, the mood changes. Arito calmly sits next to the wolf. Snow asks if he said something, admitting that he still feels ticklish, and Arito looks at his companion with sincere gratitude, thanks him and explains that thanks to Snow coming with him, he can finally be his true self. They say they should sleep a little. He settles down, but his thoughts naturally drift to the tasks ahead. He needs to rewrite all of Kuramachi's notes and sort out the issue he consulted with Leona about. The mind races for a moment. He adds the matter with Larol to his list of concerns, and finally a calm appears on his face. Soon Arito falls soundly asleep, nestled in Snow's thick fur, while Audi watches them both from the windowsill and thinks that although there is much to ponder, right now he just wants to enjoy this fluffy spectacle. On the table where a generous feast is laid out, there are bowls of hearty stew, plates of sliced meat, and fresh salads, everything prepared with care. That table, Orst is glowing with amazement over a piece of bread. He says it is even fluffier than usual. Lena agrees, adding that such a texture is new to her and that it is incredibly tasty. They approach the table together with Orst, politely thanking for the food. Nearby Snow, the white wolf, devours the dish with obvious delight. For a moment, a recent conversation with Arito came to mind. He sincerely thanked her for the letter she wrote on behalf of Larol about the cleansing and confirmed that he had already sent it. Then the conversation shifted to yesterday's consultation, and Leona's face lit up. She confirmed that both plants he was looking for grow in her forest, and Riddle shouted with joy. He gladly handed her samples of the goods, asking if these were the ones. He confirmed that they were, but noted that it was still a bit early in the season for rice. She looked closely and recognized them. They were the herbs Lacula and Melanica, and suddenly it dawned on her. Lacula was exactly the one Orito possessed. The realization struck her unexpectedly. Shocked, she asked him if he really ate Lacula, noting that it was only fodder for livestock. Although surprised, she told Orst that Melanica was almost ready for harvest. And when Orst accepted this news, Arito intervened and promised to later show him how to cook it deliciously. He lifted a piece of amazingly fluffy, bread-like food. When Lena asked what he intended to do with it, Arito calmly replied that he was even thinking of stuffing a futon with a large amount of such pieces. The idea of a soft, fluffy futon instantly captivated Lena Li Tian. Her eyes widened. She asked where it came from and confirmed that the futon was exactly the soft thing she had imagined. Then excitedly said she wanted one too and asked if it could be made from Melanica grass. The noise attracted the attention of the familiars. The horned owl silently watched, while the red bird Audi, clearly annoyed, grumbled that people are always so hasty around a mystery. He was so immersed in work that he looked as if he was riding a horse behind the table. His quiet concentration was reflected in the gentle gaze of the dry woman. She thought that Liana had also become much happier since Arito arrived. While she watched, Arito's companions approached him. The black cat Laryl stood on his hind legs and asked hopefully if he could go with him today, while the white wolf Chinda waited patiently. This request instantly drew the attention of the whole house. The dry woman noticed that it seemed everyone was leaving and suggested they set off together. Arito agreed, adding that they would need his guidance anyway. Having made the decision, the group set off together. They walked along a path at the foot of a rocky cliff lined with trees, led by the dry woman. She looked back with a warm smile and told the others that there was very little left, they would arrive soon. She leads them to the goal, and when they arrive, Rito gasps in surprise. Next to him is Snow Pence, uncontrollably excited, tongue hanging out. Before them stretched a huge sunlit scorched, clearing a sight that made Liana hold her breath and sigh quietly. She immediately recognizes the field and cannot believe her eyes. It is completely covered with melanica grass. The dry woman confirms this and says that since she controls the forest, they can take as much as they want. Hearing this generous offer, Arito's face hardened with determination. He said, "All right, I am ready to begin." He immediately plunged into the tall grass hanging over him, and Laurel, settling on his shoulder, looked around with wide-open eyes until Snow gently grabbed the little cat-like creature by the scruff and lifted it above the thicket. From his new vantage point high above the plants, Laurel looks at the sea of grass and marvels at how tall it has become. The little creature turns to the one who lifted it, thanks Snow for each one, then asks her if this sight is not incredible, and Snow looks with a gentle, knowing expression. While they communicate, the gaunt woman looks at Arito. He is diligently working, gathering the fluffy tops of Melanica's grass, and she quietly calls him by name. She looks at Rito, who is still standing in the middle of the Melanica grass, and asks if he has decided where to go next. He, raising his head fearfully, admits he has not decided yet. He continues to explain that he has long been thinking about a journey to the northern border, and at some point, his thoughts drifted to the image of oars. Hearing this, Lena Lee Tiana interrupted and suggested going together to Ellen Ford, reminding him of their previous conversation about a visit to the capital Eli Dana, but only if he really wants to. He hesitates for a moment over her proposal. A gentle smile appears on his face, and he agrees that it might be a good idea. Far away, a dazzling flash of light tore through the twilight sky, emerging against the dark canopy of the forest. From that spot of light, a dark figure raced through the sky, flying at incredible speed. The shape turns out to be a bird diving through the trees toward a massive old tree with huge doors in its trunk. In the room inside the tree, the Ascension Bellflower creature notices that Alia has returned. Nearby, a floating spirit loudly remarks on the speed of the return and asks if it is a letter from Laurel's mother. Inside the giant tree, Lena Lee Tiana approaches and informs Liana Drew that a letter has arrived. The dryish woman lifts her gaze from her desk, where now a messenger bird has settled, and Lena Lee notices how fast its journey was. As she reads the contents, her face becomes thoughtful, and nearby a small flying spirit notices the change, asks what is wrong and whether the sender refused the request. She waved off the concern and stated that everything is fine, but the spirit seemed to look suspiciously at her sincerity. Her gaze got lost in the distance, and she quietly thinks about what Orst would do in such a situation. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest dwelling, a lynx-like creature silently prowled across the wooden floor. It finds him sprawled on the sofa as if asleep. The creature observes his relaxed posture and notes how cheeky he is. He opens his eyes. It turns out he was not sleeping, or says that the fluffy pillow he is lying on was invented by Rito because the boy had just found some interesting herbs after arriving. He recalls how he was surprised what the Enigma planned to do with those herbs, and the boy immediately crafted a pillow, or smiled and thought that in such small things the Enigma constantly teaches him. When Shinda, the white wolf, approached Gorst with a joyful greeting, he was accompanied by a large gray feline-like creature. The feline creature looked puzzled by the familiar tone of the wolf. The large cat-like creature seemed to understand when Orst buried his face in the thick wolf fur. Chindara noticed that he carefully takes care of Arito's futon, and Orst, with a muffled voice, confirmed that of course that is so. He settled down, resting his head against her side, and smiling said that now it is easy for him to fall asleep. Drowsiness is also important, and Shinda seemed to accept this compliment, agreeing with his words. In a moment he fell sound asleep, and the large feline-like creature looked at him and aloud wondered whether he was lonely without Arito. To give him peace, she suggested that Shanda also leave, and the wolf quietly agreed.